Fine, good morning everyone. Okay, so welcome to this 4-day session on current affairs. Basically, this 4-day session is actually meant for civil services candidates who are appearing for civil services preliminary examination this year. So June 5th we have this exam, prelims exam. So for that, almost every year previously, of course not last 2 years, previously we used to conduct a big session basically. But this time we restricted ourselves to a small offline and a huge online. There are so many hundreds of people who are attending online right now. But at the same time, if you look at the 4-day session timetable, there is very small slight change in this one. Today anyway, Ashish Sir will be taking the session morning as well as afternoon sessions. Okay. The morning session he will be focusing on polity and governance areas, and the afternoon session he will be focusing on national and international issues. Okay. Fine. So tomorrow morning, the first session expected to be taken by Srikanth Sir. But though this actual session is meant for current affairs, covering last 1 year of current affairs in the areas of polity, economy, and then science and technology issues, and then social issues, okay, and then different other issues, whichever are the issues, okay, all current affairs issues. But this year, Srikanth Sir, in fact, he came forward and said, like, Srikanth, I will be taking one session, a small session, maybe half-day session, on most expected questions for this year exam. Okay, most expected questions for this year exam in history part. Okay, so I thought like maybe I could extend the entire session by another half day. So finally it came out to be the 3.5 days has become 4 days now. Okay, that's how it happened to be. Anyway, but the only small change in this entire schedule would be that the history which is supposed to be happening tomorrow morning session, that will be on day after tomorrow morning session. Okay, instead of tomorrow, that will be day after tomorrow. But the day after tomorrow topic, which is science and technology by Ritesh Jaiswal, that will be tomorrow morning. So both morning sessions were swapped. Got it? The only small change would be tomorrow morning session and day after tomorrow morning session, they would be swapped. It means that tomorrow morning session would be tomorrow. That is on 7th May, it would be Science and Technology by Ritesh Jaiswal. Day after tomorrow, which is 8th May, Sunday, morning session, it would be Srikanth Sir, most expected questions for this year history exam. Okay, history topic in prelims exam. Okay, that's what it would be. And remaining topics would be same. The schedule remains the same, remaining areas. Okay. And one more small thing, yeah. So I have even invited a group 1, especially the group 1 aspirants of TSPSC as well for this session, because for them also, the most likely prelims exam would be in the month of July. Yeah, you can come. Most likely exam would be in the month of July, so maybe July end or whatever, is not yet decided, but still they require last 1 year of current affairs. Okay, so this session would be as a kind of a revision for everyone, whoever is attending offline or maybe online, whoever, right? Especially for civil services prelims examination and also prelims group 1. Okay, group 2 I don't expect it to be. Okay, because the kind of questions that generally are asked in group 2 examination, they are all factual in nature. Okay, analytical kind of questions or reasoning based kind of questions generally are not asked in group 2 exam. But whereas in group 1 examination, yes, there are certain topics like polity and economy where you have the conceptual based questions and analytic based questions. So this session definitely would be useful for civil services prelims obviously, and then group 1 prelims guys. Okay, and to some extent mains as well, because the kind of analysis that teachers are going to teach you today, that definitely will definitely give you some kind of perspective on how you have to analyze mains kind of areas as well. Okay, that we'll see these 4 days. Enjoy these 4 days classes, okay? And then don't miss any of these classes. All the 4 days, 8 sessions. They're all important sessions. Don't miss any of them, okay? And then I keep revisiting this session. Any specific questions for you guys? You want to ask me any specific questions on these particular sessions? Anything? No? Okay, fine then. So let Srikanth Sir start this session, right? Srikanth Sir starts with polity and governance now, okay? Fine then. Thank you so much. Sir, जो भी लेट आते हैं फ्रंट साइड और बैक साइड it's not at full right now.
अच्छा अच्छा
आप तो स्टार्ट कीजिए, whoever comes in let them know.
ठीक है आज तो हाँ वैसे Very good morning to all of you, as well as those who are hearing me online. Before starting the session, online people also, I'm addressing you also good morning. I'm not discriminating offline, online. Before starting the session, few points you take in your mind very properly. First thing, इसको off कर दो, राकेश, off कर दो. First thing I would like to share with you, this current affairs session, it is being held after Corona. Before Corona, of course we should pray to God, it should be after Corona now. Earlier the practice was in vet's home. I think you are well aware of the veterinary college campus. It was huge auditorium. And I, along with 2 more faculty, had been addressing for 2 whole day, or it was around 750 candidates sitting inside auditorium, around 450, outside 350, and it was really marathon session. For 2 days I had been addressing, but that practice was annual practice in Hyderabad. It was really very nice. I had really enjoyed that practice, but thereafter this Corona, everything got stopped. But yes, once again we are reviving, and God's sake, this is a revival of current affairs session after Corona, in which strength is almost same. You are hearing here, people are hearing online in hundreds all across India, and I will take utmost care of them also. Now, regarding this current affairs session, I request all of you, first thing, that you have spared your time. I have spared my precious time. It should be so worthy that at the end of the day, you must have best wishes for me. Sir, you made the day. Then it is worth. Otherwise, it's a complete wastage of time it would be. That will never ever. So let me tell you what is how we will hold this session. First thing, in this class, all of you are aware of that you have lots of magazines, newspaper, bulletins, coaching institute material, apps. So many current affairs content you have. But thank you to all of you. Even then you have come here to attend the session. That means you are definitely expecting something special. If I start repeating the same 370 as I was, one nation, one poll as I was, this, you are just writing. Had I been in your place, I would have literally cursed the faculty. What this nonsense is going on? For that reason, why should we spare so much of time? That means when you have come here, you are here for one major reason. In issue, I will give you approach basically. How to approach current affairs. Because since 2013, I remind you, since 2013, when pattern of examination got changed completely, whether it is objective examination or subjective examination, current affairs is the main issue. How to approach, generally, how to approach this current affairs? First, you hold writing for a few minutes. I will be giving you my work culture is, first I will make understand. And then after I will give you write up, points after points after points after point. Please cooperate with me in your interest, because if you simply keep writing, you would be a stenographer, very blunt I am speaking. You won't be IAS officer. Because first thing is that when you join any session, all things should be registered here. I have roadmap, of course, because first time I am holding roadmap, because earlier my practice was like I was taking the topic from society to culture to politics to economy to technology, environment, ecology, defense, diplomacy, like that, all-rounder kind of. But this time we are having number of faculty and they are junior to me. So it is professional ethics, I should not step into their area. Because of that I have made a boundary. And whatever I have prepared for you, last evening I came from Delhi, I was thinking of that I should not miss even single point. Because of that I have a roadmap, national affairs roadmap. How will I deliver? That's just roadmap. And from every roadmap, naturally, this is all registered here. So this practice is here, all registered here. Because of that, once I will start speaking like anything, but it would not be spoiling your time. It would be professional. Almost it is going to be 27 years now. In this profession, it's going to be 27 years. Huge blessings all across India I have. So now it's your turn. How we will approach the session? First, I will make you understand that once you prepare current affairs, point wise please, once you prepare current affairs, you classify current affairs into society, culture, like in social, loudspeaker, no loudspeaker, hijab, no hijab, all these are socio-cultural issues, uniform civil code, socio-cultural issue. One nation, one poll, election commission, election bond, all these news related to politics. Then regarding mission Karma Yogi, nothing to worry. I will give you all write-up. Just I am giving you a whole aerial view of that when you prepare for current affairs, all across India, candidates, Srinagar, Guwahati, everywhere candidates are preparing. But out of 4.5 lakh candidates, only 18,000 would be taken out by UPSC. Remaining are not bogus. Remaining are equally talented. What they miss, they don't have a strategy. They don't have a strategy. So you should not be among those category. So for that reason, I would like to remind you that issues related to you, when you start self-study, today I will give you approach, how to cover all the topics one by one. That I will start. First, let me issue related to society culture, related to politics election system, related to civil services reform, Mission Karma Yogi, related to police reform, as you must have got to know, Criminal Identification Act is already passed. So police reform, criminal justice system, regarding all, thereafter you will go for federal dispute. Lots of central state disputes are cropping up. How are those disputes related to which area? That way we will have one by one we would be covering. And let me tell you, you make up a mind like starting itself, whosoever the faculty, starting from one nation, one constitution, one nation, one poll, one nation, one ration, one nation, one budget, like that. One India is going on. So your current affairs preparation should be based on that. And thereafter you will find, like I will start from one nation, one constitution. As because J&K, Jammu Kashmir is always in news. I think all of you must be going through Jammu Kashmir. But somebody asked you about that, and UPSC will not ask even single question factual that Article 370 related to special status, not lollipop question. They would be asking a question like, read out the following statement regarding removal of a special status of J&K. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 correct. 2, 3 correct. 3, 4 correct. 1, 2, 3, 4 all correct. And here you feel sweating. Oh my God. 1, 2, no. And that too you have 72 seconds. 100 question you have to answer within 120 minutes. 72 seconds. And 72 seconds is more than sufficient. It is like that, if you know, that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine. Suppose I ask you, what's the name of your mother? You know. No need of 72 seconds. Tick. If I ask you, what's the name of your grandmother? Slightly, full name I am asking. It will take slightly more time. Grandparents. Then it will take more time because you are not conceptually clear. So once you are conceptually clear and no factual question, UPSC is very smart organization. This year, if you see essay paper in main examination, they gave essay paper so that they should no candidate could get advantage of general studies. All the candidates have to interpret in the examination hall itself. So like that, we will prepare that way. We are starting first point. First point would be regarding your roadmap that you write up thereafter, so that you should be clear what we are going to cover. It should not like in the evening, because after post-lunch session we will have international affairs, foreign policy, diplomacy, Quad, BRICS, G7, Nordic country, Prime Minister visiting everywhere, Prime Minister is being welcomed. Prime Minister will welcome, but UPSC should welcome you also. Then only there is a meaning, otherwise what is the meaning of Prime Minister hugging each other? UPSC should also hug you, that is it. So first paragraph you prepare about the approach, thereafter one by one we will be starting topic, and when we start topic, I will write here related articles, and one by one points I will be giving you, and follow all the points, bullet points, complete bullet point, then next topic, next topic, next topic. And one more thing before I start, if you sustain, because I would love to go 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock, that's my practice, but I won't violate your human right. So I will give you break as soon as you want. It would be 2.5 hours, one break, again 2.5 hours, one break. That way we will move, so that you should enjoy this preparation. It should not be like compelling medicine kind of. So first you prepare first para you prepare, that will be giving you what is the roadmap of covering current affairs. Point out please. All of you have notebook with you? All of you have? Please note down. India celebrated, point 1, India celebrated 70 years of independence in 2017. India celebrated 70 years of independence, 70 years of independence since 2017, in 2017. Which led to one nation, one constitution, which led to one nation, one constitution, one nation, one budget, one nation, one budget, one nation, one ration, one nation, one ration, one nation, one code, one nation, one code, one nation, one poll, one nation, one poll, all together in the same line, all together. Just a minute please, just a minute please. Your young man, you are sitting by your side. Are you really sincere in attending the session? No. By specs I am asking you. Yeah, by your side. Are you really sincere attending the session? Make sure. Don't disturb him. He is quite sincere in your comparison. He is sincere. And request to all of you, please, it's in your interest. You take it like mosque, gurudwara, church and temple for you it is. I have come here for you people and you have come here for current affairs session. Make sure no bilateral. Maintain class discipline. Because number of times what happens if you are casual, this candidate quite sincere, he is your friend, he won't ask you to stop. And if you are doing, then naturally he would be disturbed. He would not be able to get the way he wants to. Make sure. So this year, first para you have written about one nation, one constitution, everything, and the last line was, so all together, you had been writing in the same line, all together, same line, all together, the nation is moving towards, integrating all the system, in term of society and culture. This is area of general studies. In term of society and culture, politics and election system, society and culture, politics and election system, administration and criminal justice system, administration and criminal justice system, administration and criminal justice system, in economy, in term of regulating money supply, in economy, in term of regulating money supply, in technology to promote environmental concern, and energy efficiency, in technology to promote environmental concern and energy efficiency, followed by increasing expenditure over defense, cyber security, border management, to make a stage for new India movement, This is your first para, giving whole picture of your current affairs, society, culture, politics, administration, economy, technology. That way you have to cover every area. Now we are starting topic wise. Next point you please put in. In term of one nation, one constitution. Next point. Point wise you write, better would be point wise. Next point. In term of one nation, one constitution. In term of one nation, one constitution, special status of J&K. Special status of J&K has been removed. Special status of J&K has been removed along with reorganizing state into two union territories, reorganizing states into two union territory. The whole process was carried out on 5th August 2019. The whole process was carried out on 5th August 2019, which is going to be 5th August 2019, which is going to be reviewed by Supreme Court, which is going to be reviewed by Supreme Court in July 2022. Going to be reviewed by Supreme Court in July 2022. This whole process, the same line, this whole process involves and thereafter where you have written the whole process involved, one by one I'll be giving you for fact information so that you should be writing subjective, objective as well. You'll be writing like this. You write along with it. I will explain each and every. You write like this. The whole process involves 370. Involve Article 1. All articles are Article 1, Article 370, 371, 373, 367, 137, 142. Then I will explain one by one. Article 1, Article 370, Article 371, and where you have written Article 371, you write here 35A. 35A. 370, 371, 373, 35A, 367, 137, 142. Now one by one please. And slightly, because you have spared your valuable time, I have spared my time, we should be offline advantages. Slightly you should be, I won't be asking question from you, but you would be activated, participative, like that. If somebody asks you, is Jammu Kashmir, after removing special status, is part of India? Is POK part of India constitutionally or not? You would say like this. Very nice of you. You are tempted to reply. Very good. See, one by one I am giving you. Article 1 of Indian Constitution includes Jammu Kashmir also as a state unit. I am speaking a bit faster to maximize my use of time because I have huge area and the time constraint is only for one day. So I will try my level best to give you as much as I can. Once again, Article 1 indicate, first let me explain, otherwise simply you are writing what is the meaning. Article 1 says that Jammu Kashmir is part of India, a state unit of India like any other state of India. It does mean whether a special status, no special status, whether Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh or POK, everything according to Article 1 of Indian Constitution is part of India. I think Mr. S. Jayasankar, you might have heard his question answer session in media when one person was asking in BBC media that after removing special status of Jammu Kashmir, is Jammu Kashmir part of India? Mr. S. Jayasankar, you can reply that tomorrow you will be in his position very firmly that we are proud of him. He said, you please remove your misconception. He said, you please remove your misconception. Go and revise the constitution. He speaks like that and he says that Article 1 of Indian Constitution already includes Jammu Kashmir. So Jammu Kashmir is part of India whether a special status, no special status, and POK is part of Jammu Kashmir which was occupied by Pakistan. So Jammu Kashmir, POK is also part of India in terms of Indian Constitution. Point 1. Point 2, let me explain. Under Article 370, Jammu Kashmir was given a special status when Jammu Kashmir was integrated on 26th August 1947. It was, I repeat, when Jammu Kashmir was attacked, 22nd October 1947 attack, 24th October Instrument of Accession was signed, 26th October, then Jammu Kashmir was given a special status under Article 370. What is the meaning of a special status? One line please. Separate constitution, a special fundamental right, a special privilege to citizen. Which one is correct? Exactly correct. Separate constitution. Because separate constitution includes everything. So they have separate constitution under Article 370 and under separate constitution, that was a temporary provision. I repeat that was, and one request to all of you, the way you are, God bless to all of you, the way you are listening to, after getting the point very properly, thereafter I will give you writer. Naturally you would be writing point after point, getting registered here, thereafter registered in copy. This is the way of preparation. And thereafter you will find lots of freshers. Even this year I am conducting interview till last day. I tell you lots of freshers this year I have qualified. Simple BA, MA, BA, MA. Graduated 2019, appeared in 2022, 2021 qualified, 2020 qualified. And it's a so I'm so delighted to see these young people that in one go they are qualifying. A number of candidates who are appearing 2014, 15, 16, 17, like not able to crack. They are equally talented. So what is the difference? The difference is a strategy. So you should have that strategy. So once again I tell you, Article 1, part of Jammu Kashmir, part of Constitution. 370, a special status means separate Constitution. When they have separate Constitution, let me tell you, when they have separate Constitution, it was under temporary provision. Now, just to make you understand, you people, suppose you people are from Jammu Kashmir. I am government of India. I said, you have separate Constitution, that is temporary provision. Then you ask question, sir, you Honorable Prime Minister, just you, I am trying to make you understand. You ask me, I am suppose Prime Minister Nehru. You say, Honorable Prime Minister, you said separate Constitution and you said temporary provision. Tomorrow we start making Constitution and thereafter you said no Constitution. Then we got it temporary. What is the meaning of making separate Constitution? Then Nehru said, don't worry. Article 370 clause 3 is there. Article 370 clause 3 is there, that if Indian Parliament is going to change its stand, if Indian Parliament is going to change anything in Article 370, then consent of your Constituent Assembly, which is going to make your Constitution, consent of your Constituent Assembly is required. Then Jammu Kashmiri people say, yes, then we are happy. Unless we give our consent, you can't change? No, you can't change. But it is temporary? It is temporary, but we can't change anything unless you give consent. Your Constituent Assembly give consent under Article 370 clause 3. Then Kashmiri people say, दिखाओ. तो Jammu Kashmir Constitution making, Indian Constitution making, उन्होंने दिखा दिया. देखो, 370 clause 3 we have added. Oh, very fine. Then Article 370 clause 1, Kashmiri people ask. Then Honorable Prime Minister say, 371 says that Indian President will pass some ordinance for you. You have separate Constitution. Indian President will pass some ordinance for you. That ordinance would be applicable to you if you also get agree under Article 370 clause 1. Oh. So if you want to remove our Constitution, you need consent of Constituent Assembly. And if your President is issuing ordinance, then you need consent of our head. Then Kashmir people say, who is our head? Then Jawaharlal Nehru say, your Sadar-e-Riyasat. Your Sadar, unless your Sadar-e-Riyasat says, sir, what is the difference between 371 and 3, sir? 371 means consent of Sadar-e-Riyasat, head of Kashmir. And 373 means consent of Constituent Assembly. Oh, then sir, what is this 35A, sir? Then Honorable Prime Minister say, under 370 clause 1, your Sadar-e-Riyasat is ready. That President should issue some ordinance. So we are issuing some ordinance under 35A. Sir, what is this ordinance, sir? We are giving you power. Oh, what power, sir? We are giving you power to make some special provision for Kashmiri people. Oh, fine. We are happy, sir. Okay. Then accordingly, Article 1, 370, 371, Clause 1, 370, Clause 3 and 35A started working. Now the question is, recent development, we will study recent development, and the way you are listening to, it should not get mixed up in your mind. So when you first got up to this point, 1, 370, 371, 373, 35A, right up to this point, and thereafter we will raise the issue that how these 367, 137 and 142 came into scene recently. Point out, please. Now you see yourself realize how good you are writing, how good you are well concentrated. So nice. Now you write on, please, point wise. Article 1 of Indian Constitution. Article 1 of Indian Constitution includes Jammu Kashmir as a state unit. Includes Jammu Kashmir as a state unit. A state unit even after special status. Include Jammu Kashmir as a state unit even after special status. It means even POK, Pak Occupied Kashmir, it means even POK is constitutionally, even POK is legally part of India. Even POK is legally part of India. Point 1. Point 2, Article 370, which is temporary provision, Article 370, which is temporary provisions. Temporary provision. It grants permission. It grants permission to J&K. It grants permission to J&K to have their separate constitution. It grants permission to J&K to have their separate constitution. Have their separate constitution by separate constituent assembly. Have their separate constitution by separate constituent assembly. Have their separate constitution by separate constituent assembly. Next point. Article 370 clause 3 says, Article 370 clause 3 says that if Parliament is going to make any change, Article 370 clause 3 says if Parliament is going to make any change in Article 370, then consent of Constituent Assembly, this is very debatable even today, then consent of Constituent Assembly is must. Consent of Constituent Assembly is must. However, consent of Constituent Assembly is must. However, Article 370 clause A, however, Article 370 clause A empowers the President of India. Right now we discussed 373. Article 370 clause A empowers President of India, who may issue any ordinance, for J&K, who may issue any ordinance to J&K, provided head of J&K, who was Sadr-e-Riyasat, provided head of J&K who was Sadr-e-Riyasat. It is, you may have written about, who was Sadr-e-Riyasat must give consent. Who was Sadr-e-Riyasat must give consent. Next point. Now, all of you please be participative also, not simply, you have not come here just for writing, say. Now, what is the difference in 1 and 3 then? One line, 1 and 3. That 1 is empowering the President and consent of head of state. And 3 is empowering the Parliament with consent of Constituent Assembly. Very nice of you. This way its session should go. It should not just like I'm speaking, you are writing, I'm speaking, you are writing. Otherwise I have given you my full notes, photocopy of notes. So that is it. Now you next point please. So the difference between Article 371 and 373 is, the difference between Article 371 and 373 is that the former means 371, that the former empowers President by taking consent of, the former empowers President. You are writing right now about 371 or 3, in which former means 371, in which 371 former empowers the President with the consent of, Sadr-e-Riyasat, with the consent of Sadr-e-Riyasat, but the latter means 373, but the latter empowers the Parliament, with the consent of Constituent Assembly. Latter empowers the Parliament with the consent of Constituent Assembly of J&K. Empowers the Parliament with the consent of Constituent Assembly of J&K. With the consent of Constituent Assembly of J&K. Now you hold for 1 minute, please, that you have got this point. Why I would be taking this session like this, because I tell you one thing. Recently, I had got one opportunity of addressing some young journalists who had been joining Hindu. The Hindu paper invited to address over JNK in Constitution Club. So while I was addressing in Constitution Club, that's some great opportunity for me always. मैं वहाँ जाता हूँ Constitution Club, Press Club, India International Center to address such people. So the young, I tell you, it's so unfortunate at that point of time I felt that the young journalists who are going to join the Hindu-like brand, the Indian Express-like brand, those young people, they are going to join, but they are not clear about how Government of India has removed Article 370, what is the legal process. They were not clear about it. And if the journalists are not clear, naturally, how will they be passing on to common man? But you are going to be special people. You are going to be civil servant tomorrow. So you should be crystal clear how Government of India has taken a stand. Because of that, I am making this effort to you. Simply not write up. Give me 1-2 minutes to further explain. See, you got it. Now, what happened in 1957? I will give you write up. Don't worry for. On 26 January 1957, what happened? Any one of you, please? On 26 January 1957? So nice. It is like 26 January 1957, Jammu Kashmir Constitution came into action. Our Constitution came into action on 26 January 1950. Jammu Kashmir Constitution came into action 26 January 1957. And before that, just before that, Constituent Assembly of J&K got dissolved. As soon as Constituent Assembly of J&K got dissolved, entire Kashmir people dancing like anything. Why so? Because according to Article 370 Clause 3, Indian Parliament cannot make any change in Article 370 unless consent of Constituent Assembly is given. And Constituent Assembly already dissolved. Now entire Kashmir people celebrating like anything that Article 370 is no more temporary, it is permanent. It is permanent. Because, are you getting the point very properly? So good, very nice. God bless. अगर मेरा वश चले तो मैं सच में कहूँ कि all of you should be in Mussoorie, Hyderabad, Nagpur, Baroda. Training में जाओ. So I repeat. Now Kashmir people have started dancing in December 2015. I repeat, these are milestones. Why I am stepping after stepping? UPSC set question like, read out the following statement regarding Article 370, in which one statement would be regarding December 2015 also. That means, unless you cover extensively, current affairs is just like the difference between current affairs and Kaun Banega Karodpati. Major difference. Kaun Banega Karodpati, they will ask, Amitabh Bachchan will ask question, which article of Jammu Kashmir has been removed? 10,000. Article 370, balle balle. But in Kaun Banega IAS, now the question UPSC put in, why 370 got removed? 1, 2, 3, 4. So why removed, how removed, when removed? These are the questions of UPSC. UPSC does not give any factuals. So that's why I'm giving all out effort. Let me explain you. So Article 1 Constituent Assembly of J&K got dissolved on 26 January 1957. Then Jammu Kashmir had got impression that Article 370 has become permanent, because if Parliament tried to change Article 370, consent of Constituent Assembly is required. A Constituent Assembly is already dissolved. In December 2015, there was one PIL file in Jammu Kashmir High Court, and Jammu Kashmir High Court delivered historic decision that Article 370 is permanent. Why so? Because Constituent Assembly is already dissolved. Who will give consent? Then Parliament got activated. 2015 permanent, 2016 passed, 2017. Thereafter in 2017, process started, and ultimately on 5th August 2019, we removed and made entire Kashmir, put Kashmir in shock. It's not a question of happiness or a question of sadness. It's a question of understanding. Now let me tell you how it happened. I tell you. Article 370 Clause 3 says that Parliament cannot make any change in 370 unless consent of Constituent Assembly is given. Constituent Assembly already dissolved. That Government of India was also aware of. The Government of India made different route. That you need to understand. UPSC will ask. Government of India Parliament has used Article 367. Today I request all of you must have go through the Constitution. Article 368 is related to Constitutional Amendment. I repeat, you should not get confused. 368 is related to Constitutional Amendment. 367, what is it, this article, please? Any one of you? None of you. No problem. By asking this, I am activating you. Article 367, in fact, empowers the Parliament to interpret any article of Indian Constitution. I repeat, आज आप जाके जरूर पढ़िए. This is real preparation. Article 367 is in news. Article 367 empowers the Parliament to interpret any article of Indian Constitution. And if Parliament has interpreted wrongly, out of law, then Article 137 empowers the Supreme Court to review and declare the interpretation null and void. I hope you are getting it properly. Article 367 empowers the Parliament to interpret any article of Indian Constitution, but Parliament may interpret in political manner. So Article 137 empowers the judiciary, that is power of judicial review. And judiciary will examine. That judiciary is going to examine in July. Chief Justice of India has said he will examine in July. Because of that, this news has become very, very hot for you people. And under Article 137, the Supreme Court of India will review whether Parliament has interpreted rightly or wrongly. And this is what it is going on. So naturally, let me tell you, Parliament, by using Article 367, I repeat for all of you, for comfort of all of you, once again, Parliament in August 2019 used Article 367 and interpreted Constituent Assembly as a state assembly. Now suppose, just I am giving example, these Kashmiri people are sitting here and they are laughing at, I am suppose, just example, Narendra Modi is speaking on the floor of Parliament, and then I said, we will remove Article 370, we have promised our election. These Kashmiri people are smiling like, remove. But how they could not understand what route I am taking. I have taken route and then I started speaking on the floor of Parliament. Under Article 367, Parliament has power to interpret Article of Constitution. We are interpreting Article of Constitution, and accordingly, we are interpreting Constituent Assembly of J&K should be read as a State Assembly of J&K. Then Kashmir, what? Constituent Assembly of J&K would be read as State Assembly of J&K. Yes. And thereafter, okay, a State Assembly. Then further, a State Assembly already dissolved. Because in 2019, a State Assembly was already dissolved. And thereafter, under Article 367 of Indian Constitution, Parliament interprets that a State Assembly would be interpreted as governor of the state. Huh? Interpreting Constituent Assembly as a State Assembly. Now, a State Assembly as governor. Okay. And now all of you know, we will be discussing also, if governor of any state is having that authority, one phone call, or else governor is removed. See Satyapal Malik, he was sitting there in governor, huge man. Then Amit Shah, trying to make you understand, nothing to do with Amit Shah, great man. So Amit Shah may have called him, Malik ji, yes sir. Do you want to continue as governor of J&K? Sir, kya hua? Kuch nahi hua. Send report. What report? That you are giving consent to remove Article 370. Sir, kyun sir? Kyun kya nahi? You are writing or not? You are writing sir, writing sir. He wrote, 370 be removed, consent of Jammu Kashmir. That head of a state is the governor. So head of a state, then some Kashmir people sitting here, suppose, example. Nahi, governor nahi, Sadar-e-Riyasat. Then I am suppose Amit Shah. I say, oh, Sadar-e-Riyasat was changed to governor by 6th constitutional amendment in your constitution in 1965 when Lal Bahadur Shastri was prime minister. Acha? Yes. That means your Sadar-e-Riyasat is no more. Constituent Assembly is no more. Constituent Assembly is a state assembly and Sadar-e-Riyasat is governor. Oh, then now governor sent report, 370 be removed and 370 was removed. 370 removed, then the government was already having fear of some violence will take place in Jammu Kashmir. Then naturally the Home Minister, Prime Minister asked Ramnath Govindji, President of India, yes, you use Article 142. Kya hai isme? Sir, you are President. Sir, Article 142 empowers you, sir, that you issue order to J&K government to impose curfew, whatever. Sir, but it is power of Supreme Court also, to issue order. If your order is found out of law, then Supreme Court will issue order. Right now, you issue order. Oh, okay. Naturally, 370 was removed, and Jammu Kashmir people dancing on floor like Constituent Assembly dissolved, so 370 could not be touched, but 370 was touched through Article 367. I request all of you, so young you people you are, I'm really charmed, but I would like to share with you, when you write these points, you write in a way so that it should help you not only in objective, subjective, and tomorrow you are facing interview. Then when you speak, lots of candidates have been asked about 370 in interview, and Sujata Mehta, Nagarajan Madam, Manoj Soni, ये लोग जो board में है ना, they literally ask the candidate then and there. So nice to hear you, very nice. So we are very happy that way you have explained. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your interview is over. Thank you. The candidate is coming out and dancing outside the gate of UPSC itself. Yes, I have made it. Because how do you answer? What you answer is not that important. How do you answer? That is important. So here you now put in how the whole process has been. Next point, please. Next point. Constituent Assembly of J&K. Next point. Constituent Assembly of J&K was dissolved just before Constituent Assembly of J&K was dissolved just before enforcement of J&K Constitution, on 26 January 1957. On 26 January 1957. So Article 370 automatically became permanent. Very important point. So Article 370 automatically became permanent. It was further confirmed in the same line. It was further confirmed by J&K High Court. It was further confirmed by J&K High Court in December 2015. In December 2015, next point, however, removal of Article 370, is primarily based on, it's a very important, removal of Article 370 is primarily based on Article 367. Very important for you. Primarily based on Article 367, which empowers the Parliament to interpret any article of Indian Constitution, if any article of Indian Constitution, if it is misinterpreted, then the Supreme Court, will review. If it is misinterpreted, then the Supreme Court will review by Article 137. Supreme Court will review by Article 137, which is going to be reviewed in July 2022. July 2022. Next point, please. Parliament by using Article 367, Parliament by using Article 367, next point, Parliament by using Article 367 interpreted Constituent Assembly, very important para it is, interpreted Constituent Assembly of J&K, interpreted Constituent Assembly of J&K as a state assembly. Constituent Assembly of J&K as a state assembly which was already dissolved in 2019, as a state assembly which was already dissolved in 2019. So a state assembly was reinterpreted. So a state assembly was reinterpreted as governor of a state. A state assembly was reinterpreted as governor of a state. Governor of a state. So consent of governor, again very important. So consent, agreement. So consent of governor was taken. Consent of governor was taken to remove Article 370, to remove a special status, you write this way, to remove a special status. Consent of governor was taken to remove a special status under Article 370, to remove a special status under Article 370, under Article 370, next point. After removing a special status, after removing a special status, now just a minute please, all of you in this class, so minus one or two exceptions, so sincerely you are working it out. So I expect you, any one of you, please answer. If answered, it's really very nice of you. What is the role of Article 3 here? Very nice of you. I would reply that Jammu Kashmir was a state under special status. After removing a special status of Jammu Kashmir, then Jammu Kashmir state status was downgraded to UT cadre, to UT. So Article 3, which empowers the Parliament to reorganize any state of India. So, but one thing, all of you, you are so sincere candid. Any state, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, reorganized just by Article 3. But in Jammu Kashmir case, if you reorganize that state, you need to take consent of Constituent Assembly. Once again, interpreted Constituent Assembly as a state assembly as governor. That means consent of governor was taken of Jammu Kashmir to use Article 3, and the state was reorganized into two union territory, that is Ladakh and Jammu Kashmir. Now, two union territory. Now, day before yesterday when I was coming here, you must have read news, a delimitation boundary has reported. So, what is the seat allocation? No issue. मैं सिर्फ आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ so that majority of you are so activated candidate. I am that way very blessed. बहुत अच्छा है. So I am activating you, not asking you. You would say, sir, let me explain one line, sir. In Jammu Kashmir, when it was a state, sir, then Jammu Kashmir has legislative assembly, legislative council as well, sir. In legislative assembly, there was 111 seats, sir. 111, in which 87 seats had election and 24 seats was kept vacant for POK. I repeat, out of 111 total seats in Jammu Kashmir State Assembly, 87 seats election and 24 seats were kept vacant for POK to claim over POK. And Legislative Council has 36 seats. Now Legislative Council is no more. So 2 UT has been defined. Under 2 UT, once again seat is same. How is it? 46 seat to Jammu Kashmir, 37 seat to, I repeat, 36 seat, once again, 46 seat to Kashmir, 37 seat to Jammu, I repeat, a state assembly is there. Jammu Kashmir is UT. Delhi is also UT, Pondicherry is also UT. Pondicherry also has assembly, Jammu Kashmir also has assembly, and Delhi has also assembly. So in Jammu Kashmir, the assembly, the Jammu Kashmir assembly has 46 seats from Kashmir, 37 seats from Jammu and 4 seats from Ladakh. Altogether 87 seats. And 20, could you get it please? 30, 46, 37 and 4. 4. So you please write on. This is very important for objective and subjective as well. You please write on. After removing special status of J&K, the state has been reorganized in the same line. After removing a special status of J&K, a state has been reorganized into 2 union territory. A state has been reorganized into 2 union territory, which include Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. Next point, Ladakh does not have assembly. Point to be noted for objective. Ladakh does not have a state assembly. Ladakh does not have assembly. But Jammu Kashmir has assembly. Jammu Kashmir has assembly, state assembly. Jammu Kashmir has a state assembly even after being UT. Jammu Kashmir has a state assembly even after being UT, like Delhi and Pondicherry. In which 46 seat for Kashmir, and 46 seat for Kashmir Valley, 37 seats for Jammu, 4 seats for Ladakh, I repeat, 46 seat for Kashmir Valley, 36 seat for Jammu, 4 seats for Ladakh, altogether 87 seats, and 24 seats are kept vacant. Altogether 87 seats and 24 seats are kept vacant for POK. 24 seats are kept vacant for POK as earlier. Now, just one, see, this one example I am giving you, one sample I am giving you. This is the way, instead of covering so many things superficially, you cover area wise and cover in depth, so that you would be able to answer analytical question in objective and able to write subjective question very nicely, able to speak in interview also. This is regarding J&K, one nation, one constitution. Now, another thing, next we shift to area wise. After having this constitutional issue we address, next we are going to address election issue. In election issue, in this class, all of you must be very clear that recently election have been held, election is held time and again. Which article of Indian Constitution includes, because the UPSC won't ask which state election was held. This is a railway apprentice question. In IAS question they would be asking about you that Election Commission does not have power. It derives power from Article 324 Clause 1 on Supreme Court judgment, which includes 1, 2, 3, 4. This kind of question waiting for you. So I repeat once again to make you understand. Next issue is we are having Election Commission, that is in news because of its power, because Election Commission has become notice commission. They are issuing notice to everyone, not able to take any action. People are violating code of conduct. People are speaking for religious places. लोग religion को misuse कर रहे हैं in the area of election campaigning, and time and again election commission asking them not to use religion in election campaigning. Even then they are using. Election commission issuing notice and no action on notice. That election commission has become notice commission. What is the constitutional interpretation? Because you are here not for journalism. You are here for civil services. So you have to be to the point. No personal opinion at all. One thing. Second, in election area, you may have read about RP Act, Representation of People Act. I repeat, Representation of People Act, Section 8, Clause 3, Clause 4. That is in news once again. 1-2 exceptions are in every batch because they keep preparing for years after year after year, not able to qualify even prelims. You come to Delhi, you will find lots of candidates you will find. They are not able to qualify even prelims because of one reason. They are very casual. They prepare a lot and at the end of exam, as soon as the examination closes, they back out or they are totally confused. So make sure whatever you prepare should be to the point in your mind. Once again, one news is election, power of election commission and Supreme Court judgment over it. Supreme Court had delivered very historic judgment. Second, we are going to understand that is RP Act, Representation of People Act, which leads to criminalization. Please, है ना? आपको समझ में आ रहा है ना? Please, ये मत करो. ये आप इस क्लास में, in whenever it is my class, you always make sure. If I am worshipping you people like small god and goddesses, you must be deserving candidate. Purposely I have come for you people. So make sure it should not look like casual because there is nothing to smile. I am making all out effort to make you understand. And if you ever feel slightly tired and here there, time and again I ask you, you look at me. I am more than double of your age. If I am working this way, you must compete with me. Then only you would be able to compete with your age group. That is not physical stamina. Nothing doing with physical stamina. It's all passion. आप में passion है, जुनून है, तो आप कर सकते हैं. In one go you can. In my career, there are a number of candidates who have qualified in one go because of their passion. And there are a number of candidates who are attempted, ultimately they settled down elsewhere because of not having that passion. Please make sure. इस पर time waste नहीं होना चाहिए. Once again, Election Commission power is in news. RP Act is in news. Representation of People Act, Section 8, Clause 3 and 4. They are in news. And third is election bond. Election bond, which bank issues election bond? SBI. When they issues, this should be the option. I'm not asking you. So nice of you people, you get tempted to reply. Very nice. But the objective would be, read out the following statement regarding election bond. First, election bond is to integrate legal funding in election process. True or false? Legal funding. It's illegal because you have to purchase bond from the bank. That is we have to study. इसलिए मैं आपको इतना write up करा रहा हूँ because whatever you cover, this should cover very properly. Instead of just flashing point, that is already in magazines. What is the point of coming and spending time? Once again. So first is the Election Commission is in news. Second it is RP Act is in news. Third it is election bond. Election bond issued by SBI in the month of January, in the month of April, in the month of July, in the month of October. Then you may, this is current affairs. I have been teaching general studies for last 27 years, but you may say, sir, आप तो हजारों बार बोले. नहीं sir, ऐसा नहीं. I also keep preparing myself forever. If you spend with me 24 hours, majority of you will leave me. You won't be able to sustain that heat. Because if you want to be recognized, respected the way you are, you have to work that much. I am appearing before you just like an exam. You will have question paper, I have just roadmap. And so that whatever I prepared for you, I am delivering. Just like an exam, I am before you. And it comes with confidence. It's January, May, April, May, July, May, October, May. The confidence comes by proper revision. It should not be, there should not be slight confusion. It's a negative marking. So SBI issues in January, in April, in July, in October. How many days? 10 days. Suppose you are a political party. She is an industrialist. Anyone, she purchased one bond for BJP. You are BJP. The BJP or any political party, whatever bond has been purchased, whatever bonds has been purchased, the bond has to be redeemed within 15 days. I repeat, I am SBI. She came to me, she showed her PAN, permanent account number, Aadhaar, already linked, mobile number, detail. She purchased 1 crore from me, 1 crore bond from SBI, because bond is denomination of 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 10 lakh and 1 crore. I will give you write-up. जानते हो मैं भी तो prepare करके आया ना. Then only it is completely extempore. So it should be like, and these bonds, suppose she purchased 1 crore. And she purchased 1 crore and if she purchased from me, SBI, and thereafter she immediately submitted bond. मैंने कहा क्यों? Why in SBI? She said, sir, I am submitting in favor of BJP. It should be transferred to BJP account. Okay, transfer to BJP account. If BJP is not redeeming the amount within 15 days, the amount has to be redeemed, whatever be the party. If the amount is not redeemed within 15 days, after 15 days, the same amount will be transferred to Prime Minister Relief Fund. This is the whole process of election bond. The objective is, what is the objective? The objective is to legalize funding, corporate funding. This is positive aspect, that black money would be no more black money in election. Black money used in election process shall be channelized into white money. But what is the negative? The negative one point is, because of corporate funding on political party, the political party comes to power, that corporate will start getting favor. Because the power will not run from political party, power will run from Mukesh Ambani or Adani. Online I am speaking, I am just citing example. Whether Adani, Ambani leading or not leading, that I don't know, but everybody knows what is open secret. That these are the industrialists who are running the show. So this is election bond, this is in news, and now election bond has been challenged in the Supreme Court of India, because the Supreme Court today in Delhi, pollution, no pollution, challenge. Cattle moving on road, challenge. School should be shut down because it is extreme summer, Supreme Court. Supreme Court has become family court in India now. और हम लोग का problem ये है, we professional, earlier we had been 10 years back, we had been preparing very important cases of Supreme Court. Now we are compelled to prepare everything. Even divorce, no divorce, separation, no separation, not something. But that way we have to cover up. So this is election bond. The positive is the black money would be channelized into white. And the negative is that corporate funding will shift power from political party, ruling political party, to corporate sector. That would be commercialization of election process. By this point, we will link to RP Act, because RP Act is related to commercialization and criminalization of election process. Are you getting me very properly? मैं आपको कैसे लिंक कर रहा हूँ? First election bond to commercialization of election process. Then we will take up RP Act, Representation of People Act, 1951. That is related to criminalization and commercialization of election process. Then we will shift to election commission, powers of election commission, Supreme Court judgment. Then election area, all done. One thing, last I would like to factual question. What is the expenditure limit of MP now? That has been increased just in April. Yes, please. It is now 70 lakhs to 95 lakhs. Earlier it was 70 lakhs. And for MLA, bigger state, 28 lakhs to 40 lakhs. But all of you, it is to mug up only. But if you mug up, you will get confused. But if you feel like this, when I revise, what I do, I say, acha, expenditure limit revise. It is from 70 to 95 lakh. Fir my eyes, the way you smile sometimes, some of you, good smile, that's a bit, but occasional smile, it should be on right occasion. So when I also smile, 70 lakhs to 95 lakhs. Suppose one person is sitting by my side who had fought election, of MP election, and I am showing him, just to have his reaction. Aapka expenditure to badh gaya, that is 70 lakhs to 95 lakhs. He is laughing like anything. Mr. Sinha, you are professional? Yes. Do you understand? 1 crore is just peanut amount in MP election. We need 50, 70, 100 crores. Acha, throughout life if I am teaching, even then I would not be able to cross even 5 crore. So ye aapka problem hai. Come in politics. So this is it. Of course I am not going to, I would be staying with you. So I repeat, here is the election bond, then election, RP Act, then election commission power. All these things will be covered one by one. Point 1 please, next point please. Election is main tool to connect society to politics. Election is main tool to connect society to politics. So, news related to election. News related to election includes dash point 1, 2, 3, 4. Point 1, election bond. Point 2, RP Act 1951, Representation of People Act 1951, RP Act 1951, Section 8, same line, Section 8, Clause 3 and Clause 4. They are in news. RP Act 1951, Section 8, Clause 3, Clause 4. Next, powers of Election Commission. Next, powers of Election Commission. Powers of Election Commission based on Supreme Court judgment. Powers of Election Commission based on Supreme Court judgment. Based on Supreme Court judgment, including, in the same line, next point, just to put in next point, increase of election expenditure, for MP, increase of election expenditure for MPs from 70 lakhs to 95 lakhs, from 70 lakhs to 95 lakhs, and for MLA, 28 lakhs to 40 lakhs, 28 lakhs to 40 lakhs, to minimize use of money power, to minimize use of money power, to minimize use of money power. Accordingly, change the para, accordingly. Accordingly. Now, one by one we should pick up. As first we should pick up which one? Election bond. Getting the point how to cover election bond. Then second you should pick up what? RPA. Very nice. Third you should pick up election commission power, Supreme Court judgment. And fourth already we covered election expenditure. So first you pick up, first it is the election bond. Accordingly, change the para. Election bond has been issued. Election bond has been issued from the financial year. Election bond has been issued from the financial year 2017-18. Election bond has been issued from the financial year 2017-18. The provisions are dash a small point. Point 1, issued only by SBI. Issued only by SBI in the month of January, April, July and October. In the month of January, April, July and October. Next point. It will be issued for a period of 10 days. It will be issued for a period of 10 days. In the month of January, April, July and October. The next point is it will be issued for the period of 10 days. Next point, the denomination would be rupees 1000 bond. The denomination would be rupees 1000 bond. Rupees 1000, rupees 10,000, rupees 10,000, rupees 1 lakh, rupees 1 lakh, rupees 10 lakh, rupees 1 crore. Rupees 1 crore. And you should not confuse. Everywhere there is 1. So there is no other digit. 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh, 10 lakh, 1 crore. Next point. Anyone can purchase the bond. Anyone can purchase the bond. Anyone can purchase the bond based on PAN and Aadhaar card. Based on PAN and Aadhaar card. The bond so purchased. The bond so purchased may be deposited in favor of any recognized political party. In favor of any recognized political party and no individual, only political party. Any recognized political party and no individual debit. Recognized political party. Next point. The political party, next one, the political party has to redeem. The political party has to redeem the fund within 15 days. The political party has to redeem the fund within 15 days, or else the fund will be transferred to, Prime Minister Relief Fund. Or else the fund will be transferred to Prime Minister Relief Fund. Next point, it will integrate election expenditure on record. It will integrate election expenditure on record to minimize black money, election expenditure on record by minimizing black money, but negatively, corporate funding will influence the ruling government in policy decisions, which may lead to commercialization of election process, on large scale, Next point, RP Act. Now next act, RP Act, Representation of People Act 1951. RP Act 1951, Section 8, Clause 3 and Clause 4. Section 8, Clause 3 and Clause 4 have come in news. Because of Supreme Court directions. Based on landmark judgment. In 2013. The whole issue is, now you please give me 2-3 minutes. What is the whole issue? Because all of you in this class, that I am sure, when anyone get elected in election, they get elected through Representation of People Act 1951. I repeat please. Representation, name itself say Representation of People Act, RP Act 1951. Why especially Section 8, Clause 3 and Clause 4 has come under fire in news? आप लोगों ने पढ़ा उसको? अभी news में है, और it will continue because Supreme Court has not given date right now. So it will go up to your main examination also. Let me explain you. आप pinpointed 2-3 मिनट आप ध्यान से सुन जाइए. Section 8, I repeat, RP Acts. Now, first let me tell you, to make you understand why I am so much highlighting it. See, in this class, if I suppose give you compliment like this, that you look like a politician, why don't you join politics? You might feel bad. हाँ, यहाँ मुस्कुरा सकते हो, ये तो point of smile का है, तो आप ऐसे बोलेंगे ना, आप ऐसे feel करते हैं. If I say you look like a politician, why don't you join politics? You will feel ऐसे. You feel offended that I am underrating your personality. And on the contrary, if I say you look like an IAS officer, you must prepare. The way you smile, you say, thank you, sir. Then why is it so? If I say you look like administrator, you are very happy. And if I say you look like politician, you are very sad. Even your uncle is doing some sort of mischief in family. Suppose your uncle is doing some sort of mischief in family. Have you ever said uncle is doing administration in family? No. You say uncle is doing politics in family. So politics has become so abusive word that this class, it's a God say, so much talented people sitting here. You are not so keen to join politics, but you are keen to work under politics. Irony of this country is, you are not keen to join politics, but you are ready to work under politics. What went wrong in politics? I repeat, what went wrong in politics? That the talents of India are not keen to join politics, but they are very much keen to join civil services. For that reason, you have to go to RP Act 1951. Ab samajh mein aaya? That's why RP Act 1951 is very important. Now let me tell you, RP Act 1951, because 1952 was first general election of Lok Sabha. First question is, how it became act when there was no parliament? You would say, sir, constitution had already come. Yehi sab to conception hai. These are the conception. If you are preparing for civil services, number of times questions are asked, basic questions are asked, and the candidate won't be able to answer. Then you find this is only crowd everywhere. Here I am not saying so. Crowd everywhere. The real fighters are very few in number. They have deeper concept. They have good concept. They know what they know what they don't know. They are very clear. So let me tell you, RP Act 1951. RP Act 1951 became act because in 1951 there was no parliament. Election of Lok Sabha was held first in 1952. So Indian Constitution empowers the President of India to issue ordinance. So President of India has issued ordinance of RP Act, and that ordinance was passed by Lok Sabha after 1952 election. So RP Act has become RP Act 1951. Now RP Act 1951 says what it says. Section 8 clause 3 says, I repeat, Section 8 clause 3 says that if you are elected MP or MLA, or if you are going to fight election and you are convicted by any court of India, any court, you are convicted by any court of India on criminal charges, you are convicted by any court of India on criminal charges for more than 2 years, for less than 2 years, no issue. For more than 2 years, I repeat for your comfort, it should be registered in mind. If any person who is going to fight election or already MP or MLA, if he has been convicted by any court of India, even session court, any court of India on criminal charges for more than 2 years, then he will be debarred from election process for a period of 6 years along with the conviction. Could you get this point, please? Suppose the conviction is 10 years. For how many years should be debarred? 16 years. आप लोग समझ रहे हैं ना? Sitting in front, आप लोग समझ रहे हैं ना? It very properly. That means it should, because if you start, you should write registering here, then registering here. Then it is worth like. And same approach you apply to cover all the current area. See thereafter who stops you. No one can stop you. You would be very confident candidate because you know what you know what you don't know. Nobody is supposed to be encyclopedias. Once again I tell you, Section RP Act 1951 Section 8 Clause 3 says that if any person, MP, MLA or fighting election is convicted by any court of India for more than 2 years, then he will be debarred from election process for a period of 6 years along with 6 years along with conviction period. So if conviction is supposed more than 2 years, conviction is supposed for 10 years, he would be totally debarred from election process for a period of 16 years. And if someone is debarred from election period for 16 years, his political career would be totally down, finished. But what happened? Section 8 clause 3 is this one, but Section 8 clause 4 was added. Not to blame Nehru. All politicians sitting there, and they must be sitting with Nehru. Nehru ji, debarring from sir 10 years, 15 years, sir. By the time you will die, sir, we will die, sir. Kya hoga, sir? Aisa mat karo, sir, please. That I was not there to see that they were requesting like it. You are so younger to me, so I am trying to make you understand this way. So Nehru was being requested. Then what it was added? Section 8 clause 4 was added. Then people started looking, politician, they don't understand so easily the way you understand. उनको तो आप जाना ना जब secretary बनोगे, officer बनोगे, you will try to make them understand and same question they will keep asking you. तो ये कैसे हुआ? And you cannot say, अरे यार आप क्या minister हो? You can't say like this. वो suspend कर देगा तुरंत. So I repeat, you have then section 8 clause 4 was added and clause 4 says, if such convicted person, all politicians looking at what it is, if such convicted person file appeal in upper court within a period of 90 days, then he can continue election process till final judgment comes. My God, all politicians dancing on floor like, yeah, because they assured not 90 days, sir. The day I am convicted, within 9 hours, sir, no 90 days. Within 9 hours, I will file appeal in upper court. And naturally, what happened? They, without any exception, then you ask one question. You are younger mind of India. Sir, why it was added? What is the ground of adding it? It was ground of natural justice. What is natural justice? Natural justice means giving opportunity before giving a final decision. Hearing other party before giving final decision. In this country, giving opportunity of hearing to give final decision, there is no time frame. Because of that, the Hindi movie is Tariq par Tariq, Tariq par Tariq, date after date, date after date. That is the practice of judiciary. Could you get it? Natural justice does mean opportunity of hearing other party before giving final decision. How long will you appear? How long will you be heard? That is not time frame. There is no time frame. There is no time frame in political system, but there is time frame in civil services system. Everywhere time frame is there. This is it. So as a result of section 8 clause 3, had clause 3 continue, Indian politics would have been free from criminals and muscle men. But clause 4 was added. As a result, what happened? Majority of the convicted people continued in election process, which led to large scale criminalization, commercialization of election process. Could you get till this point? Then in 2013, I repeat, 2013, which case is now revived? For your prelims, this is important. For your mains, this is important. I repeat, in 2013, landmark judgment was given by Supreme Court. Who was the person involved in that case? Very prominent politician of India. Lalu Prasad. Lalu Prasad Yadav was involved in that. He is the first person who got victim. Lalu Prasad Yadav was the case, his case was there, and it was Supreme Court judgment. Supreme Court judgment in 2013. Supreme Court has no power to amend, but sometimes Supreme Court is aggressive. Supreme Court amended RP Act, not amended, they deleted section 8 clause 4. Could you get this point, please? If they deleted section 8 clause 4, that means clause 3 only continued. Clause 3 continued by Supreme Court. It does mean, are you getting me? It does mean, getting my point? Only, I repeat, section 8 clause 3 says that you would be debarred. Section 8 clause 4 says you will not be debarred if you file appeal in upper court. Supreme Court deleted clause 4. It does mean whether you filed or not filed in upper court, once you are convicted, you are debarred from election. To make election free from criminals and money power. That was landmark judgment of Supreme Court in 2013. Now Supreme Court once again has come forward by asking Government of India that was our judgment. Why did you not pass any act from Parliament? Now you pass act from the Parliament by deleting clause 4 of section 8 so that whosoever are convicted must be debarred from election process. It does mean no convict should participate in election process. Naturally, if it goes, then 2022 would be milestone in India, and Indian politics will gradually get purified from muscle power and money power. Right now, you see in every state of India the hoardings of politicians, and by seeing their weight, majority are 100 kg plus on hoarding, putting this hand, this hand, this hand, and by looking at those hoarding, can you ever think of that India is having more than 35% people below poverty line? India is having problem of starvation. By looking at them, you can never imagine. This is it. This is because of all this. So I repeat, Section 8, Clause 3 and Clause 4. You write it, what the Supreme Court says. Point out, please. Change the para. Section 8, Clause 3. Section 8, Clause 3 of RP Act. Section 8, Clause 3 of RP Act says, Section 8, Clause 3 of RP Act says that a person, if convicted by any court of India, a person, if convicted by any court of India on criminal charges for more than 2 years, if any person convicted by any court of India on criminal charges for more than 2 years, then he will be debarred from election process. He will be debarred from election process for a period of 6 years. He will be debarred from election process for a period of 6 years. Along with his conviction period. Along with this conviction period, had this provision, in the same line, had this provision continued, this is very important line for objective, subjective as well. Had this provision continued, then Indian politics would have been free from, Indian politics would have been free from muscle power and money power. Indian politics would have been free from muscle power and money power, and must have attracted talented youth of India on large scale, Next point. However, principle of natural justice, based on principle of natural justice, clause 4 was added. Based on principle of natural justice, clause 4 was added to section 8. Clause 4 was added to section 8, which says, that if such convicted person, files appeal in upper court, within 90 days, then he will continue in politics till final judgment comes. Next point. As a result, majority of the convicts filed appeal in upper court, which led to large scale use of money and muscle power, in election process. Therefore, next point, the Supreme Court Therefore, the Supreme Court has recently issued direction. Therefore, the Supreme Court has recently issued direction to carry out electoral reform. Very important phase. The Supreme Court issued direction to carry out electoral reform by having constitutional amendment to delete clause 4 from section 8 so that no convicted person could continue in politics. So that no convicted person could continue in politics. Next point. Election Commission in part 15 of Indian Constitution, from Article 324 to 329, part of 15 of Indian Constitution, from Article 324 to 329, has constitutional powers to hold elections. However, Election Commission has become notice commission. Because it is not able to take. Election Commission has become notice commission because it is not able to take. Any legal action. Therefore, the Supreme Court, based on landmark judgment, has redefined. I will explain that. Supreme Court in landmark judgment has redefined Article 324, Clause 1 and Clause 6. Supreme Court has redefined Article 324, Clause 1 and Clause 6. Accordingly, now just give me 2 minutes to make you understand what 24 says, and it's a very interesting, and you must, and all these you go on net instead of going to any magazine, etc. You go on net, type and have first-hand view. It's not question of trusting or not trusting. You will also have the same feeling what I am having now. See, one line to explain you. All of you please. Article 324, Clause 1 to Clause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the biggest article in Election Commission area. I repeat, Article 324 to 329 is regarding Election Commission. And I hope so, my hope should not break down, that you are, majority of you who are so sincerely prepared, you may be aware of Article 324. That is the core of Election Commission, because election is going on in this country. What Article 324 Clause 1 says, let me explain you once again. Article 324 Clause 1 says, just you take me this way, then you will be able to understand more easily. Suppose I am a senior counsel appearing in Supreme Court. I repeat, ab kaise samjhaun aapko, so that you should get it very properly in your mind. I repeat, I am a senior counsel of Government of India. I am appearing on behalf of Election Commission in Supreme Court of India. And see my argument, you will get the point very easily. I am senior counsel, I appeared before, suppose Chief Justice himself is hearing me. I said, Your Highness, I would like to draw your attention on Article 324 Clause 1, which says that Election Commission has power. Your Highness, Election Commission has power to superintend, direct and control election process to ensure free and fair election. Now, Your Honor, Article 324 Clause 1 says this way, and Clause 6 of same article, Article 324 Clause 6 says, Your Honor, you decide what is. Article 324 Clause 6 says, Your Honor, that Election Commission will request the Union Government and the State Government. Election Commission will request the Union Government and the State Government for administrative machinery to hold election. Now, Your Honor, you please interpret, as you are the highest judiciary, you please interpret how can a requesting body would be a controlling body. Could you get this point? How can a requesting body be a controlling body, and how can a controlling body should be made requesting body? Could you get this point, please? 324 Clause 1 say that Election Commission will superintend, direct and control to ensure free and fair election. And Clause 6 says that we will be requesting to administration to provide administrative machinery. Your Honor, you better decide, because Clause 1 is contradictory to Clause 6. If you say we should request, then we should not be holding free and fair election. We can hold election, but we will not be able to hold free and fair election. And if we are controlling body, directing body, superintending body, then we will be ensuring the people of India that there would be free and fair election. Now you decide, Your Honor. The Supreme Court, it's a really eye-opening. The Supreme Court had decided in favor of Article 324 Clause 1 by sidelining Clause 6, and Supreme Court has said, yes, the argument of Election Commission is very much in favor of free and fair election. It is very much in favor of, the Supreme Court of India has a strong, of course it favors the judgment that Election Commission be empowered under Article 324 Clause 1. It should be controlling body, superintending body, directing body to hold free and fair election. It should not be taken as a requesting body. That's mean hereby onward, the Election Commission will not be a notice commission. Election Commission will ensure free and fair election. Already they are holding free and fair election, but whatever problem we are facing these days, these problems shall also be over within short span of time after enforcement of this judgment. This is now for you to get ready for objective also or subjective also. Now you point out, please. Next point, accordingly you have written accordingly. Point 1, Article 324 Clause 1. Article 324 Clause 1 says that Election Commission, Clause 1 says that Election Commission will superintend, direct and control. Election Commission will superintend, direct and control election process. All of you please go through article in your revision. Election Commission will under Article 324 Clause 1 will superintend, direct and control election process to ensure free and fair election. To ensure, superintend, direct and control election process to ensure free and fair election. To ensure free and fair election. However, Article 324 Clause 6. However, Article 324 Clause 6 says, Article 324 Clause 6 says that Election Commission will request, point to be noted, request. Election Commission will request the Union and State Government. The Election Commission will request the Union and State Government for administrative machinery. To hold elections. Next point, therefore, to hold election, therefore, Article 324 contradicts, Article 324 Clause 1 contradicts Clause 6. Article 324 Clause 1 contradicts Clause 6 because a controlling and directing body, because a controlling and directing body must not be a requesting body. A controlling and directing body must not be a requesting body. Must not be a requesting body. Therefore, the Supreme Court made landmark judgment. Supreme Court made landmark judgment, and Article 324 Clause 1. Article 324 Clause 1 will dominate over Clause 6. Article 324 Clause 1 will dominate over Clause 6. Article 324 Clause 1 will dominate over Clause 6 to empower Election Commission. To empower Election Commission not only to hold election, to empower Election Commission not only to hold election, empower Election Commission not only to hold election, but also to ensure, empower Election Commission not only to hold election, but also to ensure free and fair election. Empower Election Commission not only to hold election, but also free and fair elections. Also free and fair election. Now, just for a moment, please, that since we are passing through election after election, other area just I am discussing with you, you please answer. This time I am asking you. If you answer, so nice of you. Don't answer, I will answer. Let me first think. What is the time period for filing nomination paper? These factuals must be ready for you because election process we are passing through. What are the maximum time frame for filing nomination paper? Always remember 8 days. 8 days. What are the maximum time period allowed for election campaigning? 14 days. Not. आप देखो क्या हो रहा है ना, आप कंफ्यूज करेंगे तो in negative marking you would be either you have to leave the question or leaving question in such competition would be inviting defeat. So if I start giving you write-up of everything, that it would be a wastage of time. So better I would like to take you to core areas, core major area. But let me once again, if you write, so nice, or if you get registered here, so nice. Let me tell you. First thing, who declares election? President, Election Commission, Chief Election Commissioner, or Governor? You would say, sir, it is always the President who declares parliamentary election. It is always the President who declares parliamentary election, and a State Assembly election is declared by the President through Governor. One. Second, when election is declared, then Code of Conduct comes into action. When election declared, Code of Conduct comes into action. By Code of Conduct, the ruling government is interim government or caretaker government. It may be caretaker, it may be interim, either way. You would say, if the government lost majority on the floor of House and the government continued till next government forms, then it is caretaker. But if the government has completed term and facing election, then it would be referred as interim government. So I repeat, the government, you would say, sir, ये सब लिखा दीजिए sir. नहीं, फिर क्या होगा ना? We would not be able to. So many cream area I have picked up for you. It would be difficult for me to deliver everything. So I am giving you. If I say simply electoral reform, all changes, you just type on Google. Google is the fantastic teacher. If you type even wrong, they ask you, did you mean? No teacher does it. Remember your childhood. If your spelling is wrong, generally teachers start scolding. Spelling आता नहीं पूछने चले आते. And Google is such a nice teacher. If your spelling is wrong, you type electoral reform. They immediately ask you, 2019, 2021, 2020, or 2022. 2022 electoral reform. Then all start will come in. So, but yes, I remind you once again, election is declared by President of course. Thereafter, once election is declared, the government comes into interim position or caretaker position. Interim position when the government has completed term and going to face election, then interim. If the government has lost majority mid-term and thereafter the government is going to face election, it is called caretaker. The caretaker interim, are they constitutional word or extra constitutional word? Extra constitutional word. They have been taken from British tradition. They have been taken from British tradition. There are no words in Indian constitution. Caretaker or interim words. Now, one very interesting, once election is declared, thereafter code of conduct applies. Code of conduct applies, that means the ruling government cannot take any major decision. But what is major, what is minor decision? Who will decide? Suppose the budget is going to be presented. Budget is major decision, the government will not present budget. But what is major decision, what is minor decision? If controversy continues, who will decide? It will be decided by Election Commission. If not solved, then Supreme Court of India will decide whether major or minor decision. Could you get the point? Thereafter, as I told you, thereafter election process keeps going. 8 days are given for filing nomination. Then how many days are given for withdrawal of nomination? 2 days. 2 days are given for withdrawal of nomination. 8 days for filing of nomination, 2 days for withdrawal of nomination. Thereafter, final list of the candidates are declared. Then final list of candidates are declared. Thereafter, 14 days are given for election campaigning. Maximum 14 days are given for electoral. I am giving you the latest electoral reform. Get ready, because what your exemption is going to be. 14 days for election campaigning. Thereafter, 48 hours before closing of election. Suppose today in evening, 48 hours before closing, suppose election is day after tomorrow. Election is day after tomorrow. Then today, 6 o'clock evening, election campaigning would be closed. That means 48 hours before real election, 48 hours before real election, the election campaigning is closed. The door-to-door campaigning is allowed thereafter. Door-to-door campaigning could be carried out. Now further, any one of you, this question, if any one of you answer with example, it would be superb candidate you are. Matchless. Nobody can stop you. This is a conceptual question I am asking. Can election be held during period of emergency? Can election be held during period of national emergency 352, Article 352 national emergency? आज आप जाके जरूर पढ़ना, ये मिस्टेक कॉमन हर कैंडिडेट करते हैं. Election can be held within national emergency. As you remember, first national emergency in India was declared in 1962 based on Indo-China War, and that national emergency continued from 1962 to 1968. Meanwhile, in 1967, Lok Sabha election was held. In 1967, Lok Sabha election was held. It does mean election could be held during the period of national emergency. The only thing you'd say, sir, what about fundamental right? Your right to vote is not your fundamental right. That is your legal right only. That could not be suspended. So that you can use that right. Then one more thing. Please, you revise today. Aaj jaake sab log revise kariye. And you revise 2 things. First, National Assembly, first national emergency, and second thing you revise always, that Article 352. Article 352 itself says that if during the period of national emergency, I repeat, if during period of national emergency Lok Sabha is dissolved, then who will extend national emergency? National emergency has to be extended at the rate of 6 months by both houses of parliament. If Lok Sabha is dissolved, that who will extend national emergency at the rate of 6 months? Rajya Sabha. आप पढ़िए, सब लोग अच्छे से पढ़िए, because attending session does not have much meaning unless you, whatever you study, what problem I am realizing here, that is very common problem in Delhi also. ये हो रहा है सब जगह. होता क्या है, you are under tremendous pressure. So generally what happens, you keep revising, keep studying for hours. How many hours are you studying? That is your main concern. How many are really digesting? That means how many paratha you are having, that is your concern. How many it is getting digested very properly, that is not your concern. As a result, indigestion is taking place. So you restrict your hours. Don't go by hours of study. Restrict your hours of study, because there is restriction for digestion also, restriction for reception also. Don't overstudy, don't overeat, either way. Karke dekho. So I repeat, Article 352 you must read today, which says, I repeat, which says that if Lok Sabha is dissolved, Rajya Sabha will extend election at the rate of 6 months. And meanwhile, that is already mentioned in Constitution. Meanwhile, if new Lok Sabha comes into existence, how will new Lok Sabha come into existence? By election. If new Lok Sabha comes into existence, then the new Lok Sabha must pass the resolution within 30 days or else emergency will expire. आप ऐसा करो, ये पॉइंट तो आप जरूर नोट कर दो, so that you should revise from your constitution very properly. It's a very important point you are missing. Point out, please. Important, you write important regarding election. Important regarding election. Point 1, 2, 3, 4. Point 1. Election could be held. Election could be held during the period of national emergency. Election could be held during the period of national emergency even. During the period of national emergency, because Article 352 says, Article 352 says that emergency could be extended. Emergency could be extended at the rate of 6 months. Emergency could be extended at the rate of 6 months. At the rate of 6 months, even by Rajya Sabha only. Even by Rajya Sabha only, if Lok Sabha is dissolved. Very important. Even by Rajya Sabha only, if Lok Sabha is dissolved. If Lok Sabha is dissolved. However, when new Lok Sabha comes into existence, when new Lok Sabha comes into existence, in bracket you write election, new Lok Sabha by election. If new Lok Sabha comes into existence in bracket election, bracket close, then the new Lok Sabha must pass the resolution. The new Lok Sabha must pass the resolution within 30 days. The new Lok Sabha must pass the resolution within 30 days. Within 30 days or else emergency will expire. Or else emergency will expire. Emergency will expire. This is very important for you, you keep in mind. Another thing, as I told you, हम बहुत सारे आपको factuals दे रहे थे, 14 days, 8 days for nomination, 2 days for withdrawal, 48 hours before election campaigning is closed. Now, for how many hours and polling booth is opened? For how many hours? These are, ऐसे जानते हैं question कैसे आ रहे हैं? Read out the following statement regarding direct, I repeat for your comfort. Read, I am compelled to speak faster. See, I am also suffocating. But the point is that time constraint is there. I want, when you get a promising candidate, really I tell you, majority of you are really very promising. So when you get promising candidate, you also get tempted to deliver as much as you can. But my suffocation is that so much of cream area I have taken out. If I take this area, then I would not be able to. So I repeat one simple thing. As I told you, as I explained you what terms, interim government, caretaker government, 14 days for election campaigning, 8 days for nomination filing, 2 days for withdrawal, fine. Thereafter, when election is declared, the election is going to be held, there has to be 2-kilometer distance in maximum between two polling booths. These are national standard. 2-kilometer distance maximum between two polling booths. One polling booth must remain open for a period of 10 hours. For a period of 10 hours. It does mean, suppose there is snowfall in the area, so heavy rainfall, then the polling booth has opened 2 o'clock daytime, then polling booth has to be open up to 10 hours. Up to 12 o'clock, it shall remain open. Getting me? So this is what is very important for all of you. Apart from that, in this election area, you should prepare, because president election is going to be held in July. You please prepare about presidential election, in which two things, in subjective you have to write in detail the process, but in objective, for objective purpose, even for subjective purpose, two terms should be very clear to you, like that. Single transferable vote system. This is very simple to understand, that you are filling forms of IAS civil services, You need one post, but how do you fill up? IAS, number 1. If not, IPS, number 2. If not, IFS, number 3. If not, Custom Central Excise, number 4. If not, Income Tax Revenue. If not, that means the UPSC asking you, sab tumhi loge kya? So what you say, sir, it is single transferable vote system, sir. It is like single transferable choice system, sir. So my one choice, if you are not giving, shift to second choice, shift to third choice. So single transferable vote system does mean there are suppose 3 candidates fighting presidential election. There are suppose 3 candidates fighting election. I think you may have covered in your class note, the regular class study, but basic thing you always keep in mind. Suppose there are 3 candidates. One candidate is ruling party, one candidate from opposition, one candidate independent, suppose. There are 3 candidates. Then on the basis of first preference, if no candidate has got 50% plus 1, then what will happen? If no candidate, all of you in this class, I am very sure that the candidate who is going to be elected must win 50% plus 1. 50% plus 1. So based on first preference, if no candidate has got 50% plus 1, that what will happen? The candidate, yeah, very nice. The candidate who got least, the candidate who got lowest vote, his vote would be distributed among remaining candidates based on their vote proportion. I repeat, suppose we are 3 fighting. I got least vote. Then my vote, suppose my vote is 30. My vote is 30. So my vote is 30. In that case, what is happening? What is my vote? 30 vote. Then their vote percentage would be decided. What is their ratio? And if the ratio, whatever is the ratio, on that ratio, my 30 vote would be distributed to them in second preference. In that case, even then, the candidate who is getting 50% plus 1 will get elected, or else the second candidate who is also getting low now will be out, and third candidate will automatically get elected. Could you get it please? इसको आप रिवाइज करिए क्योंकि ये प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन न्यूज़ में है, लेकिन वन आंसर इफ यू गिव यू आर रियली प्रिपेयर्ड, आप सही में प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं बहुत थॉरली, द वे क्वेश्चंस आर आस्क्ड, हु इज द रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर हु इशूज सर्टिफिकेट टू द प्रेसिडेंशियल कैंडिडेट दैट यू हैव गॉट इलेक्टेड? आप कहाँ से बोले? हु सेड? I would say I am reluctant to hug you, but I would love to hug you. आपने इसका ध्यान, थोड़ा करेक्शन चाहिए. क्या करेक्शन चाहिए? That in Lok Sabha it is not the secretary, he is called Secretary General. Secretary General. Secretary General Lok Sabha and Secretary General Rajya Sabha alternately. If this year Secretary General Lok Sabha, the next presidential election Secretary General Rajya Sabha. In MP or MLA case, who is the returning officer who issues certificate? District Collector. District Collector or Deputy Commissioner or District Magistrate. In your, like Hyderabad, here District Collector is sitting. But if you go Srikakulam, Prakasham, वहाँ जाएंगे आप, नालगोंडा, वहाँ देंगे District Magistrate बैठ रहे हैं. So in that case, you would be issuing District Magistrate or Deputy Commissioner if it is tribal area, or District Collector if a Police Commissioner is sitting. In that case, he would be issuing the certificate. This is regarding you prepare. So you prepare section wise. You prepare section wise for every area of general studies. That we covered like Constitution, special status. We covered like politics. We covered like election. Now we are heading towards civil services area one by one, then civil services, then fundamental right like this. In civil services area, what is in news? Mission Karma Yogi. Mission Karma Yogi. Now let See, regarding Mission Karma Yogi, few points should be in your mind. First, let me explain within 2 minutes, and 1 minute I will write up. See, Civil Services Day celebrated in India on which day? 21st of April. When it started? 1947. When it started, 1947. How can India got independence? Now this is the question for all of you. I am not asking question, in fact, I am activating you people. It is like India got independence in August 1947, and Sardar Patel, then Deputy Prime Minister of India, who celebrated Civil Services Day. You are going to be civil servant tomorrow. Who celebrated Civil Services Day on 21st April 1947. How is it possible? Yeah, please. You would say, sir, based on Constituent Assembly election in 1946, Congress had majority in Constituent Assembly election. Based on that, Nehru was appointed interim Prime Minister of India. Nehru was not caretaker Prime Minister because Nehru had not lost majority. So Nehru had been Prime Minister of India 6 times. If you ask candidate preparing for civil services, majority candidate would not be able to answer this. How many times Nehru had been Prime Minister of India? This is irony of preparation. So I tell you once again, Nehru was Prime Minister of India 6 times. First time in 1946 as interim Prime Minister after Constituent Assembly election. Second time along with independence of India. Third time along with enforcement of Indian Constitution. Then fourth time after 52 election. Fifth time after 57 election. Sixth time after 62 election. And 27th May 1964 he died. So he had been Prime Minister of India 6 times, 3 times interim Prime Minister, 3 times full-time transfer. During interim government, it was 21st April 1947. 21st April 1947 in civil lines of Delhi, Metcalfe House, Sardar Patel, the Deputy Prime Minister of India, come Home Minister. He was addressing civil services, and what did he say at that point of time? You are going to be civil servant. He said, now onward you will not be called Imperial Civil Services. You would be called Indian Civil Services. That means ICS was changed to India. Imperial Civil Services was changed to Indian Civil Services. Was only name change or role also change? Role also change. Imperial Civil Services has 2 roles: revenue collection, law and order. Tough role. And then when it became Indian Civil Services, that Prime Minister of India, the Deputy Prime Minister of India said, you will have a role of welfare also. You have to lead welfare state. This is a major question of objective. You have to lead welfare state. So now onward you are Indian civil servant. You are not imperial civil servant. You have to execute welfare also. And so that is celebrated as Civil Services Day. How many? This is 15th, 1/5, because lots of government did not celebrate it. It was the 2006 we started celebrating. It is 2022. It is our 15th Civil Services Day we have celebrated. 15th Civil Services Day we celebrated on 21st April, in which Mission Karma Yogi had been highlighted. What is Mission Karma Yogi? I will give you further. First you highlight about civil services. Point out please, make fast as fun. News regarding civil services. News regarding civil services. Then you point 1, 2, 3, 4 you point out. Point 1. Civil Services Day is celebrated on 21st of April. Civil Services Day is celebrated 21st of April, which started in 1947. By then interim government. Led by Nehru. Next point. Then Deputy Prime Minister come Home Minister, Sardar Patel. Then Deputy Prime Minister come Home Minister, Sardar Patel. Then Deputy Prime Minister come Home Minister, Sardar Patel redefined Imperial Civil Services. It's an objective question, very important. Redefined Imperial Civil Services as Indian Civil Services. Redefined Imperial Civil Services as Indian Civil Services by giving additional responsibility. Imperial Civil Services to Indian Civil Services by giving additional responsibility of welfare. by giving additional responsibility of welfare. Welfare, next point. Formally, next point, formally, Civil Services Day is celebrated since 2006. Formally, Civil Services Day is celebrated since 2006, and it has been, and it has been 15th Civil Services Day, 15. It has been 15th Civil Services Day, 15th Civil Services Day in 2000 on 21st April 2022. It has been 15th Civil Services Day on 21st April 2022. Next point, Mission Karma Yogi. Mission Karma Yogi has been launched. Mission Karma Yogi has been launched. Its major objective is capacity building. Major objective is capacity building of civil servant. Capacity building of civil servant. They have to move, it's a very important point, they have to move from rule to role, inverted comma. They have to move from rule to role. They have to move from rule to role. I will explain that, nothing to worry. They have to move from rule to role. Next point, Mission Karma Yogi is based on 5 C's. 5C this way I am asking. Mission Karma Yogi is based on 5C, in which first C stands for council. Mission Karma Yogi based on 5C. First C stands for council, second for cabinet, third for coordination committee, fourth for government company, promoting training, and fifth means citizen centric. Altogether, last point please, altogether rule of law, this is the point of Karma Yogi, I will explain. Altogether, rule of law must be supplemented by rule of situation. Now, just a minute, please. In this class, what is rule of situation and what is rule of law? Just one example will make you clear, provided you have concentration for 30 seconds. See, just think of. Suppose she is district collector, she is IAS officer, she is district collector. It is lockdown, corona lockdown, total curfew, section 144 imposed. And corona lockdown she is taking round. She found me moving on road. She immediately stopped me. Kahan ja rahe aap? I said, ma'am, I have prescription of my mother. My mother is very serious. I am going to take medicine, ma'am. I don't have any other method. Okay, now the question is, according to rule, I should be arrested and prosecuted. But according to her role, according to rule of law, I have committed wrong. But according to rule of situation, I am right. So she should let me go. Could you get this point, please? That means, I repeat, I think you may have read news about one district collector in MP who was suspended immediately because he started slapping a boy who was going to purchase medicine. Because of that, I cited this example. So it is Mission Karma Yogi now asking you that rule, you should be rule bound, but think of situation also. think of situation also. In this class, I hope so, 5 candidates will be able to answer this question. If you are asked this question, Indian Constitution is rule of law, rule of situation, or both? Majority candidates say, sir, Indian Constitution is rule of law. Then you are asked one question, tell me, it is rule of situation also. Then you say, how can, sir? Rule of situation does mean, for example, national emergency. National emergency under Article 352 is declared that is rule of law. But the ground is war, external aggression, armed rebellion. War, external aggression, armed rebellion are situations. You have to ensure situation, then are you getting the point? आप ऐसे देखो. Just I tell you one way. One simple example to make you understand. Article 19 of Indian Constitution, for example. Article 19 of Indian Constitution, right to freedom. That includes right to freedom of movement also. Suppose I started moving in Hyderabad under Article 19 and I opened someone gate, entered into his house, straightway entered into the bedroom. I say, I am here, R.C. Sinha from Delhi. You say, what? How dare you coming inside? I say, sir, under Article 19 of Indian Constitution, I am having freedom of movement in territory of India and your bedroom is under territory of India. So I came here. अब आप बताओ क्या action होगा? As per rule of law, I am very right. But then that person, if he is gentleman, otherwise I won't be in one piece. But if he is gentleman, what he will show? He will show me, see Constitution. Constitution says fundamental rights are subjected to restriction. Fundamental rights are not absolute. They are subject to restriction. What restriction? How many restriction? That depends on situation. If it is corona, total restriction. You can't stay in balcony also. You are standing in balcony, curfew, shoot at sight order. The security force would say, hey, under Article 19 of Indian Constitution, this balcony is territory of India. I am standing here, a citizen of India. How can you shoot? Bolega batao. I will show you how to shoot. Now the question is, fundamental rights are based on rule of law. But how much restriction to fundamental right, that is situation that ruling government has to decide. It is the authority of the ruling government. That means this is the concern of Mission Karmi Yogi. That the IAS officer, suppose an IPS officer asks everyone to stand in queue. One person is holding hard. He is old person, holding hard. He is standing there. Then he says, what happened? He is badly sweating. That IPS officer immediately ordered the ambulance. Ki inko nikaliye. He is sustaining heart attack. Now the question is, he is not supposed to do at that point of time. But no, Mission Karmi Yogi says, you civil servant of India, you should not be just bookish. You should not be just academic. You should not be just rule bound. You must take care of situations also, so that you should coordinate between situation and law, so that this person would be rehabilitated immediately, or this person should be given pension out of turn. Suppose that person is having sweating, he is old man. That collector has asked him to come out of turn, he has been given pension immediately. That is out of turn, not violation of law, because it is rule of situation that allows. This is the central theme of Mission Karmi Yogi. Central theme of Mission Karmi Yogi. Here I would like to share with you, I had got one opportunity of sharing dice with one lady, Jaya Madam. She was secretary of Department of Personnel and Training, where you get appointment later, and she was the person who is very much in charge of drafting Mission Karmi Yogi. So I had shared dice with her in speaking over Mission Karmi Yogi. So if you type on YouTube, R.C. Sinha on Mission Karmi Yogi, then you will find me along with Mr. Dhaneshwar Mule. He is called Passport Man of India. We have highlighted in detail about Mission Karmi Yogi and what is the expectations. So it is up to you, not only me, it is not question. Whatever you are studying today, news today, just you type on net, you are so e-friendly, type on net and go on YouTube, go on National Geographic Channel, documentaries, BBC News, Wire, Mint, whatever you go on, and you find out all the current affairs. No need of collecting material. Just go through it, the points, the way, my professional way of writing. Picking one point, then detail. Picking one, it is like taking tip, getting into detail. So regarding one Mission Karmi Yogi, one thing is very important. This concept came out in PM's mind when? It is in 2017. Narendra Modi, Indian Prime Minister, is first Prime Minister after lapse of 30 years. I repeat, after lapse of 40 years, I'm sorry. Last Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1977, when he was about to lose. In 1977, Indira Gandhi had visited Labasna, Mussoorie Academy. After Indira Gandhi, no Prime Minister ever visited Mussoorie, Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy. Narendra Modi visited LB Labasna in 2017. He stayed there for 2 days, and thereafter, by interacting with IAS officer, he could realize that these IAS officers are getting trained in bookish way. They are in academic way. They are not going to serve the purpose of the country, so their training system should be changed. And there came Mission Karma Yogi, which has been highlighted this year, and it is for you to prepare now for your civil services. So here one line you put in, just add here. Next point. Idea of Mission Karma Yogi. Idea of Mission Karma Yogi came up in 2017. Idea of Mission Karma Yogi came up in 2017. When Prime Minister visited Labasna, Mussoorie, when Prime Minister visited Labasna after lapse of 40 years. Prime Minister visited Labasna after lapse of 40 years, 40 years, after Indira Gandhi. After Indira Gandhi, the PM realized that training of civil servants, be changed from rule to role, inverted commas, very important. Training of civil servant be changed from rule to role, which led to Mission Karma Yogi. Change the para. Apart from changes in civil services, change the para. Next news. Apart from changes in civil services, police reform, criminal justice system, are in news. Police reform, criminal justice system are in news, especially because of criminal procedure identification act, got passed in April 2022, in same last one. Criminal Procedure Identification Act got passed in April 2022. Important provisions are and just once again I request you, just for noting sake, you have not come here, you are noting here first, then writing here. Let me tell you one thing. All of you in this class, please participate here, because it is April news, latest news. This act has replaced which act of India? Too good. देखो इस class में that shows that, of course, you are not able to recall right now, but you have that idea. Prisoners Identification Act. It is not question of mugging. Let me explain you. In this batch, there are some candidates who are very much updated, but not clear because of reading too much, maybe studying too much. देखो क्या है? Let me tell you. In 1920, it was British India when there was Prisoners Identification Act. Let me explain you first, thereafter I will give you fast item. Prisoners Identification Act empowered British police and even Indian police that if any person is taken into custody, arrested, If the person is taken into custody, that person, his fingerprints, signature, details, all physical details must be put on records to ensure future investigation. That continued till 2022, 1920. 102 years, 102 years passed and no change took place. Can you imagine? In 2022, that police, very important change in police reform, that Criminal Procedure Identification Act is passed. Now what will happen? If anyone will be taken into custody, earlier there was need of magistrate, now no need of magistrate. If a person is taken into custody, that person, his biometric identity, his finger DNA, everything, all genetic and phenotype. That means in this class, some of you may be aware of this term, phenotype and genotype. Phenotype means external character, genotype means genetic character. All phenotypic and genotypic character, all your detail would be stored for a period of, oh, too good, yeah. Some of you are well prepared. It's a period of 75 years. The data would be available for police for 75 years. And some of you, those who are cream sitting here, they will further read out, they may have read out, it will minimize human right violation, third degree torture. Because right now it is, kya naam hai? Ek diya. Earlier you told Mohan Kumar, we bol rahe ho Sanjay Kumar, ek lagaya fir se. No, Ravi Kumar aaya. अब पुलिस पागल हो जाती है. There is no one case, there are so many cases. And because of that, police under tremendous pressure. When police under tremendous pressure, their behavior is quite abusive. If the policeman ever speaks in a very gentle way, you must have seen Booth, may I help you, police. But if police person starts speaking like this, may I help you, I am police commissioner. कोई मिला नहीं सुबह से क्या तुमको? That way you are befooling me. Had you been police commissioner, you would have been first एक slap देते पहले तुम. That means why police is not humanized in India. So it is the process of humanization of police in India, this Criminal Identification Act. This is very important. But it is violating which article? Naturally, every effort will violate something. It is violating right to privacy. Now the question is, right to privacy is which part of Indian Constitution? Article 21. Article 21 says right to life and personal liberty. Right to life and personal liberty, how it become right to information, right to privacy, right to health, right to eyesight, right to food. Then you have to study, ये आपको पढ़ना है. Then you have to study right to life and personal liberty under Article 21 of Indian Constitution has been given landmark judgment by Supreme Court. How landmark judgment Supreme Court had given? I repeat, let me tell you. एक आदमी, see how it happened. One person was trying to commit suicide. He was caught by CISF personnel. Under IPC, Indian Penal Code, section 309, if a person is caught trying to commit suicide, he will be prosecuted and convicted. Now, this was challenged in Supreme Court of India. So, Supreme Court of India, this was challenged. See, suppose I am the counsel. How it was challenged in Supreme Court of India? Supreme Court, the challenge was, the ground was, the person who is going to commit suicide is already under mental trauma, then only he is going to commit suicide. If that person is caught, I repeat, if the person is caught, he should not be prosecuted or convicted. It is duty of welfare state. Are you getting my point properly? Because the person who is going to commit suicide is already under mental trauma. If he is caught and prosecuted, convicted, that means a welfare state is increasing the trauma of the person. Then how is it welfare state? Supreme Court took note of, yes. Then counsel said, how is it welfare state, Your Highness? The person is already in trauma and his trauma is further increased by state. So instead, sir, the person is trying to commit suicide. If he is caught, he should not be prosecuted or convicted under section 309 of IPC. Rather, he should be rehabilitated, counseled, and must be given an opportunity to restart his life. That is the responsibility of welfare state now. The Supreme Court heard, and then Supreme Court redefined. क्या redefine कर दिया? Supreme Court ने landmark judgment दिया. Yes, Supreme Court is agree. Supreme Court says right to life in Article 21 of Indian Constitution is not right to forceful life. It is right to graceful life. I repeat, it is not right to forceful life. It is right to graceful life. And under right to graceful life, there are so many fundamental rights came out. Right to graceful life means right to information, right to privacy, right to health, right to food. Is there a right to die also? अरे क्या बात कहा है, आप लोग पढ़ते नहीं हैं, ये बहुत गलत बात कर रहे हैं. Right to die, already it is granted. Right to die, what kind of, you are right, you must be surprised. Right to die is by passive euthanasia. That means the person is declared by a team of doctors that his treatment is beyond science and technology to the best of their knowledge. That, have you read case of Karuna? There's a nurse from Kerala. है ना, उसको allow किया गया ना. Karuna was not able to survive, not able to die even. That it was case was filed in Supreme Court of India. Supreme Court made landmark judgment by saying so. Yes, right to life is not right to forceful life. It is right to graceful life. If the person is certified by the board of doctors that yes, the treatment is not available within the periphery of science and technology to their knowledge, that the person should be allowed to die. He would not be given poison. Rather, all the life support system would be withdrawn, so that the person would be having passive euthanasia. Active euthanasia thus means directly giving poison. That is not allowed. That is not allowed. The poison should not be given, but whatever support system the person is having, support system shall be withdrawn. Support system shall be withdrawn so that let the person die gracefully. And then Supreme Court further has said, right to graceful life extended to animal life also, because that is also life. And so Jallikattu, cockfight all banned. ये जल्लीकट्टू कैसे बैन हो गया? ऑफ कोर्स आप जानते हैं कुछ बैन नहीं हुआ है, आप सब जानते हैं. हाउ कैन सुप्रीम कोर्ट डू इट? आंध्रा ऑलरेडी बेटिंग गोइंग ऑन, ए कर रहे हैं सब, एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑल्सो विटनेसिंग द सेम थिंग. तमिलनाडु चले जाओ, वहाँ पर आप देखो जल्लीकट्टू कर रहे. तो simply what on one hand they are saying, here the Supreme Court say right to life is a right to graceful life extended to animal life also. Extend to animal life also. On the other hand, these people say, under Article 25 of Indian Constitution, we have a right to freedom of religion. So under religious practice, we are having Kohe. Now, Supreme Court is not able to define the demarcation line, Lakshman Rekha, with a right to freedom, like hijab, no hijab. On one hand, naturally, right to freedom of religion, cultural educational right, that is fundamental right, that they can. Now the state is saying, all your fundamental rights subjected to restriction. A school uniform, if does not allow hijab, you can't wear. Now the question is, can you ask a Sikh person to put down his turban? आप आर्मी में भी नहीं कर सकते ऐसा. आर्मी में भी सिख के दम पर तो आर्मी है. सिख जाट गोरखा, if 3 people taken out, आप देख लो, बांग्लादेश घुस के मारेगा. If Sikh Jat Gorkha taken out from security forces, then we would be totally spineless. Now the question, if you can't ask a Sikh, that means the freedom of religion, cultural educational right cannot be religion based. This is the issue you need to prepare. Of course, in objective question, they would be asking like this. Read out the following statement regarding controversy of religion. Loudspeaker, no loudspeaker. Hanuman Chalisa, ये सब तो nonsense हो रहा है. Everybody knows. A complete nonsense हो रहा है ये सब. But yes, Hanuman Chalisa, Azan, what is loudspeaker? But the Supreme, you have to prepare legal view. Supreme Court of India has said loudspeaker can never be accepted as part of religion because religion is 1,000-year-old and loudspeaker is not even century-old. How can you relate loudspeaker to religion? So loudspeaker cannot be inevitable part of religion. You cannot, if the state says no loudspeaker, no loudspeaker. But it should be applicable to all. It should not be applicable to this community or that community, this state or that state. This is the whole issue cropping up related criminal procedure. A criminal procedure to right to privacy to fundamental right. This, I repeat, I am also trying to cover up as much as I can. I tell you, Criminal Procedure Identification Act. From there, I picked up right to privacy. From right to privacy, I picked up Article 21. From Article 21, I picked up right to information, right to health, right to die, etc. From right to die, I picked up further interpretation of fundamental right, latest news. This way, I would like to suggest all of you, rather direct all of you professionally, that your style of preparation should be picking up a thread. And thread to thread, thread to thread, thread to thread, you keep preparing. There is no limit of it, but if you keep preparing like this, as soon as you make a boundary, of course, you are not supposed to be researcher, you are supposed to be administrator, but your boundary has to be there. But whatever you know, and whatever you don't know, you don't know. There has to be clarity. Here you put in one line. Provisions are point 1, 2, 3, 4. Point 1, this act has replaced Prisoner Identification Act. This act has replaced Prisoner Identification Act 1920. Prisoner Identification Act 1920, in which police was empowered to take fingerprints. Police was empowered to take fingerprints and all physical and postal details, all physical and postal details to maintain as records. For the purpose of investigation. To maintain as record for the purpose of investigation. Next point. Along with development of genetic engineering biotechnology, now biometric identity. Biometric identity is must for investigation. So this new act has come. Into action. In which, very important point, in which permission of magistrate is not required. By the police. The DNA fingerprinting photography and all other genetic details including blood samples could be put into records with National Crime Research Bureau. For a period of 75 years. Next point. Such tools and records will replace, very important again, such tools and records will replace third degree torture and human right violation. Along with speeding up crime investigation. Next point. This act has been challenged on the ground of violation of right to privacy. This act has been challenged on the ground of violation of right to privacy, but on the other hand, point to be noted, but on the other hand, right to information is overlapping. On the other hand, right to information is overlapping. Therefore, demarcating between right to information and right to privacy. Therefore, demarcating between right to information and right to privacy, demarcation between right to information and right to privacy is leading to judicial interpretation. Leading to judicial interpretation. Next point. Accordingly, very important for you once again. Next point. Accordingly, Article 21. Next point. Accordingly, Article 21, which is right to life and personal liberty. Accordingly, Article 21, which is right to life and personal liberty, has been redefined by Supreme Court. By hearing a case, point to be noted, has been redefined by Supreme Court by hearing a case of attempt to suicide. Next point. According to IPC section 309, according to Indian Penal Code section 309, according to IPC 309, a person trying to commit suicide, if caught, will be subjected to prosecution and conviction. A person trying to commit suicide, if caught, will be subjected to prosecution and conviction. But the argument was put forward. Argument is also asked in examination. But the argument was put forward that welfare state has responsibility to rehabilitate such person. Welfare state has responsibility to rehabilitate such person instead of punishing. So the Supreme Court, and point to be changed, very important line it is of Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court redefined right to life. Supreme Court redefines the right to life as right to graceful life. Same line Supreme Court has used. Right to life as right to graceful life, and it is not right to forceful life. Right to graceful life, and it is not right to forceful life. Therefore, right to graceful life. Right to graceful life derived a number of fundamental rights. Right to graceful life has derived number of fundamental rights, including right to information, health, work, food security, and even right to die. Very, very important, keep in mind. And when right to die. However, right to die However, right to die is based on passive euthanasia. Right to die is based on passive euthanasia, which means withdrawing life support system, withdrawing life support system of a patient, to let him die gracefully. Withdrawing life support system of a patient to let him die gracefully, provided team of doctors have certified that the patient could not be treated within the known technology, to the knowledge of their, to the level best of their knowledge. Patient could not be treated by known technology to the best of their knowledge and belief. To the best of their knowledge, means doctor's knowledge, to the best of their knowledge and belief. Altogether, one line you write, altogether, fundamental rights of Indian Constitution. Fundamental rights of Indian Constitution has redefined Article 21 as backbone of Constitution. For objective you prepare backbone as backbone of Constitution. However, Article 137 is basic structure. Article 137 is basic structure, and Article 32 is soul of Constitution. Article 32 is soul of Constitution. That means here you keep in mind three things: backbone of Constitution, basic structure of Constitution, and soul of Constitution. And one thing I would like to share with you, in flow I forgot that I was reminded that after 2 hours I should give break to you people, because you may not be able to sustain for so long. So I'm sorry, I'm giving you break right now. I forgot to give you break, I was in flow. It is right now 12 past 10. By 12:30 you come back. It's not lunch break, please. It's not lunch break. Just have 15-20 minutes break, come back. Thereafter we will have 1 hour session. By 1:30 or so, as per your wish, I will give you lunch break. After lunch break, we would be going for international session. Fine? So 15-20 minutes break, please. Have break. Yeah. First, right now we are restarting, and I would like to inform you that have 1 hour plus some session. Thereafter, we will have lunch break. Then, international area I'll be picking up. Right now, what we have covered in same process. Once again, in same process, you need to understand criminal justice system in India, because in current development, lots of development has taken place in criminal justice system. What is this criminal justice system? Firstly, I would like to say that governance, criminal justice system is backbone of governance. First, you hear me few minutes, thereafter I will give you write-up. See, when you prepare current affairs, because this time it is classified among us, so naturally I am not stepping into other areas. So, but all government schemes, social justice, that does mean all government schemes, social justice, that you would be addressed by social issues. Right now you are having complete view of current development in terms of what is government, governance, e-governance, smart governance, etc. So first thing is, basically you should know, constitution is hardware and polity is software. That means constitution is brain and polity is mind. Constitution is, could you get it? Constitution is theoretical aspect of law and polity is action aspect. And naturally, this action aspect, polity, is carried out by structure, executive, legislature, judiciary, that is government. And their relationship is governance. Let me tell you this way. Your mother, father standing here. Structurally, they are standing here physically, then it will be referred as government. When mother started speaking and father is quiet, father started speaking, but mother started speaking simultaneously, but father got quiet and said, you please. That shows that father has so much respect for mother, that shows the relationship. It does mean when they are standing physically, your mummy, papa standing here physically, that is showing government structure. When their relationship between executive, legislature, judiciary also being highlighted, that is called governance. But if your mummy, papa using cell phone, mummy is in Guwahati, papa is in Bangalore, asking lunch had, dinner had, that means the mummy, papa interacting through electronic networking, that is called e-governance. So when the different aspect of government start working through electronic media, that is called e-governance. So likewise, constitution, polity, government, governance, e-governance, then comes a smart governance. A smart governance, I think whole class must be knowing, that is always in news, a smart governance, in which S stands for, ऐसा नहीं करो भाई. You please, this is all development taking place in India. One thing I would like to share with you, I have realized by interacting with you people, that you have potential, no doubt about it. The only thing it looks like that ship, sophisticated ship without compass. Ship is moving here, there. Not in proper direction you are not taking. So make sure, what should be the proper, it does not mean what I am saying proper direction. I am giving you the roadmap, like once I simply started criminal justice system, and suppose I said criminal justice system is backbone of governance. When you don't know government, governance, e-governance, smart governance, what is the point of criminal justice system? That you covered the class, you went off, and thereafter still you are half-hearted. So let it be well-connected preparation. Always pick up thread, well-connected preparation. So I repeat, constitution to polity, that is constitution is hardware of the country. Law, theoretical aspect of law, action aspect is polity. When action aspect is taken, it is taken by structure, like I am in action. But there is two aspects of my personality, that is my structural aspect and my action aspect. By structural aspect, I am standing in front of you. But an action aspect, you can make out that what energy level I am having. That is not by food, not by anything else. That is simply coming from passion. But this profession is not profession, it's a passion for me till last breath. So I would say this means constitution, law, action aspect, polity. Action carried out by executive, legislature, judiciary. All of you, this basic, all of you know that judiciary, legislature, executive. and here you are, civil services. This is structure of the government. That means the structure of judiciary, legislature, executive, that is government. Their interrelation shows governance. When they are using electronic media these days, when court hearing is also available on net, you can go on Karnataka High Court, Telangana High Court, you go through how hearing is taking place, how judgment is being delivered. That is e-governance going on. And e-governance is leading towards smart governance. Smart governance does mean SMART, that is always in news. That means S stands for simplicity in governance, simplification of rules, no red tapeism. M stands for high morale, that means corruption-free government. A stands for accountable government. Accountable government does mean, yes, government is, whatever government is doing is reporting back to reporting. That means government is whatever it is doing. Whosoever is asking government, the government is replying to them. That is accountable. And responsive. Responsive does mean that whether, see this way, by your body language I'll start giving you answer. It shows I am answering you, letting you know what topic we are having. That is accountability. But if you are asking something, even outside class, you are coming to me, asking question, I am replying immediately with pleasure. That is called I am responsive. And by being responsive, naturally I am trying to ensure transparency in the government. Transparency in the government does mean that which post, which ministry, which minister, which bureaucrat stand for what. Because generally you are lost in secretariat and ministry. When you go to any ministry, first thing you have to find out which government official will be dealing with what. So once it is clear to you, that is called transparency in the government. So this is whole current news going on, under which you have to study criminal justice system. That covers a lot about reforms. And that is taking place in India. So first you cover up this area. You please, headline should be, you write this way, criminal justice system is undergoing reforms. I will explain detail, no worry. Criminal justice system is undergoing reforms at all stages. Criminal justice system is undergoing reforms in all stages to promote minimum government and maximum governance. To promote minimum government and maximum governance. To promote minimum government and maximum governance. Next point. Government is a structural aspect. Government is a structural aspect of judiciary, legislature and executive. Government is a structural aspect of judiciary, legislature and executive, and their action aspect is called governance. And their action aspect is called governance. Their action aspect is called governance. Next point. Governance based on ICT, information and communication technology. Governance based on information and communication technology is referred as e-governance. For good governance is referred as e-governance, good governance and smart governance. E-governance, good governance and smart, S-M-A-R-T, and smart governance. Next point. In a smart governance, S stands for simplification of government procedures. S stands for simplification of government procedures. S stands for simplification of government procedures. M stands for morale-based. M stands for morale-based, means corruption-free. M stands for morale-based, means corruption-free. A stands for accountability. A stands for accountability, which means the government is letting people know, which means the government is letting people know about plans and programs. The government is letting people know about plans and programs. R stands for responsive. R stands for responsive, which means the government is entertaining RTI. R stands for responsive, which means the government is entertaining right to information. The government is entertaining right to information. And T stands to ensure transparency. T stands to ensure transparency, which means division of work. Transparency, which means division of work among ministry. Division of work among ministry is well defined. Division of work among ministry is well defined to fix responsibility. Well defined to fix responsibility. I will explain it. It needs explanation. To fix responsibility. Altogether, next point please. Altogether, governance has a major tool. Governance has a major tool for maintaining. Governance has a major tool of maintaining law and order. Governance has major tool of maintaining law and order. So, criminal justice system, law and order. So, criminal justice system is part of New India movement. So, criminal justice system is part of New India movement. This system includes following stages. This system includes following steps. You note down steps, then I will explain one by one. The system includes following steps dash point 1, 2, 3, 4. Point 1, reporting and registration of crime. Point 1, reporting and registration of crime. Point 1, reporting and registration of crime. Point 2, investigation. Point 3, prosecution. Point 4, conviction and presidential power of pardon. Conviction and presidential power of pardon. Accordingly, reforms are taking place. In every stage. Reforms are taking place in every stage on the occasion of 75 years of independence. Reforms are taking place on every stage on occasion of 75 years of independence in 2022. 75 years of independence in 2022. In which now you just please give me 2-3 minutes to make you understand, to cover entire area. Once again please, all of you, please give me 2-3 minutes very properly to make you understand. Thereafter I will give you write-up. See, first the foremost thing is, whatever you are covering in polity and governance, as I explained you some basic, that Constitution is your hardware, polity is your software, that is action. And Constitution and polity are executed by a structure called government. Generally, majority of you may have one confusion, that is judiciary part of governance? Yes. Governance includes all the three: judiciary, legislature, executive. And you are going to be tool of governance, that is as civil servant. So judiciary, legislature, executive, they are a structure. their structure is government, their relationship, their action aspect is governance, their ICT, information communication technology base is e-governance, leading towards smart governance in India on the occasion of 75 years of independence. A smart governance, as I told you, S stands for simplicity, M stands for morale, A stands for accountability, and R stands for responsiveness. Now, one question UPSC asks, entire conception wiped out. They will be asking, right to information is already on card. They are, see UPSC question. How they ask question. It is covered. It is your illusion that it is covered. See the question. Right to information is already on card. But which part of a smart governance reflects right to be informed? S, M, A, R, T. R and T. Very right. If you say what are, it does mean right to information. That does mean when you are asking. And if I myself giving information, right now I myself giving you information in this class from 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:30. So that is what I am entertaining, that right to be informed. You are having right to be informed. I repeat, are you getting it properly? Accountability does mean government is giving information without you are asking. That means it is a right to be informed. But even then, if you want some additional information, then you are exercising right to information that comes from responsiveness. So, could you get it properly? SMART, that means accountability and responsiveness. They are two things. Accountability does mean I myself giving you all explanation roadmap. That is accountability. That is right to be informed. You are right to be informed. But if you are asking for some more, then you are exercising right to information that I am giving by responsive. So out of SMART, getting the point? S stands for simplicity, M stands for morale, A stands for accountability. A stands for accountability, that is relating to right to be informed, and R stands for responsiveness. That means if you are asking some additional information, then I am giving you information that is right to information. Could you get it very properly? Now, this is the whole system governance now being revised in 75 years of independence under criminal justice system to make India a strong India, new India, Amrit Utsav, whatever it is called, digital India, make in India, whatever you are, a smart city, whatever objective we have, none could be achieved without having proper law and order, without having system in India. That system depends on criminal justice system. I repeat, why criminal justice system is so much in news? Because the government has promised to make a new India, to make global India, to make a strong India, to make Amrit Utsav, to make digital India, make in India, smart city, skill development, Swachh Bharat. So many slogans are there, but all depends on your system, how system is operating, and that system depends on your criminal justice system, how criminal justice system is operating in India. Because of that, 75 years of independence has core issue of criminal justice system. Now we are coming to criminal justice system. What is criminal justice system? That you are studying police reform also. In a way, you are studying police reform also and judicial reform also. Let me one thing I ask you, any one of you please answer. Do you think that simply police could be reformed and police reform would be worthless without judicial reform? What do you think? I repeat, can police reform be carried out in isolation? No. This is the point you have to study, that police will complete investigation. But prosecution, conviction takes place in judiciary. I am police officer, I have completed my investigation very nicely, but thereafter I am putting before you, you are judge. Now the question is, if your prosecution and conviction are so delayed, I am not able to put the culprit behind bar and I am facing the blame that I am inefficient. This is the reason that criminal justice system entire is under reform process. Criminal justice system has following stages, as I told you. First, it is regarding reporting and registration of crime. Second, it is investigation. Third, it is prosecution. Fourth, it is conviction, and after conviction, there is one scope in India, that is presidential pardon under Article 72 of Indian Constitution. Now, please, आप ऐसे देखिए. First thing, what is reform in reporting and registration? What is reform in reporting registration? First thing is, generally reporting reporting, number of cases are not being reported, especially sexual crime, especially in villages. Especially in villages, the number of crimes are being committed on the basis of statistics. You see that village India is safe India, but village India is more unsafe because village India, the crime is not being reported. How to improve reporting system? That is the awareness program government is going on by alerting media, alerting reporting system that you must report. That is reporting. Then reporting comes through registration. What is the latest format of registration of crime? EFIR. All of you are aware of EFIR? That means EFIR has made, because in general, one thing all of you keep in mind, this is a frequently asked question, that police in India, because of being overburdened, I repeat, police in India, because of being overburdened, try to control registration of crime instead of crime. Could you get the point, please? Could not. Once again, please, from my side. Police in India, because of being overburdened, they, instead of trying to control the crime, they try to control registration of crime. Nahi samajh rahe? Simplest possible way, when you go to any police station, you say, sir, FIR lodge karna hai. They try their level best to discourage you, because once you file FIR, on record it is, their responsibility and investigation starts. So they try their level best to discourage you this way or that way. So criminal justice system is being reformed in terms of reporting and registration. So now it is not manually, no need to go manually. You are going by EFIR system, and because of EFIR system, the registration is going high. Now registration is going high, that is showing that crime has increased in India. But what is the reality? Objective question. It is the reporting of crime that has increased in India. It is not the crime itself has increased. Crime is already there. But reporting has increased in India. That is tarnishing image of India, that even Delhi is referred number of time as rape capital. But Delhi, population density of highest in Delhi. Naturally, satellite television there, politician there, ministry there, awareness is there in Delhi. So even they are sneezing. A small girl able to report because of that much of awareness. Small girl able to report crime. Naturally, when reporting is so high, it projects image of capital Delhi that it is the crime capital of India. No, it is not like that. So you need to explain each and every reformative system in terms of first governance, as I told you, thereafter criminal justice system, and in criminal justice system we have to cover 5 steps. First it is reporting and registration by EFIR system, then investigation. In investigation, as I already told you in previous session, Criminal Procedure Identification Act, that is for investigation. Another question is asked in UPSC regarding narco analysis test. What is used in narco analysis and why is it permissible but not acceptable in court? Any one of you, please. If simply you say, what is used in narco analysis? What is used in narco analysis that is permissible in police but not acceptable in court? Yes, please.
Drugs for neurointoxicating substance.
You would say, see, this is, I am not even asking. It gives me immense energy if 1 or 2 candidates even touch the thread. I feel very nice of, yes, I should go ahead. But if your entire class is blank, then I feel like, my God, so talented candidates, but so unprepared also. And reason behind, going through magazine, bulletin, apps, etc., it will not work. All of you realize, when you go to examination hall and find the question, the questions are, UPSC is also carrying out all the research. UPSC has one coordination committee carrying out research, collecting all the material from market. They also collect all the material from market and they try to set question in a way so that you should be caught. How do you react in unprecedented situation? They never let you write examination well prepared questions. This is the reason UPSC never repeats question. They put same question in different way. So I am trying to make you understand this way. I will give you step after step, please. I will come to investigation. Investigation, first reporting registration, then come investigation. Investigation, already I covered Criminal Identification Procedure Act. Thereafter we have another thing, finger DNA photography. Finger DNA photography is acceptable. And thereafter, narco analysis test. In narco analysis test, why is it not? One line. It is already UPSC asked question, again they may be asking. In narco analysis, suppose a person is under investigation. That person is under investigation. That person has committed some crime, but he is not confessing.
Sir, he cannot be the
Witness against own. Very nice. You are right. That is the point. What he is writing, speaking, that is what we are going to discuss. Why court is not accepting. But police is empowered to carry out narco analysis, to have lead, to have investigation. So in narco analysis, in simplest possible term, according to your age group, I am giving one example. One accused, of course he is not convicted, he is accused. The accused is taken into custody. Now accused is making a statement, different statement before different officer. The police is overburdened, they can't do things. They put the person by permission is granted, narco analysis. Court say, go for narco analysis, but court says, we will not accept it. Then what is the point of going narco analysis? Narco analysis will give you lead. What is in narco analysis? The person is given ethyl alcohol. That everybody knows. I don't think anyone would be exception in the class. Ethyl alcohol. That person is given ethyl alcohol first. The person, as soon as he is given ethyl alcohol, he is in conscious stage. Right now, I am in conscious stage. If I am given that much of alcohol, I would be in unconscious stage. When I am in unconscious stage, thereafter I would be given sodium thiopental and scopolamine. Sodium thiopental, scopolamine. These are permissible drugs. I will give you writer. This is like you are giving someone alcohol and thereafter you are giving hard black coffee. इतना innocent मन भरो आप सब समझते हो. This is Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. Here, if tomorrow is dry day, I am here for the last 12 years. The only Corona period I stopped visiting. Otherwise, more than I think 450, 500 times I have visited Hyderabad. Credit goes to analog guys. So I tell you, here in Karnataka, in Kerala, these three states, if next day is dry day, day before that in evening you will find long queue in front of all liquor shop. And well-disciplined people, lost in Brahma. You won't find that kind of discipline in front of temple, what you find in front of liquor shop. They will standing in queue and completely in their turn. So here is the place where you can easily understand narco analysis. And in narco analysis, the person is given ethyl alcohol from conscious to unconscious, and thereafter given sodium thiopental, scopolamine. Then he is pulled to subconscious. When you speak while sleeping, number of times you speak, that's very dangerous because you speak something which you are not revealing. So that is the right point to record your statement. So generally what happens, so it is like conscious stage, unconscious stage, and narco analysis is based on taking the person to subconscious stage. In subconscious stage, you have lost control over yourself, and thereafter, because of that, you must have seen doctors keep hitting. Aise karte rehte. Yes, who was there? Ravi Kumar there. But you said earlier Sanjay Kumar? No, Ravi Kumar. Ravi Kumar, what he committed, he was also with me. Carry on. Tug. So that is unconscious to conscious, in between is subconscious. In subconscious stage, the statement is taken, and based on that statement, police has started investigating, and ultimately the real person caught. Now if this is put before the court, the real person can be prosecuted, but if the police says that we have carried out narco analysis, court says we permitted you, but we will not accept that statement because that statement has been recorded by you people, plus second thing, we made the person witness of his own, that is against the law, and third thing, it is rape of brain according to judiciary, because you are traumatizing someone's brain to take out information. Because of this is against the right to life and personal liberty, so the court will not accept it. This is irony in this country, that court is ready to take the lead of the investigation, but not ready to take the investigation tool. Because of that, we have passed, in April 2022, we have passed Criminal Procedure Identification Act to escape from that. Find out, now you put in, change the para. Point 1. Criminal justice system begins with reporting and registration of crime, generally police because of being overburdened, tries to control registration of crime, instead of crime itself. Point to be noted. Tries to control registration of crime instead of crime itself. So, EFIR, electronic FIR, so EFIR is reformative step. So, electronic FIR, EFIR is reformative step by which registration has increased. EFIR, electronic FIR, by which registration has increased, which is sometimes confused, with, point to be noted for question, registration increase which is sometimes confused with increase of crime, Point 1. Point 2, investigation is based on interrogation, physical and paper evidences, but in reformative steps, Criminal Procedure Identification Act, Criminal Procedure Identification Act has come into action. In addition, finger DNA photography, and narco analysis test. Narco analysis test is tool. Next point, this test is permitted by the court. This is very important always. This test is permitted by the court, but the report is not admissible in the court. Permitted by the court, but the report is not admissible in the court. Even then it is permitted. To get lead in investigation. Next point, narco analysis test is based on putting the accused under influence of ethyl alcohol, followed by these chemicals you keep in mind in objective they ask. Ethyl alcohol followed by sodium thiopental, and scopolamine. The principle is that alcohol leads to unconscious stage. The alcohol leads to unconscious stage, but the two chemicals take back to subconscious stage. The two chemicals take back to subconscious stage instead of conscious stage. The two chemicals take back to subconscious stage instead of conscious stage. Next point, since the person loses control over his statement, in subconscious stage, I repeat, since the person loses control over his statement in subconscious stage, so his confession leads to investigation. However, not acceptable to court, because it is against Article 21. Not acceptable to court because it is against Article 21, right to life. It is against Article 21, right to life. It's not confession. Basically, court says it is against right to graceful life, Now, next, just a minute, please. This you are writing about the criminal justice, first reporting registration, second comes investigation, third comes prosecution. In general, all of you in this class, in general, what is the problem in prosecution? Who are prosecutors? Public lawyer. Public lawyers are underpaid. Now, this March, the report has come, majority of public prosecutors in India, I repeat, majority of public, if your father, mother, anyone is public prosecutor, you ask them how much honest they are. They will confess with you that they are overburdened, they are underpaid. In this March 2022, the government has got report about the prosecutors who are representing the case on behalf of the police. Majority prosecutors are overburdened and underpaid. Let me tell you a day-to-day example that will make you easily understand immediately. For example, suppose you are a criminal lawyer, well-paid lawyer you are. I am public prosecutor. Now the point is that her client has committed crime, but she is very good practitioner, she can manage it. Now the point is, I am public prosecutor. How do I present the case in court? That matters. That will lead to conviction or no conviction. Are you getting me very properly, please? Once again, I am public prosecutor. One is practicing lawyer, criminal lawyer. Now the point, the government has realized now it is too late, but realize that she is well-paid lawyer. I am just underpaid, overburdened public prosecutor. One police officer is standing by my side. He has put investigation report before me. But since I am overburdened, underpaid, in addition, the nexus is that this lawyer, just giving example, this lawyer, good practice that she paid me some amount to keep quiet. Naturally, as a result, what happened? There is good biryani already made, but nobody is there to lay out. What is the point of making good biryani? Could you get this point? So investigation is proper, but investigation is not coming to court. That government has realized. And not coming to court, not because of investigation. It is because of the poor prosecution. Poor prosecution is because of The prosecutors are underpaid and overburdened. So the government has decided now that public prosecutor, because of that, government has decided now that public prosecutor's salary would be well-paid salary, high-scale salary plus division of work, so that they should put investigation before the court in right way and faster way to lead conviction. But after conviction, आपको मैं कहाँ से बता रहा हूँ ये, could you make out? Recently, if you are studying regularly, taking note of, have you read about Venkaiah Naidu, chairperson of Raj Sabha, giving a very, very touching speech on the system of India, what it is working, very recently in Raj Sabha? Core of his speech, that is the lead, that is leading to current development, all current development. What he said, that in spite of being Vice President of India, in spite of being Chairman of Raj Sabha, what he said, that I'm sorry to say that government, any government is making lots of acts without action. You are making lots of tribunals, lots of semi-judicial body, lots of fast trial court, lots of Lokpal, CBI court, ED court, etc. But he said, what ultimately happens? All these courts' decisions are finally challenged in High Court, and High Court is under pendency of cases. Okay, judgment blocked there. Thereafter, they will go to Supreme Court. Are you getting me what he said? And because of his statement on the floor of this house, Vice President had made it clear that yes, system will not work this way. Keep making acts without action, no meaning. Make commission without commitment, no meaning. Because of that, now you are studying in current affairs about the criminal justice system. What reformative measures the government immediately started after that speech especially. So in terms of registration, EFI are already done with. Investigation, already criminal. देखो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट का स्टेटमेंट है एक वीक के अंदर अंदर गवर्नमेंट इज इन एक्शन बट डोंट थिंक ऑफ बीजेपी सीजेपी गवर्नमेंट इज इन एक्शन व्हाट आई एम सेइंग it has nothing to do with party. So the Criminal Identification Procedure Identification Act already passed immediately. Investigation tool, now prosecution they are changing. Prosecutor would be paid properly so that they would be putting within time frame investigation report that will lead to conviction. And now after conviction, who is the person who further delays? President of India. How does he delay? President of India has Article 72 that empowers the President to grant pardon, but without time frame. Grant pardon without time frame. Can you imagine 1999 Rajiv Gandhi killer's case is still pending in 2022. President is not able to decide. This is irony. That entire court has done job if nicely, that ultimately the Article 72 is now coming as blocked. If you are really very sincere, majority of you are, I must say, have you gone to the question, one question has been asked by UPSC, do you agree with the statement? That was subjective question. Same subjective question they convert into objective. Read out a statement regarding presidential power of pardon. 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. So presidential power of pardon has no time frame. The UPSC asked question, should there be a time frame for presidential power to pardon? Basics तो आप पढ़े हैं ना, basic तो Article 72 of Indian Constitution empowers the President to grant pardon. I am President of India, I granted pardon, but there is no time frame, so I am taking time. Do you think in one line, objective, should President of India be given? Suppose the question is, President, time frame to pardon will lead to faster conviction. A statement true or false? It's a false. Why false? Because I am president, I am given time frame, but I myself is not taking decision. I am referring my matter to Home Ministry. Home Ministry referring matter to that state where the crime was committed. Unless that state has time frame, the ministry has time frame, simply giving me time frame will not work. Are you getting properly? This is what is the core. That's why I have picked up criminal justice system after Venkaiah Naidu, and so immediate act is Criminal Procedure Identification Act, leading to all criminal justice system change now. So I repeat here, you put 2-3 points just. Change the paradigm. Next point please. In addition, you put in addition, investigation is followed by, investigation is followed by prosecution. Investigation is followed by prosecution, but in bracket you write, then you will pick the thread. In bracket you write, as Chairman Rajya Sabha pointed out, but in bracket, as Chairman Rajya Sabha pointed out, as Chairman Rajya Sabha pointed out in 2022, as Chairman Rajya Sabha pointed out in 2022, bracket close, that prosecution is delayed because prosecutors are underpaid and overburdened. Prosecution is delayed because prosecutors are underpaid and overburdened. Prosecutors are underpaid and overburdened. Therefore, delayed prosecution leads to delayed justice. Delayed prosecution leads to delayed conviction. You write this way. Delayed prosecution leads to delayed conviction. Delayed prosecution leads to delayed conviction and delayed justice. And delayed justice, which means justice denied. Delayed prosecution leads to delayed justice. And I think whole class must be knowing this proverb. Justice delayed, justice denied. So delayed justice which leads to denied justice. Next point. Indian Constitution empowers the President under Article 72. Indian Constitution empowers the President under Article 72 to grant pardon after Supreme Court judgment. But it is without time frame. Which leads to pendency of pardon. Point to be noted for question. Which leads to pendency of pardon and ultimately badly affecting criminal justice system in India. Therefore, amendment is required. To put time frame before the President. To react on pardoning appeal. To react on pardon to ensure faster justice delivery. Therefore, one line add, please change the para. Therefore, police reform alone will not work. Police reform alone is not work unless it is supplemented by judicial reform. Police reform alone will not work unless it is supplemented by judicial reform. Now just hold for a minute and you please cooperate, activate also. All of you, while in examination preparation in police reform, have you studied about Prakash Singh committee report and Supreme Court judgment thereon? आप अगर ऐसे करेंगे तो कहाँ कैसे होगा फिर? Time is, you have to, ये सब न्यूज़ में है. All these are in news. Right now you have concluded to the point. See, I am also like examiner before you. I don't now even support system although वो हटा दिया मैंने चूँकि road map already clear है. I tell you, you are picking here with police reform has to be supplemented by judicial reform. देखो एक बात बताओ, sometime it is very painful for me addressing candidates in which 90% are potential, but very bitter I am sharing, but hardly 10% may qualify, just because of being casual in approach. Simply studying doesn't matter. How do you link all news? That is, I repeat for your comfort, police reform has to be supplemented by judicial reform. So in police reform, I already gave you some point, because if I keep giving you write up, no purpose would be served. So police reform, I already clarified you criminal justice system. Now police reform has to be supplemented by Prakash Singh committee report. Prakash Singh committee report would be an objective question. देखो कैसे आया क्वेश्चन जानते हो आप? Prakash Singh committee report has recommended, point 1, law and order police, true or false? अब आप पढ़े ही नहीं तो क्या बताऊं फिर मैं? Prakash Singh committee report, who is Prakash Singh? Prakash Singh has been former chief of BSF of India, and he is the person who is always in news. He always in news because of taking police matter to Supreme Court of India, asking Supreme Court of India that, sir, at least you people direct to have police reform, or else now New India, sir, Amrit Utsav, sir, nothing will work, sir, unless system starts working. So I repeat, in police reform, first you have to study about Prakash Singh committee. Or some of you, देखो आपको देख के लगता है one thing is missing, that is energy level. क्योंकि sustaining होना चाहिए ना, you should have passion, then only you get to know it. Prakash Singh committee, what they have said about police reform? 1, they have said that term of DG has to be fixed. जैसे for example objective question, Prakash Singh committee report has been recently in news. देखो ऐसे क्वेश्चन आते हैं यूपीएससी. Prakash Singh committee report has recently been in news because the committee says, point 1, term of DG should be fixed for 2 years. True or false? True. Point 2, Indian police be classified into law police and order police. True. This is true. Point 3, every police station must have 2 officers in charge. One should be law police, one should be order police. That means investigation should be faster. True. Like that, likewise in judicial reform. In judicial reform, now from 2016 it was pending, now it is coming on card. I think all of you must be aware of those who are law graduates sitting in class. All India Judicial Service now coming into action. All India Judicial Service, that shall be at par with IAS. Examination of General Studies plus law papers. It would be open to only law graduates. And All India Judicial Service means the government has made it a draft that those who will qualify this All India Judicial Service will be directly posted as additional district and session judge. Thereafter, promotion to district session judge. Thereafter, High Court. Thereafter, Supreme Court. That means present provision of Constitution. Present provision of Constitution appointing High Court and Supreme Court judges shall be over. अभी जो आप पढ़ रहे हैं ना 10 years of practice और 5 years of High Court justice, ये सब चला जाएगा. All will go. Simply you will be promoted just like an IAS officer going to be Cabinet Secretary of India. Likewise, All India Judicial Service officers shall be appointed as High Court Judge and Supreme Court Judge of India. New generation of judges are coming in India through this All India Judicial Service. ये पढ़ना है ना आपको. आप लोग कर क्या रहे हो मैं समझ गया हूँ. You are confined to pay magazines and apps or bulletins, newspapers. ये कुछ help नहीं करेगा आपको. What to do? You always type like this. Go on net, you type like latest news regarding judiciary started coming. Latest news regarding governance started coming. And printer एक attach करके रखो आप. एक take out and thereafter print out, underline, main point निकाल लो, फेंक दो उसको आके. This is the way of preparing. Initiate purchasing so many. I think if I visit your study room, I will immediately come out. Because your study room must have become library and you are studying like researcher. 14 hours, 12 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, still not happy. वो कुछ नहीं पे करता है, वो सब कुछ नहीं पे करता है. आप सिर्फ एक laptop, one printer. That is, for psychology, you keep so many books in a study room, keeping all the books open so that their friends, your parents, when they visit their room, they see like war room it is. And they start giving you compliment. Next topper is sitting in this room. ये सिर्फ psychology, it doesn't work at all. कुछ नहीं work करता है. आप please मैं hint कर देता हूँ. You please go on detail. Please go on. Next point please you just put in कितना लिखा हूँ आप लिख दीजिएगा. Police reform, next one, police reform is based on, next one, police reform is based on Prakash Singh committee report. Police reform is based on Prakash Singh committee report. Prakash Singh committee report, already directed by Supreme Court, already directed, committee report already directed by Supreme Court for fixed 2-year term, for fixed 2-year term of police officers, fixed 2-year term for police officers from DG to inspector, from DG to inspector, followed by DG to inspector, followed by police be classified into, that's very important, followed by police be classified into law police and order police. Police be classified into law police and order police, law police and order police, in which law police and order police, in which law police will be responsible for investigation, law police will be responsible for investigation to speed up investigation, to speed up criminal justice system, to speed up criminal justice system. Similarly, to speed up criminal justice system. Similarly, judicial reform is based on, All India Judicial Service. Judicial reform is based on All India Judicial Service. All India Judicial Service recommended by National Law Commission. All India Judicial Service recommended by National Law Commission. Recommended by National Law Commission. National Law Commission. The examinations shall be at par. The examinations shall be at par with civil services. The examinations shall be at par with civil services. Civil services, and the selected candidates, and the selected candidate, it is first time in India it is happening, and selected candidate will be subjected to judicial training. Selected candidate will be subjected to judicial training to promote new generation of judges, from district to high court to Supreme Court. New generation of judges from district to high court to Supreme Court. From district to high court to Supreme Court. Change the para. Another area you cover, please. Apart from governance and criminal justice system, federal disputes in India, apart from governance and criminal justice system, federal disputes in India are very much in news. Federal disputes in India are very much in news in terms of now you just hold for a few minutes. What topic you are covering last? Federal dispute in India. आप लोग को पता है आपका स्टेट का, तेलंगाना का आपका फाइट है with Karnataka border. Likewise, Maharashtra having fight for border. Likewise, Assam having fight with Nagaland. So many states of India are now having in news. They are fighting. Nobody will ask in UPSC which state has fight with which state. ऐसा कुछ नहीं पूछेंगे वो. They ask concept that why majority of states in India are having dispute with neighboring state. It is because of controversial definition of border. That means they would be asking question like this. आप में से कोई ऐसे देखेंगे. Give the right sequence of state formation in India. I am just giving you one hint. Now, giving the right sequence state formation in India. If I am giving you, suppose I am giving you, that is Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. True or false? True. It is true, because you know 1911 Bengal was a state then, and Bengal, from top of Bengal, north of Bengal, Assam forms, from south of Bengal, Odisha form, from west of Bengal, Bihar form. So first ever formation of states in India, it was Assam, Bihar and Bengal. Then you have to, border dispute is in the news, and you are in magazine, border dispute padna hai, border dispute. Examination hall, they are asking question like right sequence of border formation in India. You are holding your head because you did not cover in total. You just cover the news. See, current affairs has nothing like, it is like unless you have affair, then only there will be some current development. Itna to samajhte ho na. If in this age you are not able to understand it, that God is only helpful to you. This is the right age. All of you may have affair. If you have affair, then somebody is asking the current development of your affair. Where she is, where he is. What is the relationship right now? To explain that, simply name is not sufficient. You have to go into conceptual analysis. How this relationship started, when it started, how many times broke, whether broke or not broke. Entire concept you have to derive. Likewise, when you study federal dispute, simply federal dispute आपसे कोई बोल दिया तो आपने कहा border dispute. Border dispute आप क्यों होता है? That you have to go into right sequence. One, then right sequence. I think all of you just एक बार सुन जाओ, वो लिखाएंगे तो wastage of time हो जाएगा. Assam, Bihar, Odisha, first formation. Thereafter, State Reorganization Act 1956. 14 states, 6 union territory. Thereafter in 1960, Bombay state was bifurcated into Maharashtra and Gujarat. Thereafter 1963, Nagaland. Nagaland formed in 1963. After Assam, Nagaland is second state. That's why Nagaland, Assam is fighting over border. This UPSC will ask that Assam, after Assam, first northeastern state was formed in northeast, that is Nagaland, in 1963. Next is 1966, when Himachal Pradesh, Haryana formed from Punjab. Then in 1972, Manipur, Meghalaya, Tripura formed, northeastern states. In 1975, Sikkim got integrated into India. Earlier Sikkim was a princely state, like Hyderabad. So Sikkim got integrated in India in 1975. Thereafter 1986, Mizoram formed. So आप कहेंगे, sir, the way you have, and one thing with due respect, it's not mug up, really. I am taking so many areas. Here I am confined, of course, today. Otherwise, my area of operation is post-independence, social justice, thereafter impact of globalization on Indian society and economy as well, plus pre and post-economic reform in India, thereafter governance, polity, comparative constitution, foreign policy, international relation, international organization, the internal security, disaster management, majority part. तो अगर मैं मगअप करूंगा तो कैसे सस्टेन कर सकता हूँ? That means there is a feel कि मेरा कंट्री है. एक बार ऐसे नजर घुमा के देखेंगे सारा स्टेट कब कौन बर्थ लिया बता दे सकते हैं. यू से सर आप 1000 टाइम बोले नहीं, 1000 से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. दैट मेक्स नो डिफरेंस. यू शुड हैव दैट पैशन कि व्हाट आई नो, व्हाट आई डोंट नो, आई रियली डोंट नो, आई डोंट हैव कंफ्यूजन. सो लाइकवाइज आप फिंगर टिप्स पर बना लीजिए इसको. तो मणिपुर, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, 1986 इज वन मेघालय, आई एम सॉरी, Mizoram, and recently NEFA, that Arunachal Pradesh is in news because of AFSPA, Armed Forces Special Power Act. When Arunachal Pradesh formed, 1987, what was the earlier name of Arunachal Pradesh? Very nice. Northeast Frontier Agency. Northeast Frontier Agency called NEFA, N-E-F-A, NEFA. That was bordering part of Assam. That has become what is called Arunachal Pradesh. Now, after this, in the year 2000, Uttarakhand, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh formed. 2014, Telangana formed from Andhra Pradesh. And now they demand for Vidarbha, Saurashtra, Purvanchal, Gorkhaland, Bodoland, Greater Nagaland. Isko aap chhod do. Because if those are demand, they would not be asked in objective question. But those who are already formed, they would be asked. Now the question is, latest question is regarding AFSPA. I think whole class must be aware of that recently AFSPA, Armed Forces Special Power Act, Armed Forces Special Power Act. अब आपने क्या किया, prepare किया, which state has withdrawn, which state not withdrawn. UPSC is not that fool. वो नहीं पूछेंगे, वो क्या पूछेंगे, वो बोलेंगे read out the statement about AFSPA. अब कह लो, thereafter they will ask in detail when AFSPA was formed. ये पूछते हैं. AFSPA was first enforced in 1958 during Nehru ji, because of demand for separate state all across India. So AFSPA came into action in 1958. Secondly, AFSPA is in those areas which are declared disturbed area. Who declared disturbed area? President of India. It is not the governor disturbed. President of India. Under which article President of India disturb any area, disturbed area? Article 355. आप ऐसा करो, नहीं तो मैं भी suffocation के साथ I don't want to get back with suffocation. मैं आपको hint line सा दे देता हूँ. You please cover these areas because just AFSPA you should not just read AFSPA. All related area you cover. Related area. And then you say if you cover current affairs very nicely along with taking detail, don't you think you already prepared for mains examination, not only prelims? Because any area if you prepare, when you suppose you are studying about satellite launch in India. Satellite launch. Naturally, you will start studying about SLV, PSLV, GSLV, cryogenic engine, liquid fuel, kahan banta hai. Naturally, when liquid fuel you are talking about, then you would be going for fuel. What kind of fuel is used? What is liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, hydroxyl methyl, hydroxyl methyl hydrogen, polybutadiene. Lots of things. You would be going for fuel system. What I mean to say in one line, you pick up one news. And thereafter get into that news, allied area you cover. It will give you confidence that by when guess also thereafter you can answer certain question with confidence. Otherwise simply superficially covering news, it makes no difference. So आप इसको please cover कर दो. Next point, if federal disputes it is, and here in this way it was in term of dash 1, 2, 3, 4 point. Point 1. Number of Indian states are having border dispute. Number of Indian states are having border disputes. Because of undefined boundaries. In sequence of formation of states. Undefined boundaries in sequence of formation of states. Undefined boundaries in sequence of formation of states. And you make a hint line, sequence of formation, there you put this kind of mark, some tick mark. That means you study about the sequence. We should not waste time, as I say, starting from Assam, Odisha, Bihar, thereafter which state form in which year, you prepare whole sequence of formation of state in India. Here it is. Next point please. Second State Reorganization Commission. Next point. Second State Reorganization Commission. Just here you give me 30 seconds, otherwise writing would be confusing. In whole, I am that sure, entire class must be aware of that India does not have second State Reorganization Commission. We have only first State Reorganization Commission in 1956. Now second State Reorganization Commission has been recommended by which commission? Sorry, I could not get you. कोई बात नहीं, गलत हो जाने दो, कोई बात नहीं. Let it be wrong. At least you are responding. That's a great thing. Second State Reorganization Commission has been recommended by Constitutional Review Commission 2001. Who led Constitutional Review Commission? If you आज जाकर के आप क्या करो? You just type Constitutional Review Commission. All the development you will find, what current development you are studying in different magazine, सारा development आपको मिल जाएगा. Constitutional Review Commission. And if you have that book of क्या नाम है? नहीं, यहाँ जो आप पॉलिटी के पढ़ते हैं, लोकल होता है लक्ष्मीकांत, मैं रजनीकांत बोल रहा था. So Lakshmikant book polity, if you see, I have seen in latest edition, the last pages are related to Constitutional Review Commission. He has covered that very properly. So you go to the last pages, you will get all the latest development related to that review commission itself. So please point out, second reorganization commission is recommended by Constitutional Review Commission. Second state reorganization commission recommended by Constitutional Review Commission in 2001. Constitutional Review Commission 2001. It said that India must have smaller states. It says that India must have smaller states. Very, very important, keep in mind. It says India must have smaller states with equal representation to Rajya Sabha. India must have smaller states with equal representation to Rajya Sabha from every state. Equal representation to Rajya Sabha from every state. Equal representation to Rajya Sabha from every state, similar to American Federation. Equal representation to Rajya Sabha from every state, similar to American Federation. Similar to American Federation. I think this much you know, American Federation. America has 50 states, and big or small, every state elect 2 senators. They have equal importance because there is no separatist demand in America. We should follow that. That's very good idea. This is it. Next point, please. Federal dispute. Next one. Federal dispute related to disturbed area. Federal dispute related to disturbed area and enforcement of AFSPA, Armed Forces Special Power Act. Disturbed area and enforcement of AFSPA, Armed Forces Special Power Act. Next point. This act was made in 1958. Next point. This act was made in 1958 to deal with internal disturbances. This act was made in 1958 to deal with internal disturbances, especially in Jammu Kashmir and northeastern states. Next point. Article 355, very important, please revise this article. Article 355, I said Article 355. Article 355 empowers the President. Article 355 empowers the President to deploy central forces in any state. Article 355 empowers the President to deploy central forces in any state because the Union government has responsibility. This is the meaning of article. Go to. Because the Union government has responsibility to protect any state. Union government has responsibility to protect any state from external aggression and internal disturbances. Union government has responsibility to protect any state from external aggression and internal disturbances. Next point. Therefore, AFSPA empowers central forces. Central forces to take control of any area. And they are empowered to even open fire. In controlling threat to internal security. Next point. In April 2022, AFSPA has been partially withdrawn. This would be a statement in objective. In April 2022, AFSPA has been partially withdrawn from Assam, Manipur and Nagaland. Partially withdrawn from Assam, Manipur and Nagaland. Assam, Manipur and Nagaland. However, it will operate in Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu Kashmir. However, it will operate in Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu Kashmir till further order. It will operate in Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu Kashmir till further order. Till further order. Now, another last point I would like to, majority of you must have got the news that recently there is controversy between center and state regarding enforcement of national policy. आप इसको ऐसे समझिए. Number of times Prime Minister say that it is Pradhan Mantri Swachh Bharat Yojana. Your KCR says, go back. I am just citing example of KCR. KCR, Didi of Bengal, except Patnaik of Odisha. All other non-BJP chief minister, as soon as Prime Minister speaks about any national policy, first line they say, we won't. Its name is Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, unless it is Mukhyamantri Gram Sadak Yojana. We will not imply it. And so far, your chief minister is concerned, I am speaking online. He may be going for Vastu also. In which direction roads should go, north or northeast or northwest, whatever. So this is the I cited example, this is the controversy going on between center and state. Latest news is how to implement national policy. Article 39 of Indian Constitution, I repeat, Article 39 of Indian Constitution says that while enforcing national, that is directive principle of state policy. This much all of you know. Until Article 35, fundamental right, 36 to 51 is directive principle. Article 39 is the directive principle, very specific directive principle, which is very specific directive principle in what sense? Because if you enforce directive principle, Article 39, and if your fundamental right getting affected, even then 39 will come into action, fundamental right not.
14 necessary.
Yes, please.
Article 14 necessary.
Article 14 plus this was made in 1971 itself. Very good. आप अच्छा prepare करो ऐसे सब लोग करो. All of you should do it like that. I repeat. So now national policy is in news. How to enforce national policy in India? Article 39 must be taken ground of any national policy in India, so that it would be the responsibility of every state to comply with national policy to ensure one nation or one poll, one nation, one ration. Even this is also being objected by certain chief minister. This is also because of their system. So here this is in news, national news. Another national policy, another news in federation is regarding appointment of governor. I think all of you must have read about news. The governor post is constitutional, but gradually the post of governor has become political. So what shall be the objective? Objective question kaisa hoga? What shall be the objective question? The post of governor has become political from constitutional because 1, 2, 3, 4. Point 1, political appointment, true or false? Very true, political appointment. Point 2, political removal, true or false? Very true. Point 3, there is no parameter for Article 356, true or false? Article 356 is failure of constitutional machinery in the state. And Constitution does not define anything about failure of constitutional machinery. I am governor of Telangana, suppose. And Article 356 says, suppose the center gives me direction, Telangana government को dismiss करना है. अगर वो dare कर लेंगे तो देखो कैसे कर देंगे. Under Article 356, I will send report to Union that there is no state machinery working in Telangana. KCR will come to me as governor, sir, what is wrong with you? How did you send this report? I can say, go and challenge me in court. And court cannot take into, because the point is, it is discretionary power of the governor to decide about functioning of state machinery. This much of power given to. So, आप पढ़ेंगे ना तो objective तुरंत कर देंगे आप. Yes, this is true, this is false. This is true, this is false. Simply studying for hours make no difference. Time and again I am speaking to. उसके depth में जाओ आप. So regarding national policy, regarding role of governor, and I think in this class, I am making all effort, rest up to you. In this class, I think all of you must have got to latest controversy regarding All India services between center and state. What is the latest controversy? That any IAS officer serving in a state would be deployed to center. On the ground, the center has deficiency of IAS officer. Directly it is like this, but indirectly it is, if any state IAS officer is not complying with the direction of union government, that IAS officer will be taken deployment to center, and thereafter he will have like this. क्यों? तेलंगाना में बैठ के बहुत कलर दिखा रहे थे, अभी आ जाओ. And now this is indirectly what it is indirectly going to affect the service condition. Service condition of IAS in India, in which article? ऐसा मत करो भाई, ये तो बहुत. Under Article 312 it is All India services. Under Article 311 that is related to you people. You are going to serve civil services. Civil services service conditions are defined in Article 311. That is going to be changed now. So just few lines you put it to have your own study properly. Just few lines. Next point is federal discipline. Next is national policies. National policies are being objected by a number of states. National policies are being objected by a number of states on party ground. National policies are being objected by a number of states on party ground. So Article 39. So Article 39 is in news. Which is directive principles. Therefore, if national policies are announced based on Article 39, that it would be constitutionally bound. Based on Article 39, that it will be constitutionally bound to states. It would be constitutionally bound to states, to enforce national policy. Next point. Similarly, role of governor, which is constitutional, but has become controversial because of some political appointment, under Article 155. 155 is related to appointment. Some political appointment under Article 155, some removal under Article 156, under Article 156, and Article 356, which is related to failure of constitutional machinery. Article 356, which is related to failure of constitutional machinery in the state. Article 356, which is related to failure of constitutional machinery in the state, is not well defined. Therefore, Constitutional Review Commission says, point to be noted for question. Therefore, Constitutional Review Commission says, point 1. Article 155 and 156. Article 155 and 156 be amended to avoid political appointment and removal. Article 155 and 156 be amended to avoid political appointments and removal. Next point, failure of constitutional machinery. failure of constitutional mastery in the state. Failure of constitutional mastery in the state be defined. Failure of constitutional mastery in the state be defined so that, point to be noted for question, failure of constitutional mastery be defined so that precedent rule in a state, should not be used on political ground. So that precedent rule in a state should not be used. Precedent rule in a state should not be used on political ground. Should not be used on political ground. Now, could you get this point? If the failure of constitutional mastery is defined, then Article 356, just one line please. Don't you think right now Uddhav Thackeray, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is having fear of imposing precedent rule? Because he is not able to control law and order situation. Hanuman Chalisa, Ajan, this going on. These are the conditions where news is coming up. Nobody will ask you about Hanuman Chalisa, Ajan. They'll be asking you that these are failure of constitutional mastery. If not defined, then precedent rule would be used and misused politically. How to define? ये आपको न्यूज़ में पूछ रहे हो. You prepare this way, all these Article 356, I think, unless you read article very properly, and then it comes into news. When it comes into news, then you go on the detail of article. This will give you whole. Apart from all this, one thing I would like to refer with you, what is called People's Parliament. जैसे ये objective में रहते हैं. What is called People's Parliament? You would say media, sir. Media earlier आप कहते हैं third pillar. ऐसे नहीं आप पूछते हैं People's Parliament, that is media. Now the question, what is the stop press? ये political terms है. Stop press does mean the news which is waiting for last hour publishing. आप एक काम करो, आप लोग ना ऐसे सिर्फ टाइप करो parliamentary proceeding terms like 0 hour, question hour, calling attention, adjournment motion, no conference motion, vote of thanks. अभी जैसे recently is in news, vote of thanks. What is vote of thanks and what is censure motion? How are they against each other? Censure motion does mean that majority of the member of parliament are not agree with the government achievement. Then they vote against the government, what is called censure motion. But if majority of the parliamentarians are in favor of the government achievement, then the president will speak on the floor of parliament and they will exercise vote of thanks. So vote of thanks means supporting government and vote censure motion means opposing government. In presence of President of India who is addressing joint. Once again, with really, you are quite younger to me, but even then I would say with high regard to all of you. I would repeat this, your uranium needs proper processing. Some of you seem to be aluminum. That is there. I won't point out. But yes, majority of you are uranium, need proper processing. That's it. And what God has given me ability, I have given you how to lead to. Take news, get into that detail. Right now, after this post-lunch, I will be taking you international, in which I will be starting right from United Nations. Foreign policy, diplomacy, why India supported Russia indirectly, what is Quad, what is NATO, why NATO is so active. All sorts of development taking place in terms of concept, not only facts. If there is, I have no meaning of my coming to Hyderabad if I am giving you facts. Facts to sab jagah bhara hua hai. You are expecting me to analyze concept and interlinking that how to. In United Nations, this India is also non-permanent member now. How long India is non-permanent member? 2 years. ये गलत बात है, ये आप लोग 2021-2022 whole year. 1st January 2021 India joined. 31st December 2022 it would be over. What are the seat allocation of United Nations non-permanent member? चलो कोई बात नहीं, आप lunch करो पहले and I will get back to you. It is 2 o'clock past 5 around. 3 o'clock is okay for you? और चाहिए? 3 o'clock, 1 hour. So please 1 hour, 3 o'clock, I will get back to you starting international, United Nations and all. Fine? See you. I would like to remind all of you, it's a good afternoon now. We have to start post-lunch session. First few things I would like to share with you. When you start preparing current affairs, especially for international area, your mind got overburdened. That's very sure. That United Nations, Interpol, International Court of Justice, so many things are there, huge area. And you generally feel lost, like that where to start, where to close, so that each and every area should be covered. For that reason, that is very simple, it's common to all. But you have to draw a roadmap. For example, today I have whatever time I have right now with you, I have also roadmap with me. It is just a roadmap how to cover. In roadmap, first thing, see, once again I remind, these things are more important than class. When you attend the session, these things are more important, how to draw roadmap. So, I tell you, first thing, which organization, parent organization of the, concentrate here, please. I should not remind now. क्योंकि देखो क्या है ना, when you are not listening to these roadmap and straight away I started giving you detail write up, you are simply writing and you got only what you have written. You won't be able to fly ever. Getting? It's like you are learning aviation. Simply piloting does not matter. Aviation, how to deal with turbulences, how to deal with tabletop runway where both sides are valley. When you learn technique, then you automatically will be able to cover. Like, let me tell you, United Nation is in very much always in news. Now, I am putting myself, you take advantage of it, please, as much as you can. Now, please sit down. See, as soon as you pick up United Nations, if you start simply studying, you won't be able to cover questions. So what you do, first you hear me few minutes. मैं आपको write up करा दूँगा. Otherwise, simply writing, there is no meaning of my coming here. You are wasting your time, I am wasting my time. So it should be like a roadmap should be clear to you. As soon as you got to United Nations, first question comes in mind. Why United Nations formed in 1945 itself? Yeah, I'm not asking. This way you should start hitting. Very nice of you. Start hitting. You say it is because of Second World War. Is it right answer? You'd say no, sir. It was not because of just Second World War. It was because of nuclear bombing of Japan in Second World War. That was shockwave for entire world. And the world wanted to avoid Third World War, and to avoid Third World War, world decided there has to be a strong parent organization. That organization took birth in 1945 itself, that is United Nations. Thereafter, they please have concentration. नहीं तो आप books में परेशान हो जाओगे. हम लोग, in spite of having so huge experience, when we go through books, we first go screen out the books, whether this book has any content or not. So make sure. And why do I keep reminding you people? If you stand by my side, you will find 90% candidates very up to mark, like, yes, what it is. 10% are just like listening to. Their facial expression says they are just getting what I am speaking to. They are not able to move further. So I am trying to take them also into confidence to take them further. See here, once again. United Nations, why formed 1945? First question. It is because of nuclear bombing of Japan. That sent shock wave in the entire world. And world wanted to avoid Third World War. So there has to be a parent organization, United Nations formed. Now, only United Nations can avoid Third World War? No. You are speaking to self, then only you would be masterpiece preparation. Then you say, no. It was, World War took place because of economic disparity. Even in family also, fight between brothers takes place because of economic disparity. So economic disparity was main reason. And to remove economic disparity, along with United Nations, which organization formed in sequence? Yes. देखो इसी क्लास में बहुत सारे लड़के, if you are uncomfortable is because of heat, Just come up from front side. Are you comfortable? Please. तो देखो क्या है, naturally United Nations further generated demand for IMF, World Bank, GATT. This is for short-term loan on higher rate of interest to stabilize their exchange rate, because different currencies have different exchange. World Bank, long-term loan for infrastructure development to develop trade. Then GATT came out. GATT was multilateral trade, so that unless we trade with each other, there won't be economic prosperity. Right now, I think in this class, 10 candidates must be, I'm sure. 10 candidates must be sure that India is having record wheat production. अभी आप हमारे northern India आ जाओ, आप घबरा जाओगे देख के wheat production. We have around 10 crore ton. On an average, it was 7 to 7.5 crore ton of wheat production. This year, we have a record bumper production in spite of farm agitation. We have 10 crore ton and we have a storage capacity of hardly 6.5 crore ton. Remaining is in open. So naturally, we are very keen to export. We are asking Ukraine, आटा चाहिए क्या? आपको आटा चाहिए? आपको आटा चाहिए? We are asking, why so? Because we are going to export surplus wheat, and whatever money would be earning from export, the same money would be using in importing wheat when we need it. जानते हो UPSC क्या पूछेगी? UPSC won't ask. If you are not alert, UPSC won't ask export of wheat. They will ask you ship to mouth policy, hand to mouth policy. And when you are exporting your surplus and importing against need, what is called ship to mouth policy. Ship is getting the point, please? Exporting surplus. I repeat, whatever surplus production you have exporting, earning foreign currency, keeping here, and as soon as there is a scarcity of wheat, you are importing wheat from outside by paying the same amount. This way you are running the show. That would be detailed in economy. In this session, I have only one suffocation, that earlier I was having free bird like any area I was entering, but right now, naturally, when a team is addressing, I have to constrain that. So let me tell you, IMF for that reason, World Bank that reason, thereafter GATT was for multilateral trade, but along with GATT, that is 45 to 48, 1945 to 48, in 1949, NATO formed. That surprised the entire world, and surprising even today. And let me tell you one thing, everything, it should be like common man understanding, that you get the concept. Why NATO is so prominent even today, why every country now, Sweden, Finland, so peace-loving, beautiful country, they are also very much keen to get into NATO. Why are? You please tell me. Aap batao. Why Finland, Sweden, like peace-loving country, they are so keen to get into NATO? Nice of you, you answered. He is not able to answer. Why? Because, please change this practice. है ना, ये पे नहीं करेगा आपको. आप लोगों को, how many times I should remind you that you are engrossed in just writing. First you think of what is the attraction of getting into NATO. This will give you concept to read further. NATO, to make you understand, NATO is like boys' hostel. What is the charm of boys' hostel? When you stay in boys' hostel, you are boss. Because if you come on outside, if you hit someone, no problem. But if someone hit you, क्या फायदा है? Immediately get back to hostel and just say, you know, that person, who? Inqilab Jindabad, entire hostel came out. And then, could you get it? Then entire hostel started beating. This is your advantage. And NATO is same kind of organization. NATO is same kind of organization, that NATO is also having this kind of charm. If you are a member of NATO, if you hit someone, they just keep smiling. You hit, very nice, good, keep on. And if you are hit, you came back. मारा है. कौन मारा? Russia. Entire move. Then you say, why not in Ukraine case? In Ukraine case, they did not come out because Ukraine is the kind of boy who, without getting into hostel, started fighting. Could you get it? First, they should have got into NATO. And thereafter, they should have invited confrontation with Russia. They, before getting into NATO, and NATO boys hostel also asked that boy, उसको मारना है पुतिन को ना मारना है मारो हम लोग हैं we are Zelensky कूद गया लगा दिया and thereafter this then Putin Vladimir Putin Russia he got back घेर लिया चार बगल से then Zelensky asking uncle beta you are not member of NATO see now this is informal language to make you understand. अब देखो क्या होता है ना तुम लोग जैसे talented हो the kind of talents you have if you get into day-to-day example and thereafter you are writing like NATO membership has disadvantage formally you would be smart to explain further what is the advantage and naturally thereafter NATO to Warsaw Pact to non-alignment to multiple alignment everything would be very crystal clear to you and thereafter whatever week you are studying you would be enjoying international relations because international relation is just like human relation. It is like if I am your friend and you are having some problem with him, then I have to choose whether I should maintain your friendship or I should start same kind of relations. But Narendra Modi has emerged a global leader kind of that he is shaking hands with everyone. Shaking hands with everyone. It is like that he is having engagement rings, bulk of engagement rings he having, and he asks everyone, I love you, I love you, I love you, and everyone is start accepting also. I tell you one thing, it is your age example, one girl on Valentine Day, she was trying to find out a very good card. So she searching, one card she liked. And that card it was written, don't mind, just girl, boy, any maybe. So the card was written there, I love you and you and you only. That girl was very happy. Thereafter that girl ordered to shopkeeper, Bhaiya, pack 1 dozen card. 1 dozen. That does mean to 1 dozen, she is going to send message, I love you and you and you and you only. Same is the leadership of Narendra Modi. That is the art of leadership, no doubt, unbeatable. But how formally you would be writing? Formally you would be writing how he is able to take confidence of West and East together, how he is successful in looking at East policy. Everything would be crystal clear to you. So, I repeat, when you study, आप लोग सब ये आदत बना लो आप क्या करो ना first you always go through the text properly video properly YouTube documentaries understand thing and thereafter set sequence and start writing it will be totally in your mind always whenever you are asked to explain you will explain it so United Nations now one by one it has first I am giving United Nations established in 1945 the basic objective was to avoid Third World War. Permanent member, all the winners of Second World War, permanent member, USA, UK, France, Soviet and China. Except China, all were winners of Second World War. They were permanent member. Now, United Nations at that point of time itself, when it started, it was having 51 members. Now UN has 193 members. And United Nations has 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent members. Out of 10 non-permanent members, India has become one of the non-permanent members. How many times? 8 times. It is from 21 to 22, continuing. Now the question is, these non-permanent members, what is the seat allocation of non-permanent member in entire world? Seat allocation. Then you would say, sir, seat allocation of 10 members. And any one of you please interpret seat allocation. It is for Asia and Africa together, 5 seats. For Western Europe, 2 seats. Latin America, 2 seats. And Eastern Europe, only 1 seat. Majority of you, please, talent ko use karo. If somebody asks you, 5 seats to Asia, Africa together. So huge Asia, Africa, only 5 seats. And 2 seats to Western Europe. That does mean United Nations formed with Western powers influence. I repeat, 2 seats to Western Europe, 2 seats to Latin America. Latin America, pampered country of America. So 2 seats to Latin America, 2 seats to Western Europe, only 1 seat to Eastern Europe. Why? Because Eastern Europe was towards Soviet. Suppose this is Europe. you are sitting Europe. This side, suppose I am standing here, I am US. This is North Atlantic. This is North Atlantic. You are Western European country. So naturally, I am favoring you, Western European country, and those who are sitting that side of wall, you are Eastern European country, and the young man sitting in the last, who is Soviet Union. So naturally, he is Soviet Union, I am US, a bipolar world, I am superpower. I would like to give more and more favor to this Western European country because you are prosperous country and money generates all power. So Eastern Europe only 1 seat. Entire Eastern Europe only 1 seat, and Western Europe at 2 seats. Latin America, my beloved country, 2 seats. So 2 seat, 1 seat, 5 seat, and 5 seat Asia, Africa together, 10 seats. Now, just 1 minute please. Out of these 10 seats, India is of course non-permanent member. Now India, when it was sanction was raised against Russia. What is the process of sanction? Process of sanction is, please try to understand, process of sanction is, I repeat, if you want to impose any sanction from United Nations, out of 5 permanent and 10 non-permanent, majority will count. Could you get it please? Out of 15, 8 must favor any decision. Got the point? Out of 15, that means 5 permanent, 10 non-permanent, 8 must favor a decision. But what happened when Russia was about to face sanction due to Ukraine, that India abstained, China abstained, and because of that what happened, sanction could not be imposed against Russia. Now the question is, this is UPSC question, why did India abstain in favor of Russia? Simply by writing friend, it is not going to be in UPSC answer. Then you have to write why India favored Russia. There are so many reasons. First reason is gunboat diplomacy. I deliberately speak so. Gunboat diplomacy, so that majority of you would be like this. Gunboat diplomacy. What it is? Because once you become curious, then I enjoy really telling you. And if you are simply listening, then I don't enjoy. Because there has to be curiosity. So what is this gunboat diplomacy? Why India favored, why India abstained to favor Russia? That we would be writing. I'll be giving you all detail. First you write whatever we have got right now. You start from point after point. Second World War witnessed nuclear bombing of Japan. Second World War witnessed nuclear bombing of Japan, which was shocking for entire world. Therefore, shocking for entire world. Therefore, efforts were made to avoid Third World War. Efforts were made to avoid Third World War by establishing series of organizations which included point 1, United Nations to promote world peace. Point 1, United Nations to promote world peace. Next, IMF for short-term loan on higher interest rate. IMF for short-term loan on higher interest rate to stabilize exchange rate. IMF for short-term loan or higher interest rate to stabilize exchange rate. Next, World Bank for long-term loan. World Bank for long-term loan on lower interest rate. World Bank for long-term loan on lower interest rate to develop infrastructure. long-term loan on lower interest rate to develop infrastructure. Infrastructure. Next, GATT, General Agreement on Trade and Tariff. GATT, General Agreement on Trade and Tariff was established, was made. GATT was made to promote multilateral trade. This is based on the principle to promote multilateral trade. This is based on the principle that surplus producing country, that is applicable to India now, please take care, that surplus producing country must export. Surplus producing country must export, and same export earning should be used for import. Same export earning must be used for import. Next point. These organizations are fundamentally led by UN, which was founded in 1945. Fundamentally led by UN, which was founded in 1945 with 51 members. 1945 with 51 members, and now it has 193 members. Next point. Any sanction or military action must be passed by majority. Any sanction or military action must be passed by majority among 5 permanent, and 10 non-permanent members. 5 permanent and 10 non-permanent members. 10 non-permanent members. Next point. 5 permanent members are USA, UK, Soviet. 5 permanent members are USA, UK, Soviet, now Russia, France and China. However, non-permanent members get elected for 2 years only. Non-permanent members get elected for 2 years only. Next point. Each permanent member enjoys veto power. But non-permanent member does not have veto. Next point. Seat allocation, very frequently asked question of UPSC. Seat allocation of non-permanent members. Non-permanent members. Seat allocation of non-permanent members include 5 seats for Asia and Africa together. 5 seats for Asia and Africa together. 5 seats for Asia and Africa together. 2 seats for Western Europe. 2 seats for Western Europe. 2 for Latin America. 2 seats for Western Europe. 2 for Latin America. And only 1 for Eastern Europe. 2 for Latin America and only 1 for Eastern Europe. That shows pro-West United Nation, point to be noted. That shows pro-West, pro-US. That shows pro-West United Nation. Next point, India has got non-permanent membership. India has got non-permanent membership for 2021-2022. 2021-2022, which is eighth time. Next point, India's position is in news. Next point, India's position is in news. India's position is in news because of abstaining from voting, to favor Russia. Because of abstaining from voting to favor Russia. The decision is based on number of reasons. The decision is based on number of reasons which include dash point 1, 2, 3, 4. Point 1, military support in Indo-Pak War 1971. Military support in Indo-Pak War 1971 against nuclear threat. Military support in Indo-Pak War 1971 against nuclear threat by US. Against nuclear threat by US to India. I will explain you right properly first. Against nuclear threat by US to India. It is called gunboat diplomacy. It is called gunboat, very frequently asked question. It is called gunboat diplomacy. Gunboat diplomacy, point 1. Point 2, you are writing reason why India favored Russia. Point 1. Point 2, trade and technology support. Trade and technology support. Point 3, nuclear energy support. Point 3, nuclear energy support. Nuclear energy support. Point 4, diplomatic support. Point 4, diplomatic support in case of surgical strikes. Diplomatic supports in case of surgical strike. In case of surgical strike. And point 5, support in case of serious issue, support in case of serious, grave issue, support in case of serious, I am speaking serious, grave, support in case of serious issue like Article 370, support in case of serious issue like Article 370 and removal of special status. Article 370 and removal of special status. Removal of special status. Change the para. All these factors make Russia, again this is question, all these factors make Russia all-season friend to India. All-season friend. All these factors make Russia all-season friend of India. All-season friend of India. So India has always been, in the same line, so India has always been pro-Russia. India has always been pro-Russia earlier pro-Soviet. India has always been pro-Russia, earlier pro-Soviet, when it was Soviet Union, pro-Russia, earlier pro-Soviet in terms of its foreign policy and diplomacy. India has always been pro-Russia, earlier pro-Soviet in terms of foreign policy and diplomacy. In terms of foreign policy and diplomacy. Now, please hold for a minute to make you understand. एक बात और बता दूं आपको. It's a very important. When you come back and taking pain and keen to know, that gives me motivation, energy, because all of you, not all of you I would say, majority of you, when you come back, in spite of having post-lunch session, you always feel like that there should not be low energy. I am quite senior to you. Or if you are in post-lunch session, you are low energy, think of yourself this examination. You have to change your lunch pattern also. Because it is really, you can't afford in this examination 3 hours, 20 question. You sit before mirror, you will get to know. I am not pointing out especially. Sit before mirror and ask yourself. Straightway ask yourself, will you be able to write 20 questions in 3 hours? Straightway look at mirror. Mirror never tell lies. And you will say, and that too 150 words in 8 minutes, 250 words in 10 minutes, that is the time distribution. And that too, not only writing, understanding question, cracking question, writing question. And one after, getting the point please? ये जब develop करोगे ना आप लोग, तब वो आएगा. Then only that feel will come that yes, you are able to write this examination. Getting it properly, young lady? Getting it properly? So please, I remind all of you, क्यों मैं ऐसा suffocate करता हूँ जानते हो? When I explain that what first reason gunboat diplomacy, when 70-80% face is like, sir, what happened, sir? Then you feel very much delighted to take 20% also into confidence. You know, why do we favor Russia so much? I give you few lines just to hear me. Dekho, thankfully none of you then born, but I was in school, unfortunately, when 1971 war broke out. And you know, on 3rd December, you are all fortunate sitting in class. I am the only unfortunate standing in class. That's why I am standing. I tell you, on 3rd December 1971, Pakistan carried out attack over India. And within 3 days, Janet was Nixon, American president. और आप जब interest होगा ना आपको, when you have that much of interest, then only you will be able to cover international. Otherwise, international relation, international organization, foreign policy, diplomacy is not your cup of tea then. Very difficult. But it is your cup of tea provided you are very much keen to understand that international equations. So I tell you one thing, in 1971 war, once again, what was in 1971? Let me tell you what happened. It was East Pakistan that was forming as Bangladesh. Let me further tell you, my body, if you take this account, this is East Pakistan, this is West Pakistan. Earlier it was West Punjab, it was East Bengal. East Pakistan, West Pakistan. And East Pakistan, Bengali culture. West Pakistan, Pathan culture. And in West Pakistan, parliament, president, army, embassy, intelligence, everything there in West Pakistan. Islamabad, capital, West Pakistan. East Pakistan has nothing. East Pakistan are totally deprived. Because of that, East Pakistani started asking for separate country, Bangladesh. Bangla culture, Bangladesh. Naturally, that much detail I won't give you here right now. It's not required that much, but yes, I am giving you clue. But when naturally they started demanding separate Bangladesh, आप लोग those who are sitting in last row, getting me very properly, please? Getting it? Very nice. So nice of you. So this East Pakistan, when they started demanding separate Bangladesh, it was led by then leader Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. And naturally West Pakistan has culture. That is culture. If someone speaks against the Pakistani ruler, they face military action. So naturally it was military action started. Military action has started in East Pakistan. Lakhs and lakhs of people brutalized. Naturally, refugee at that point of time, a huge number of refugees started coming to India. And India was fighting against Garibi, poverty. Indira Gandhi won election 1971, Garibi hatao. We had been fighting against Garibi, poverty. And even then we started giving shelter to them. You may ask questions, sir, why India provided shelter to them? I ask you counter question. Can you stop 80, 100 people coming to your doorstep and begging before you? And you say, maar denge. They said ready to die. Maar do. How can you kill them? Naturally, India provided that much of support, and then West Pakistan started accusing India that India is interfering into internal affair. India is interfering into internal affair. Naturally, that Pakistan raised voice up to United States because that is the patent uncle of Pakistan throughout. Whenever, right now Pakistan is not in that shape, but earlier it was like Pakistan, slightly penning, uncle. Anyone, India slightly looking at uncle. What is called gunboat diplomacy, military polarization. Then you say, why US supporting? US supporting, it is like why thou supporting number of gang leaders in Mumbai? Then only you can rule. Chota chota jo gunda hota hai, they are patronized by bigger gundas. So bigger gunda don't operate themselves. Bigger gunda is sitting like lots of mala, tikka, sitting there and speaking about non-violence. Non-violence. And really they are the people who are operating through violence. Same international politics also. So naturally because of that what happened, Pakistan accusing India of internal affair, then China further said, if you take interest, all point would be giving you. China further supported Pakistan. On what ground? China said, yes, Pakistani. Yes, India has habit of interfering into internal affair. Our Tibet issue, Dalai Lama extended some political asylum. When China started giving support to Pakistan, Pakistan, balle balle, yes. Thereafter, Pakistan turned towards US. Uncle said, when China is supporting you, we are also supporting you. This is high time for you to attack and take control of entire Kashmir because Kashmir is the only agenda. Naturally, Indira Gandhi was seasoned leader. Indira Gandhi at that point of time, I am giving you this much of detail to understand you, to make you understand please. Indira Gandhi in 1971, she could make out that Pakistan will carry out attack by having support of China and US. You may ask one question, sir, China and US supporting Pakistan, India alone cannot fight them. Naturally, Indira Gandhi, then Prime Minister of India, she immediately visited Moscow. And Moscow welcomed Indira Gandhi because we also tried to develop some uncle, our uncle. Then it was Leonid Brezhnev, who was president of USSR. He welcomed Indira Gandhi, and Indira Gandhi signed military and technology collaboration with Soviet. Military collaboration does mean if India needs military support, Soviet will provide. And thereafter Indira Gandhi, by signing this in August 1971, what is called foundation of gunboat diplomacy. Gunboat means your diplomacy is based on gun loaded on boat. I think in this class few candidates must have heard of 7th Fleet. 7th Fleet Enterprise, that is nuclear warship of US. Very deadly warship that is. So I repeat, it is called gunboat diplomacy what I am discussing right now because gun mounted over boat, nuclear warships. So naturally what happened, Indira Gandhi signed with Soviet Union in August 1971. And to make you understand, you are younger, so I am trying my level best to make you understand. Indira Gandhi, while signing, she looked at US. It is like that, if you are going to support Pakistan, our uncle is also getting ready. And naturally, and here I am trying to make you understand this way, simplest possible way, so that if I get activated to ask, generally I don't ask question in class, don't ask, because out of one feel in mind, if the candidate with so much confidence I ask a particular candidate, you please answer, if the candidate is not able to answer, then I start feeling very low. My energy level goes down. So I don't take risk by asking question. I simply ask question to activate candidate. And that too, even 1-2 candidate not able to activate, then what to do? But yes, then only I refer them as aluminum, remaining are uranium. That means the aluminum cannot be converted into uranium. Uranium can be processed in 235, 233, 230, everything. But aluminum cannot be processed to uranium. So I repeat, when Indira Gandhi signed, thereafter, this was Soviet, it was foundation of that Soviet which we are favoring today. And naturally, on August we signed, in December, 3rd December, Pakistan attacked. And hold your heart, 3rd December, Pakistan attacked. 6th December, just 3 days after, US along with nuclear warship, it is Bay of Bengal, nuclear warship stationed. Not only that, you are true Indian, ask yourself, you hear this line on net, and then if your blood does not boil, it is water in you then. You go on net and you will find US administration on 6th December 1971 issued nuclear warning to India, and you know what the language was? Language was, India must declare ceasefire unilaterally, or else India would be wiped out from world map. अभी भी वो लाइन पढ़ो ना नेट पर तो लगता है वाइप करने नहीं, अब तो हम वाइप करने के. Now we are capable of wiping others. This is the way, because sometime insult is must. Chanakya was insulted by Dhananand, because of that Chanakya become Chanakya. It happens. When you are insulted, two things happen. Either you bow down and leave preparation, or you become so aggressive like injured lion and lioness. And you prepare, make ranks, and thereafter you touch feet of those people who had been skeptical of you. This is your metal. So I repeat, on 6th December, I'm not emotional, professionally I am speaking. On 6th December, nuclear warship, warning to India. Overnight, Indira Gandhi sent SOS. What is SOS? Save our soul. SOS. You should study properly, please. These are very common terms used in newspaper. SOS. Save our soul. That is diplomatically last word by any country if the country is facing some sort of threat. SOS sent to. SOS is sent even by an officer also. You are an IPS officer surrounded by Naxalite from all sides. And you exhausted arms and ammunition. On wireless, only one thing you can push, and that is SOS. Headquarters will activate your support. So it was SOS sent by India, and can you imagine? Within 2-3 hours, that we never forget, within 2-3 hours, Soviet warship surrounded India from all sides. Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal. Now, nuclear warship of US and nuclear warship of Soviet face to face. They did not fight to avoid Third World War. Had they fought, Third World War. Even today in Ukraine case, they did not fight to avoid Third World War. Now both are face to face. What is referred as gunboat diplomacy. And since then, thereafter, naturally when US also present, Soviet also present, in presence of two superpowers, then India fought with Pakistan, and on 16 December, what happened? अगर आप ऐसे आप लोग रखोगे तो क्या मजा आएगा, फिर से पढ़ने मन भी नहीं आएगा कभी कि क्या पढ़ा हम लोग. 16 December one cannot forget that one 90 world history में ऐसा नहीं हुआ है. 93,000 army soldiers and officers of Pakistan was captured by Indian army, including general. It never happened in world history. And thereafter they surrendered prisoner of war. And it was that day only, 16 December. We captured them, put them prisoner of war, and 1972 by Shimla agreement we let them go back to their country without single scratch. एक scratch नहीं लगाया उनको. Or let them go back because they had been in uniform. And see what is happening. They are trying to behead security person. Sometimes they behead security person. This is the reason. Nobody is... It's a question of mindset. It's not a question of diplomacy. So because of that reason, because since then, Soviet had become India's all-season friend, and thereafter, military support, technology support, nuclear energy support. Which nuclear plant in India is constructed by Russia? Only 1-2 are responding. You people are equally talented sitting there in specs. I do expect too much of talent from you people. But completely neutral like, ठीक है कोई बात नहीं. ऐसे थोड़ी हो जाएगा. It is difficult to qualify when group 1. You are talented people, no doubt about it. You are not going to give me any sort of award. I don't like even. But I really speaking, that has to be a body language on your face. Ki sir, this is what it is. That nuclear Kudankulam plant Tamil Nadu. Simply this is any kid can speak. You would say, sir, Kudankulam plant in Tamil Nadu is 1000 megawatt each, sir. Commercially viable nuclear energy plant that has been made by Soviet in Russia in India, sir. So they are providing us military support, technology support, trade support, nuclear energy support. We carry out surgical strike in Myanmar. Kab kiya? 2015. Do you understand when surgical strike we carried out in Myanmar? Myanmar is very favored country of China. China next day would have asked India, क्या है ये? Surgical strike. If China एक बार आपको ऐसे देख लेगा कि do we carry out? पसीने छूट जाएंगे आप. लेकिन see the morale. As soon as we carried out surgical strike in Myanmar, China, before China could activate it, Vladimir Putin looked at China. This is what is called diplomacy. And why Russia favors India? Because Russia knows that because of NATO expansion eastward, only 2 countries are strong who can face heat of NATO. And these 2 countries are India and China. Because of that, Russia keeps China and India, China are bitter enemy. Not only enemy, India, China. And can you imagine, Putin is friend of Russia also, Putin is friend of India also. Because Putin realized Putin is taking off his own interest. He said, why to invite tension with India for sake of China, and why to invite tension with China for sake of India? Better keep both of them into good book. This is what is called diplomacy. When you are able to take everyone into confidence, in your family people say you are very diplomatic. Uncle is happy, Papa is happy, Mama is happy, Mummy is happy, everyone is happy, everyone appreciates you. That means you are in the good book of everyone. That is your art, what is called diplomacy. Because diplomats never speak in a straight line. Diplomats always speak in spiral lines. Happy, not happy, they won't explain. This is what is called in Russia, we favoring Russia. All the points, could you get it please? So first, military technology, military support. Second, technology and trade support. Then only it will be in your mind. मैं कितना भी बोल जाऊँ, ये है ना, ये blast करने लगता है. But I feel very nice of in the evening, late evening, when I feel that yes, at least 75 to 80% candidate would be able to write on their own. That's my achievement of the day. So I tell you, it should be on fingertips. Why India favored? Why India favored? Firstly, because of military support, trade and technology support, then nuclear energy support. Nuclear energy is the future of India now. Then comes diplomatic support in case of surgical strike. Then comes, we take major decision like 370, etc. Entire world starts speaking. And Russia does not speak. At the same time, Russia is the country which always support India's permanent membership in United Nations. Now, one point please, any one of you. Why does India? Now, another issue United Nations is, already I explained to you, another issue is United Nations needs to be democratized. What are the points you would say that United Nations needs to be democratized? See the objective question, please. See the objective question. I do expect, not by single session, but I do expect an approach so that you would be in the mains examination also. I repeat, you are asked this question, that India, you will ask this question, democratization of United Nations is must because, point 1, foundation 51 country, now 193 country, true or false? आप लोग भी participate करो ना, participate करो. कैसे participate करोगे? आप कहोगे 51 to 193. It does mean, in spite of the fact that UN is not that active, but even then membership is increasing. That does mean more and more hope is increasing. So United Nations has to be democratized because it started from 51, now it is 193. Second reason what you can give, all the permanent members are nuclear country. Let there be some non-nuclear country. Third reason what you can cite, all the countries, permanent members are developed country except China. So let there be developing country like India. All further points what you can, देखो एक बार, I would have got much relief had I simply gave you write-up. United Nations, please try to realize it. United Nations should be democratized and I gave you start writing. But I speak so much before I give you write-up. It gives me inner satisfaction that you are not just writing for writing's sake. You are very much aware what points we should put, what objective point that United Nations has to be democratized. Then only you further write it and get registered here. Now, apart from all these reasons, one reason why India should give in permanent membership, especially if you are asked, you would say, sir, one very strong, very nice of you people. First, it is largest democracy. Second, it is India is the only country which has never been defaulter of United Nations. Whenever our contribution came to, in spite of facing economic crisis in India during Narasimha Rao, 1991 Prime Minister, 1991-92 financial year, we had no money. $2.2 billion just, lower than Pakistan, lower than Nepal हमारे पास था. At that point of time also, Narasimha Rao led India, contributed to United Nations without default. Third reason is, all peace operation United Nations, whenever Indian Army is called, Indian Army participated, and all other country, when their soldiers and officers die, they ask for compensation. India is the only country in United Nations we never ever ask for single penny compensation. अभी हमारा एक मेजर मारा गया बेरूत में, हॉस्पिटल में था वो, हॉस्पिटल बॉम्ब हो गया, दैट मेजर, दैट शहादत मिला उसको, he martyred he is. But when United Nations asked for that there will be consideration for compensation, India in this leadership also firmly said no compensation. We simply want that yes, it should be acknowledged. It should be acknowledged. So these are some strong reasons which goes in favor of India, and because of that, because of the Macron, अभी जो गले मिल रहे हैं क्यों मिल रहे हैं? Macron is also supporting India for permanent membership. US of course with some reservation supporting. UK Boris Johnson अभी घूम के गए, अभी तो जाके फिर बोल रहे हैं India has to be permanent member. Russia already बोल रहा है. Now the only bottleneck is China, and that is bottleneck because China, if China exercises veto, in that case the dream would be dream only. But yes, still we are dream, maybe dream. Your dream is become to IAS officer. There are so many challenges. But if your dream is so strong, you would be achieving the dream. If your dream is just weak, it won't be achieved. So this is the way we have covered 2 points. 1 point, why United Nations needs democratization. We covered United Nations. Why Russia we favored, that I covered. Then why democratization, that we are covering. And why India should be permanent member, that we are covering. Point out please, change the para. Therefore, change the para, one line. Therefore, Russia and US came face to face. Russia and US came face to face in 1971 Indo-Pak War. Russia and US came face to face in 1971 Indo-Pak War in support of India and Pakistan respectively. In support of India and Pakistan respectively, both the superpowers came together. Both the superpowers came together with nuclear power. Both the superpowers came together with nuclear warships. So it is referred as nuclear warship. So it is referred as gunboat diplomacy. Gunboat diplomacy. Change the para. India's support to Russia. Change the para. India's support to Russia has been opposed by many countries. India's support to Russia has been opposed by many countries, especially US. But even then, India's trusted friendship is appreciated India's trusted friendship is appreciated globally. India's trusted friendship appreciated globally, which goes in favor of India's claim for permanent membership. Change the para. United Nation has to be democratized. United Nation has to be democratized because dash 0.12345. United Nation has to be democratized, and when you write points, these points would be in subjective examination also and in objective also. United Nation needs to be democratized because dash 0.1. It started with 51 country and now 193 country. It started with 51 country, now 193 country, which shows global credibility. Point 1, point 2, all the permanent members are winners of Second World War. All the permanent members are winners of Second World War. So let there be losers. Point to be noted, please. So let there be losers like Germany and Japan. Let there be losers like Germany and Japan along with India and Brazil. Let there be loser like Germany and Japan along with India and Brazil, commonly called G4, group 4. I think whole class must be doing G4. G4 are 4 countries which are claiming permanent membership: Germany, Japan, India, Brazil. Next point, please. You are writing about democratization. Why democratization? So you are writing point after point. Next point. Permanent members are developed countries. Except China. So let there be developing country. Let there be developing country like India also. Next point. Permanent members are nuclear country. So let there be non-nuclear weapon country also. Permanent members are nuclear country, so let there be non-nuclear weapon country also. However, change the para. However, India is heading towards nuclear armament. But even then, it deserves permanent seat. Because of being largest democracy. Non-defaulter, and active participant in peace mission of United Nations. Non-defaulter and active participant in peace mission of United Nations. Change the para. altogether, one line you change it, altogether, India's position in United Nations, change the para, altogether, India's position in United Nations, comes from India's position in United Nations comes from India's foreign policy, and diplomacy. Comes from India's foreign policy and diplomacy. India's foreign policy and diplomacy, change the para, one line. Nehru as first Prime Minister, you 2-3 lines, then I will explain. Nehru as first Prime Minister is referred as architect of India's foreign policy. Nehru as first Prime Minister is referred as architect of India's foreign policy. However, foreign policy is in news. For various reasons. However, foreign policy is in news for various reasons. Under present. Foreign policy is in news for various reasons under present leadership. Which includes thereafter few points you write on. I will explain the whole detail of foreign policy, diplomacy, how is it working today, what is in news today. Few points, which includes point 1, 2, 3, 4. Point 1, just to write, I will explain, you get it everything, just to write. Point 1, principle of disarmament. Point 1, principle of disarmament. Point 2, non-aligned movement. Point 3, Panchashil and Neo-Panchashil. Panchashil and new. Panchashil and Neo-Panchashil. Point 4, Commonwealth in news. And point 5, military alliance. Point 5, military alliance like SCO. Quad. Military alliance like SCO, Quad, quadrilateral security dialogue. So military alliance, SCO, Quad, to counterbalance increasing influence of NATO. In Eastern world. Influence of NATO in Eastern world. Accordingly, now because further if you write, you won't be able to get what you are writing. So please hold writing for few minutes to make you understand what it is all about. I am speaking faster. If some of you getting slow reaction, you won't be able to get me. Sorry for that. But I will move faster now to make you understand lots of things. One go, see. Right now I explain what is India's approach in United Nations, what is India's United Nations democratization, what is its composition, why India is strong claimant, all these I explained too. Thereafter that means it all depends on India's foreign policy. Now in this class, to make you understand, I giving you one line. What is foreign policy of any country? It is very simple to understand, grassroots. The way you behave outside your family, that is your foreign policy. And the way you behave inside your family, that is your domestic policy. Very simple. The way you behave inside your family, that is your domestic family policy. The way you behave outside your family, that is your foreign policy. And your foreign policy reflects your family background life. So I repeat, for example, you are traveling by train and one old person is trying to put his bedroll over the seat. He is not able to. You got up and you put the bedroll. On the contrary, you ask them, sir, would you like to have lower berth, sir? They said, yes. It would be very nice of you. This is your foreign policy, but that shows your domestic policy. Are you getting my point, please? That means once I am trying to make you understand by day to day, simply I start speaking foreign policy, diplomacy, this is this. The way it is, as it is. So once again, I would say, like an individual, the way you behave outside family, foreign policy, behave inside family, domestic policy. Similarly, the way country behaves outside world, that is foreign policy. The way country behaves inside, that is country's domestic policy, not diplomacy. Then what is diplomacy? Diplomacy is based on reality. For example, our foreign policy says disarmament. We believe in disarmament. On the other hand, we are having Prithvi, Nak, Akash, Trishul, Agni, Brahmos firing after firing. Dad fire kar rahe. Then suppose Narendra Modi is standing. People asking, sir, you said disarmament? Yes. Then what is this going on? This is diplomacy. That is foreign policy. Is it not double standard? No, sir. Narendra Modi replied, no, sir. Rather, as Jaishankar replied, as Jaishankar said, foreign policy stands for global interest. And diplomacy stands for national interest. When global interest, national interest conflicting, we prefer national interest. So this is what is diplomacy. Jaishankar was asked, is it not double standard? He said, ask yourself, the way he speaks. Ask yourself. It is not double standard. It is ideal to reality. Number of times you shift from ideal to reality. For example, don't tell lie, don't tell lie, don't tell lie. Tell truth always. It is ideal. And reality is sometimes tell lie. For example, one simple example, your batchmate is appearing in main examination. And his last paper he is going to write, and he has written examination very well. The day last paper he is going to write, you got message on his phone that his father is no more. Now, he came out of bathroom after taking wash, and he asked, what happened? He said, nothing. Blunt lie you are telling. In the interest of that, let him write the examination, because father is gone, he will not come back. At least you should be able to take charge of the family. So that means number of times you deviate from an ideal to safeguard interest. What is called, for example, don't you think communal violence broke out in the city? Person of one community hiding in your house. Person of another community came to search. What will you tell? Will you tell truth like, ki I always tell truth. This is my foreign policy. I am very ideal person. Telling truth. Are you asking about that person who is hiding in my house? Come. This is not acceptable, because at that point of time telling truth would be brutal. Telling lie, rather you say lie, blunt lie. No, nobody has come here. Really? Very sure, nobody has come. We would like to search your house. Oh, who you are? Who you are? Who will search? You will. How can you dare to search my house? Okay. Now, telling truth here is more practical. This is the way foreign policy, diplomacy operate in India. So, what are the basic pillars of foreign policy of India? Abhi likha hai. Disarmament, non-alignment, Panchashil, Commonwealth, and thereafter military alliance. Avoiding military, that you have written, avoiding military alliance. Avoiding military alliance. Now let me tell you one by one. Avoiding military alliance, have you mentioned that? Military alliance. Here the fifth point should be, fifth point should be like, first point is disarmament. I will explain further, disarmament. Second is non-alignment. Third is Panchashil, Neo-Panchashil. Fourth is Commonwealth grouping. And fifth is avoiding military alliance. Avoiding military alliance, but in reality you would be studying about SCO, Quad, etc. So avoiding military alliance. Got the point? Now, avoiding military alliance. Now just hold for a minute. First principle is disarmament. This is in news today. Once again, our foreign policy is in news because on one hand we speak about disarmament, on the other hand our leadership believe in armament. In term of Arihant, whole class, I'm sure you know what is Arihant? Nuclear warship along with nuclear warheads, and I know that all of you don't know, I know that. But even then I respectfully speak like that so that some of you sitting who really don't know, and I say all of you must be knowing, he or she should feel slightly pain. My God, he is taking us granted. I should stand up. I should move. This is a deliberate attempt to activate you, pinning you from all sides. It is like that. Once again, our foreign policy principles, our major principle of foreign policy, that is in news because of this. We have ideal of disarmament, but on the other hand we are going for nuclear armament. Nuclear armament in terms of nuclear warship, Arihant. We have nuclear command. Where is nuclear command? Of course in Delhi. What is nuclear command is having in India? ये अपने को अच्छे से पढ़ना चाहिए है ना. Disarmament, let me first explain. Disarmament is in news. Once again, disarmament is in news in foreign policy because on one hand India is projecting ideal of disarmament, and any one of you ever try at your home, speak here, stand here, speak for half an hour. Speak for half an hour. Extempore. Then you will realize what effort it is. What effort it is to make other understand. This will make you realize. So once again, please, foreign policy of India is in news in this current affairs session because India has projected itself as champion of disarmament, but in reality India is moving towards armament in terms of nuclear warships, Arihant, submarine. In terms of Prithvi, Nag, Akash, Trishul, Agni, Dhanush, Brahmos, all with nuclear warheads now. In terms of, we are having nuclear command. Nuclear command is in Delhi. And in this class, majority would be knowing that all other army command, supreme commander is President of India. But nuclear command is commanded directly by Prime Minister of India. Nuclear command, when nuclear command formed, it was formed in 2003 by Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Right now, nuclear command is under control of this Narendra Modi. And who is the executive head of nuclear command? Some of you are very disappointing military. That I am expecting you कि ये लड़का impressive दिखता है, ये होगा कुछ इसमें. ये लड़की impressive है, होगा. कुछ नहीं, blank. आप सब जानते हैं अजीत डोभाल is National Security Advisor. He is the executive head of nuclear command. And nuclear command is headed by, this is in news, entire world is looking. Why world is hugging us? Why world is shaking hand with us? Nuisance value. Nuisance value is the highest value today. Now world has started realizing we are peace-loving country. If someone disturb our peace, we are able to carry out surgical strike also. घर में घुस के मारते हैं, और बहुत बुरा मारते हैं. Rather, जिसको मारते हैं वो ये बोलता है मारा नहीं. Say, did not slap, and we say let it be. Let it be. They say out of their prestige they say नहीं, जरा भी नहीं मारा. Very nice. अच्छा है नहीं मारा. This is it. So I tell you, this is disarmament, nuclear command. Nuclear command established in 2003 under Prime Minister head, and now is a National Security Advisor who is heading. How many reactors are in nuclear command? Nuclear command commands 22 reactors in India. 22 nuclear reactors. Out of 22, 14 are civil reactors, 8 are military reactors. Out of 8 military reactors, what kind of weapons we have? If somebody asks you this question, here I will clarify you. Out of total 22 reactors, 14 are civil reactor for power supply, 8 are military reactor for nuclear weapons. But nobody knows what kind of weapon we are having in nuclear with military reactor. Why so? This is defense secret. Had R.C. Sinha been knowing what are the weapons in nuclear command and military reactors of India, R.C. Sinha would not have been taking class in analogy here. He would have been National Security Advisor of India. So it is defense secret. Don't ask this question, what weapons we are having. But yes, When it is not disclosed, then it is more powerful. Could you get it how? You are putting one, suppose, wooden cog here, and you are covering just. And any candidate coming close to you, say, don't come close. Huh? If it opens fire, what? What I have? What you have? No, that is defense secret. Naturally, if you don't have even, then you are creating panic. So India does not disclose, and then you read in newspaper, what ridiculous it is. In newspaper you find, China has this much of weapon, India has this much of weapon, Pakistan has this much of weapon. Oh my God. When you go into baseline, what is the source? The source is like Raghunath Mishra. One reporter is reporting. What nonsense. The question is that which country is going to give you that much of detail? Even in police station, if you go there and ask SO or police station, Bhaiya, Sarji, how many grenade you have? How many pistol you have? How many magazine you have? Ek laga ke dega. Ye security secret hai. Why? Who are you to ask this? I will disclose by senior officer. I won't disclose to you. So this is like that. So this is disarmament. Now, once again, disarmament is recently in news. Disarmament is recently in news because of discussion in United Nations. And India, like many countries of the world, they say disarmament is just a myth, not reality. This is in news. Abhi February mein hua. I repeat, where it happened in February? Commission of Disarmament. What is Commission of Disarmament? That is sister organization of United Nations. Let me tell you one line, thereafter I will give you write-up. Disarmament, Commission of Disarmament. In Commission of Disarmament, I repeat, in Commission of Disarmament, which is sister organization of United Nations, India clarified in February 2022 that we will go by armament because world is going to be unsafe and disarmament is a myth, not a reality. Why did India say so? India's ground is that disarmament can never be realized in the world. Aise karo, better forget it. Otherwise, I will keep speaking, and you won't be able to understand very properly. I am giving one simple example to make you understand very easily. Suppose you see this way. Suppose here we are, to make you understand, they take this opportunity to make you understand easily. Here we are standing 5 nuclear power. We are 5 permanent members of Security Council, fine. Then suppose I am US, I announce on Commission of Disarmament, United States of America announce destruction of 5 weapons of mass destruction. Now, the question is, you ask, if 5 US has announced, then suppose Macron, France also says, we also 5. China say, we also 5. Now, what is the point in it? 5 of what? आप समझ रहे हैं? मैंने कहा, I said कि मान लो मैंने कहा ये 2 pen I say 2 pen I destroyed. One more faculty, 2 pen I also destroyed. But the point is, 2 pen of what? Suppose I have 200 pens. I destroyed 2 pen. Someone having 500 pen, he must destroy how much pen? 5 pen. नहीं समझ रहे हो आप लोग? I repeat, the question is, when you destroy your nuclear weapons under disarmament, what was in news in term of number? Then 5 members, if one member say, getting it? If one member say, I destroyed 5. The question is 5 of what? Then Joe Biden, you ask Joe Biden, suppose I am making you, Mr. Biden, you destroyed 5. 5 of what? Of what? Total strength we will not disclose because it is defense secret. That all other countries would say total strength we will not disclose before it is secret. Then if they are destroying 5, no meaning of it. So disarmament is just myth, not reality. Another way. This is called quantitative disarmament, which is in news. Now it is called qualitative disarmament. Qualitative means, just to make you understand, 1 minute dhyan kar lo. Qualitative disarmament, what does it mean? Suppose I am US. I selected an area in US, Nevada, where nuclear weapons are destroyed. I said this is a weapon of mass destruction. We are destroying it. And so other nuclear power will also destroy it. Now, suppose you are India sitting here. You are putting hand like. Then your another member country asks you, why are you smiling? He say, this is not weapon of mass destruction. They are befooling entire world. This is not weapon of mass destruction. Then he said, then when you know this is not weapon of mass destruction, why don't you point finger that Mr. Biden with the US, this is not weapon of mass destruction? Then what he would say? He would say, rather I shall be under a scanner. छोड़ो इसको, 1 मिनट में समझा देता हूँ. Your age group example. Suppose your father, just example. Suppose your father is in mood one day. It was good rain in Hyderabad. In evening, he called you up. Beta, come. I am in full mood of taking vodka. He asked you. But the point is that I have bottles, but I have no label. Bottle without label. Vodka, gin, white rum, all available. But he is confused which is vodka, although he is very much sure what is vodka. And you are non-nuclear weapon country like. So he called you up and asked, you as obedient son, you went there and you say, Baba, no Baba, this is gin. This is white rum. This is Baba, vodka, have it. What mistake have you committed? Could you realize? If non-nuclear weapon country claims with confidence that this is not the weapon of mass destruction, then US, France, China, Russia, UK, all together will ask one question. How do you know? This is not weapon of mass destruction. You are so sure. How do you know? Then you say, no, I know. It is not current affairs class. So how do you know? Naturally, thereafter, your entire nuclear command would be inspected. And your nuclear command will be inspected. Nikalega. They will find out you would be facing sanction because of that disarmament, whether it is in terms of number or in terms of quality. In either way, it is claimed as myth than reality. Because of that, when disarmament is myth, then better go for reality, what is called armament. That is the latest development on disarmament. Do you get it, please? Now point out, please. Change the para. Disarmament, change the para and make faster, please. Disarmament is one of the major principles of foreign policy. Accordingly, you have written, disarmament is one of the major principles of foreign policy. One of the major principles of foreign policy, which is regulated by Commission of Disarmament. Which is regulated by Commission of Disarmament. Which is regulated by Commission of Disarmament. This commission, the same line, this commission is sister organization of United Nations. This commission is sister organization of United Nations. This commission is sister organization of United Nations, which regulates disarmament process, which regulates disarmament process in terms of number and quality, which regulate disarmament process in terms of number and quality, in terms of number and quality. Change the para. Either way, number or quality, either way, non-nuclear weapon country like India, either way, non-nuclear weapon country like India cannot challenge the process. Either way, non-nuclear weapon country like India cannot challenge the process. I explained you why cannot challenge. Cannot challenge the process. Otherwise, India will come under scrutiny. Otherwise, India will come under scrutiny. India will come under scrutiny. Therefore, India's foreign policy stands for disarmament. Therefore, India's foreign policy stands for disarmament. India's foreign policy stands for disarmament, but its a diplomacy is armament. Point to be noted for question. India's foreign policy disarmament, but its diplomacy is armament. Diplomacy is armament to face the challenges of world. Diplomacy is armament to face the challenges of world. Diplomacy is armament to face the challenges of world. Change the para. India therefore carried out 2 nuclear tests. India therefore carried out 2 nuclear tests. Pokhran 1 in 1974. 2 nuclear tests. Pokhran 1 in 1974. Pokhran 2 1998. Pokhran 1 1974. Pokhran 2 1998. Followed by formation of nuclear command. Followed by formation of nuclear command in 2003. All you prepare for objective. Followed by formation of nuclear command in 2003. This is the only command. This is the only command headed by Prime Minister. Take note of objective. This is the only command headed by Prime Minister. Only command headed by Prime Minister and supported by National Security Advisor. This is the only command headed by Prime Minister and supported by National Security Advisor. Supported by National Security Advisor. This command controls 22 nuclear reactors. This command controls 22 nuclear reactors. 22 nuclear reactors, including 14 civil and 8 military. Including 14 civil and 8 military reactors. 14 civil and 8 military reactors. It is followed by development of nuclear submarine. It is followed by development of nuclear submarine named Arihant. Nuclear submarine named Arihant in 2018. Development of nuclear submarine called Arihant in 2018. Change the para. Apart from disarmament, change the para. Apart from disarmament, non-aligned movement. Apart from disarmament, non-aligned movement is in news. Non-aligned movement is in news. Basically, and again just hold for a minute. Now about non-aligned movement. All of you, one line, if somebody asks you, what is the latest, where was the latest meet of non-alignment? कोई बात नहीं आप लोग, लेकिन ये इस स्टेट में बहुत मुश्किल है. It is non-aligned movement is already news. It is in Baku, Azerbaijan. It's not factual information. Only thing what I am missing, that's really painful for me. I was expecting not this much, that in preparation area, you are studious, no doubt about it. Hard working, no doubt. But putting your work in right direction, like non-alignment, they would be, UPSC will not ask latest development only. They will ask you about the foundation of non-alignment, where it first held. Now, I won't ask further, otherwise मैं बहुत demoralized feel करने लगूंगा कि क्या मैं बता रहा हूँ. I repeat for your sake, you see. Firstly, let me explain you. आप लोग इसको change करो थोड़ा सा अपने attitude को. You should be like more and more concerned about the conceptual clarity. That will give you upper edge. One by one, please. If you bring from here non-alignment, let me tell you, for your complete preparation within 5 minutes. See, in 1949, I repeat, in 1949 when NATO formed, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO was formed, then 11 country plus 1. Now NATO member has 30 members, 29, and Macedonia. Macedonia has become 30 member. If Finland and Sweden join, then 32. I repeat, again मैं आपको remind करता हूँ, ये factual information नहीं है. It shows your concern. It shows your concern. Concern होगा, you will having all these things. I repeat once again for NATO formed in 1949. When NATO formed in 1949, let me tell you this way. I am US. आप लोग इसके पीछे लगे रहते हो कि उसको नोट करना. I am not speaking ब्रह्मवाक्य. Everything is in content. The thing is that what is will make difference, that is your understanding. देखो क्या चीज है. जब Second World War के बाद, in Second World War, let me explain you. In Second World War, US bombed Japan. Then a world was expecting that US would be slightly apologetic. But US instead of being apologetic, I am speaking about non-alignment. मुझे बैकग्राउंड लेना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि आपने कोई आंसर ही नहीं दिया. अगर आपसे कोई पूछे व्हाट इज नॉन अलाइनमेंट यूनिपोलर वर्ल्ड स्टेटमेंट, हाउ मेनी मेंबर्स देयर, 120 मेंबर्स, हु स्टार्टेड, हाउ मेनी मेंबर्स स्टार्टेड, 25 मेंबर्स, हु वाज द फाउंडर मेंबर्स, जोसेफ टीटो, अब्दुल नासिर. तो ये अगर आपका तैयार नहीं है तो व्हाट इज द पॉइंट ऑफ माई स्पीकिंग जस्ट. बिकॉज ऑफ दैट आई डू टेक, आई एम नॉट डूइंग इन फेवर टू यू. फॉर माई सेटिस्फैक्शन आई एम गेटिंग इन टू बैकग्राउंड. किनको बैकग्राउंड से बता देंगे देन दे वुड बी प्रिपेयरिंग वेरी नाइसली अगेन. आई रिपीट, सो टेकिंग बैकग्राउंड इन टू once again, Second World War, Japan bombed. And Japan was bombed like 6th August, 9th August. 8th August, bomb कर दिया. Thereafter, everybody was expecting US will be apologetic. But US also started feeling insecure. Because murderer is always insecure. So US, because of being insecure, in 1949, US played or developed a stage. What is it? North Atlantic. It is North Atlantic. I am US here. North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Had it been US Treaty Organization, then Western power would not have joined. Had it been Western power treaty organization, US would not have joined. So US was trying to make, for example, if you try to make yourself secure, don't you speak like this, we people of Telangana won't tolerate it. If you say, I, Amit Kumar, won't tolerate it, you might not be that secured. But if you say, we people of we youth of Hyderabad will not tolerate it, then you connected Amit Kumar with entire Hyderabad to generate your security. This is the feeling in formation of NATO. So NATO formed in 1949. When NATO formed, US along with Western European country. Then what happened in East, please? Naturally, in East, 7 countries. Very nice of you. You are supporting, giving me energy. In East European country, what happened? Then Western European country looking towards US. Western European country looking back to their uncle. Soviet sitting last. Then Eastern European country, 7 countries together under leadership of Soviet in 1955 made Warsaw Agreement, Warsaw Pact. Naturally, when NATO formed 1949, Warsaw Pact formed in 1955, thereafter world became totally bipolar. When world became bipolar, then non-aligned movement started. How can it start? It is like your mummy papa sitting together. They are like NATO and Warsaw Pact. They are like 2 superpower, and one day they ask you one common question, whom you like more? Then comes non-alignment. Your mummy papa sitting together and they are asking you very nicely, tell me whom you like more. Then you concept of non-alignment is clear to you, because you say, mama you, papa you too. They say, don't play diplomatic, tell us reality. Naturally, ask yourself in this class, here no exception would be. No one is in class would be maintaining equal distance from ma and papa. Some of you may be tilted towards ma, some of you may be tilted towards papa. Generally, boys are tilted towards mother and daughters are tilted towards father. Because of that, if you want to get anything done from father, take support of sister. That is the biggest diplomacy. Don't directly approach your father. If you need some sort of money, go through sister, and that will be better. This is it. So I repeat, and if sister has some development and want to convey to mama, because mama won't accept your development, then the sister is asking brother, taking that route, asking to approach mama. This is what is diplomacy of family that happens in the world also. So naturally, non-alignment means maintaining equal distance of superpowers. Let me tell you this way. Western Europe, NATO, Eastern Europe, Warsaw Pact, then we all third world country, we are called third world country. We started looking like this. We are newly independent country, Nehruji Prime Minister. Then what happened? One person also from Yugoslavia, he was also looking here and there. Joseph Tito. One person from Egypt, Abdel Nasser, he was also looking here and there. Then Nehru asked them. Then Joseph Tito said, me? Yes, come. Now Abdel Nasser, yes, come. Then they put their head together. And then Nehru developed concept of non-alignment. And non-alignment, what is non-alignment? जानबूझ के ऐसे बोल रहे हैं, देखो कैसे non-alignment is also an alignment. What Nehru had said, this is frequently asked question in UPSC. Non-alignment is also an alignment to oppose those alignment which are forming around superpowers. I deliberately spoke faster. I repeat, but some of you have got very easily. I repeat, non-alignment is also an alignment. Because we are now 120 group sitting in Baku. And when we are sitting in Baku, 120 country, and we are claiming, we are non-aligned country. People are laughing at us. How can? You are already group you are. Then we clarify, we are the aligned, we are alignment to oppose those alignment which are forming around superpowers. Got it? So this is what is called non-aligned development, and non-alignment movement is to maintain equal distance of superpowers. But now any one of you please answer if it is. Very, very nice of you. When Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, world became dominated by US. It has become unipolar world. Now world has become multipolar. Multipolar, Japan, Australia, India, Iran, Israel, Brazil, all have become regional powers. Now what is the meaning of non-alignment now? This is UPSC question. Then you would reply, I won't wait, otherwise I will start losing. I would say, you will reply immediately, sir, non-alignment in bipolar world had objective of maintaining equal distance of superpowers. Now non-alignment is no more concerned with superpowers. Non-alignment is basically a socio-economic movement now. This is objective question. Non-alignment is basically a socio-economic movement now, taking issues like poverty, hunger, starvation, child exploitation, women empowerment, climate change, global warming. All these issues are on the front of non-alignment. Because of that, will non-alignment survive or dead? Very nice of you. आपने बिल्कुल देखो ऐसे ही बोलते हैं, आपने तुरंत कहा dead. They have immediately realized no. These issues when taken on non-alignment, these issues will remain alive forever. Poverty, starvation, hunger, women empowerment, child labor, climate change, global warming, this will continue forever. Because of that, non-aligned movement will continue forever. It is forever now. This is the way you have to prepare non-alignment. One line you prepare. Change the para, please. Basically, you have written basically, change the para, basically, when NATO formed in 1949, based on US initiative. NATO formed in 1949 based on US initiative, and then it had 11 plus US. Then had 11 plus US. Could you get this point, please? 11 member country plus US. Then it had 11 plus US as member country, which has become 29 plus 1, 29 plus US, which has become 29 plus US in 2022. Which has become 29 plus US in 2022. Next point, it shows increasing demand for NATO membership. It shows increasing demand for NATO membership, and especially after Russia-Ukraine crisis. NATO membership, especially after Russia-Ukraine crisis. Now Sweden and Finland like country. Now Sweden and Finland like country, our country are very much keen to join. Sweden and Finland like country are very much keen to join. Next point. Next point. NATO provides military security to members. NATO provides military security to members. Military security to members, which is the greatest charm. Military security to member, which is the greatest charm of joining NATO. Which is greatest charm of joining NATO. In fact, in the same line, in fact, Ukraine crisis happened. In fact, Ukraine crisis happened because of miscalculation. Ukraine crisis happened because of miscalculation. As what miscalculation? Anything anyone can write in class. What's miscalculation? That Ukraine invited confrontation from Russia without. Could you get this? Ukraine invited confrontation with Russia before joining NATO. Had they invited confrontation after joining NATO, the scene would have been different. Could you get it? So it is because of miscalculation, because Ukraine invited military conflict with Russia. Ukraine invited military conflict with Russia before joining NATO. Had it invited after joining, the war could have been avoided. Had it invited after joining, the war could have been avoided. The war could have been avoided because of active support of NATO. The war could have been avoided because of active support of NATO. Because of active support of NATO. Next point. After formation of NATO, Eastern powers under leadership of Soviet Union. Eastern powers under leadership of Soviet Union went for Warsaw Pact. Eastern power under leadership of Soviet Union went for Warsaw, capital of Poland. Eastern country under leadership of Soviet Union went for Warsaw Pact, in which Warsaw is capital of Poland, went for Warsaw Pact, in which 7 Eastern European country joined Soviet Union. 7 Eastern European countries joined hand with Soviet Union. 7 Eastern European countries joined hand with Soviet Union. Change the para. The world emerged bipolar. Next one. The world emerged bipolar. Because of NATO and Warsaw Pact. World emerged bipolar because of NATO and Warsaw Pact. So third world countries like India. Third world country like India played active role. Played active role in launching of non-aligned movement. Third world country like India played active role in launching of non-aligned movement. Next point. This movement was founded by Nehru along with Nehru along with Yugoslavian President Tito. Nehru along with Yugoslavian President Joseph Tito, along with Yugoslavian President Joseph Tito and Egypt's President Abdel Nasser, next point. First formal meeting was held in 1961 in Belgrade. All these are objective questions for prelims. First formal meeting was held in 1961 in Belgrade. Where Belgrade? Capital of Yugoslavia. Meeting was held in Belgrade, in which 25 member country participated. First meeting was held in Belgrade, capital of Yugoslavia, in which 25 member country participated. 25 member country participated, which increased to 120 members today. Which increased to 120 members today. Which increased to 120 members today. Next point. Latest meet has been held in latest meet has been held in Baku, 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 capital of Azerbaijan. Held in Baku, capital of Azerbaijan. Next point. The basic objective of NAM is, the basic objective of NAM was maintaining equal distance from superpowers. Basic objective of NAM was maintaining equal distance from superpowers, but practically India has always been pro-Soviet. Which is diplomacy. Practically, India has always been pro-Soviet, pro-Russia, which is diplomacy. Next point. Foreign policy, again very important for S. Jaishankar, what he said. Next point. Foreign policy is mainly ideals. Foreign policy is mainly ideal to safeguard global interest. Foreign policy is mainly ideal to safeguard global interest. But diplomacy is real to safeguard national interest. Diplomacy is real to safeguard national interest. Therefore, External Affairs Minister in bracket S. Jaishankar. While replying on World Forum, has addressed diplomacy of India. Keep in mind always. While replying on World Forum, has addressed diplomacy of India. By highlighting India's energy and military security. By highlighting India's energy and military security. Here, just 1 second. Any one of you, I invite you, please. In which reference S. Jaishankar has said this, India's energy security? In what reference he has said? What is in news? Purchasing from Russia. So, what he said, very nice of you. Yeah, please.
He said that the output of 1 week of India is equal to 1 hour of European Union.
You say, very nice. At least he's approaching, we should support him, because that's a very good thing, that it's not question of as Jashankar's speech. It's a question of your IAS pre and main examination. Because UPSC will never ask as Jashankar's speech. UPSC will ask for that latest statement by External Affairs Ministry reflect and their statement. सीखो इससे कि कैसे, how to, you would say, sir, what he pointed out, when media asked that why is India importing this much of oil and gas from Russia, which is facing sanction, which has attacked Ukraine, Indian Foreign Minister clarified that first you focus on Europe. First ever any Foreign Minister of India could make diplomacy so real. ये आप लोग IAS बनना चाहते हैं तो ऐसे पढ़ना होगा, नहीं तो no chance. Group 1 में भी chance नहीं होता है. Group 1B. So make sure that these are UPSC question would be like, read out the following statement regarding energy and oil security of India. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 correct, 2, 3 correct, 3, 4 correct, 1, 2, 3, 4, none of them correct. Like that you have to answer. So what he said, that we are importing from Russia, that is fine. But first you focus on Europe. That means it is what he has highlighting, global interest versus national interest. He said, what India imports for a month, you European country import in an afternoon. आप अपने afternoon में जितना import करते हैं, that we are importing in full 1 month. How are you comparing our energy security with your energy security? What is your consumption? What is our consumption? And that shows that what is your climate concern, that is fake. Because you are consuming this much. Even American even American president visiting number of countries to address climate change by taking around 55, 56 warplanes along with aeroplanes. All emission of gas, if calculated, and then put before American president. You had gone there to address climate change, and you had gone there along with 55 entourage of planes plus warplanes. Calculate the emission level, what have you emitted on the name of climate change. Now this is the way world has started addressing. So UPSC will not ask any bookish question, always you know. They will be asking you about energy security, about oil security, what's India's standard right now. So I repeat, here it is, non-alignment, that means India is ideal of non-alignment, but India is always closer to pro-Soviet approach. Now, after fall of Soviet Union, what is looking at this policy? अब मैं पूछूंगा नहीं, मैं तुम्हें बड़ा frustrate हो जाता हूँ. Some candidate only replying, remaining just looking at. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. All of you have that gut. Suppose somebody asks you in this reference itself that how India evolved looking at East policy. Then you would say, sir, when Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, we had been pro-Soviet. And Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Then world became unipolar. When world become unipolar, getting the point? World become unipolar. So, and that too dominated by US. US was always anti-India. So we looking at West, looking at US, we get no response. Narasimha Rao get no response. Thereafter Narasimha Rao started looking at East. What looking at East? ASEAN. What is ASEAN members? UPSC अब ASEAN पूछेगी, वो पूछेगी ASEAN पूरा फोरम क्या है, तो आप कहेंगे कैसे? ASEAN 5 ऑलरेडी, इंडोनेशिया, मलेशिया, फिलीपींस, थाईलैंड, सिंगापुर, सपोर्टेड बाय म्यांमार, ब्रूनी, लाओस, वियतनाम एंड कंबोडिया. These 10 members are ASEAN. ये फिंगर टिप्स पर होगा, 1 go में हो जाएगा आपका. Because they don't ask independent question, they ask question link to link. So here you are going to write that non-alignment has to maintain equal distance of superpowers. After fall of Soviet Union, thereafter we are towards looking at East policy. Looking at East policy means looking towards East, that Narasimha Rao could not make out, but Atal Bihari Vajpayee could make out, and thereafter we are successful. Why Narasimha Rao failed? This question, somebody asked you. You would say, sir, Narasimha Rao failed because West, we were not getting any support. And then we started looking at East. Suppose you have two friends, A and B. A is no more. Thereafter, you have, suppose, two choice, A and B. You are close of A, not close of B. A is out of Hyderabad. Now started looking at B. Will B respond to you? No, very nice of you. We will not respond to you because you are looking at B not out of choice but out of compulsion. आप किसी को बोलेंगे मेरी फ्रेंड आजकल हैदराबाद में नहीं है, will you be my friend? Looking at East policy, ये फेल हो जाएगा. क्योंकि वो क्या बोलेगी आपको? Your friend is out of Hyderabad, because of that you are substituting me as your friend. How dare you? So Narasimha Rao was looking toward Japan, Australia, ASEAN country by saying, since West are not supporting, so we are looking at East. Naturally, East did not respond to. But in 9/11 happened in America, terrorist attack. When America was under attack, America turned towards India-like country. Because India, naturally, Afghanistan, baseline, US realized that unless India is taken into confidence, it's very difficult to find out Osama. We are very close by strategic. So thereafter, US turned towards India after 9/11. Some wrong happens for good reason. So when the US after 9/11 started looking at India, then we also looked at US. Both of us got friend. When we got friend, and after having that friendship in 2001, Atal Bihari Vajpayee started looking at Japan, Australia, ASEAN country. And Japan, Australia also got Vajpayee ji, aye, looking at East. And that Vajpayee ji looking at East started today. Looking at East policy is so much successful under Narendra Modi because the foundation was led by Vajpayee basically. Now the question would be like UPSC question. I hope so that you are going through question year after year. You will find question like non-aligned movement in recent years has changed to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 correct, 2, 3 correct, like that. They would be asking non-aligned movement is now more relevant a statement. Reason, non-aligned movement is now socio-economic movement. Is it right or wrong? Yes, it is. Very nice. Once again, for those who are sitting in last row, I am repeating for your sake. Suppose the UPSC question is, non-aligned movement in present world seem to be more relevant statement. The reason is, non-aligned movement is no more diplomatic movement, it is a socio-economic movement. True or false? Very true. Because non-aligned movement has become socio-economic, so it will be relevant much more than earlier non-aligned movement. UPSC set question like this, a statement, reason. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, read out a statement like that. So this way we need to prepare. One line you put in there, thereafter. Next point. After fall of Soviet Union, next point, after fall of Soviet Union in 1991, after fall of Soviet Union in 1991, world became unipolar. World became unipolar, dominated by US. World became unipolar, dominated by US. Dominated by US. India could not get response. India could not get response. Could not get response because of India being pro-Soviet. India could not get response because of India being pro-Soviet. Because India being pro-Soviet. So, India being pro-Soviet, so looking at East policy. So looking at East policy also failed. Looking at East policy also failed. Also failed. Next point. However, next point. However, after 9/11, 9/11 terrorist attack on America. Next point. However, after 9/11, US started looking at India. After 9/11, US started looking at India. Looking at India. And so India in turn could mobilize. So India in turn could mobilize support of Eastern world. So India in turn could mobilize support of Eastern world, especially ASEAN, and looking at East policy became successful. Especially ASEAN and looking at East policy became successful. Looking at East policy became successful. Next point. Now quadrilateral security dialogue. Now Quad is alternative of connecting India west to east. Now Quad is alternative in connecting India Quad is alternative in connecting India from west to east because now this I think all of you know how Quad is connecting India west to east totally, because India is standing in between. One side is US, India, other side is two countries, be confident, very nice. Australia, Japan, other hand, and this side US. Quad meet अभी आपको पूछेंगे वो. Quad meet is already giving an opportunity to India to come closer to US, come closer to Australia, come closer to Japan. So it is connecting India west to east, from US to Japan, Australia. In between India is there. What is the objective? Counter maritime, firstly maritime security, and secondly increasing influence of China. Option would be given an objective. That Quad objective includes 1, 2, 3, 4. You get ready that way. Point out this, connecting India west to east, in which Quad includes US on one hand. Quad includes US on one hand. Quad includes US on one hand, Australia and Japan on the other hand. Australia and Japan on the other hand. US on one hand, Australia and Japan on the other hand. On the other hand, the objective is to promote maritime security. The objective is to promote maritime security along with minimizing military influence of China, in South China Sea. Now, this is one thing that Quad is. Just 5-10 minutes I more required for your attention to conclude it very nicely. See, Quad, this is Quad. But which is the organization where instead of neutralizing China, we are sitting with China? You would say, very nice. You would say firstly SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. That's why here. This is like a Shanghai Cooperation Organization led by Russia and China. The two are good friends, Russia, China. But thereafter, there are so many Russian federation, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. It should be line fingertip. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. These four, China, Russia, and who are then sitting? India, Pakistan. The two rivals, India, Pakistan sitting together. The two rivals, India, China sitting together. The two rivals, Russia, Pakistan sitting together. This is SCO, is the organization, military organization, which is supposed to be alternative of NATO. But this military organization in itself, basically it's not going to have any sort of military expansion. When you are sitting with a country which is having rivalry with you and sitting with them in the same organization, naturally it will dilute your rivalry also. Are you getting me? If you are suppose rival, just I'm giving rival, but sitting together, sharing your class note, sharing your ideology, naturally all the differences in course of time will get down. So this is what is called Quad. Quad being neutralized by SCO, SCO further being extended by BRICS. ऐसे आप नहीं पढ़ोगे ना, एक बात बता दूं. If you are studying like this, take me very seriously. For your concern, I am asking you, all boys and girls, if you simply study like this, BRICS, SCO, Quad, Indian Ocean Rim, NATO, कुछ नहीं मिलेगा उससे. You have to interlink them, that which organization is reaction of what. Then you will get complete view of it. Complete view. And you will get command over international relation. However, for me, it's really very difficult. I'm struggling a lot. Even then sitting in last row time and again, there are talented candidates sitting. That's why I'm time and again addressing them. I'm trying to make them understand that at least they should have approach By that approach, they will cover maximum area of international relation. So here you are writing an approach is that after writing about Quad, then you are writing another alternative SCO, then writing another alternative, that is BRICS. All these are alternative organization to dilute regional tension, basically. This is the reason I stopped you before writing it. Change the para, one line you please put in. Therefore, change the para, therefore, Quad on one hand, is trying to reduce influence of China. Quad on one hand is trying to reduce influence of China, but on the other hand, India joined SCO. On the other hand, India joined SCO in 2017. India joined SCO in 2017, which is a regional military organization, It includes Russia and China. It includes Russia and China as heading country, a leading country. Russia and China as leading country, followed by Russia and China leading country, followed by Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, followed by two rivals, India and Pakistan. Similarly, BRICS is also going to meet. BRICS is also going to meet as alternative organization. Which includes Brazil, India, Russia, China and South Africa. This is intercontinental. This is UPSC objective. This is Intercontinental Dialogue Forum. To promote global cooperation. Finally, one line to conclude today. India has got observer status. In G7. Now, just 1 minute to conclude. इसमें आप जरूर बोलिए please. G7, who is dropped? Russia. Why dropped Russia? Very nice. I activated, I'm happy. G7 was G8 up to 2014. In 2014, Russia acquired Crimea. When Russia acquired Crimea, the way acquiring Ukraine, so Russia was dropped from G7, G8, now it has become G7. Who are G7? Very powerful country of the world. G7 include like this: US, France, UK, 3 already. Thereafter 2 countries you take out who are contender or permanent member, easy to remember: Japan, Germany, and thereafter Italy, Canada. I repeat, you got it. That is US, UK, France, Japan, Germany and Italy, Canada, G7 and getting observer status in G7 अभी मिला है. G7 अभी मिला हम लोग को, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का मीट यूरोपियन यूनियन से लौट रहे हैं. तो आप देखो इससे the best aspect what would be, all these are developed country. And if these developed countries start investing all together in terms of trade, technology and everything, naturally, apart from that, you would be getting support from Nordic country. Latest news. Who are Nordic country? Very nice. That time. Very nice. God bless. God bless. You are latest development you are taking up. That's very nice of you. The only thing what you do, because you are about to scale, the way you responded, God bless to you. What you see, latest development you pick up, and thereafter you dig inside the foundation, up to foundation level, up to ground level. It will be complete preparation for your objective, subjective as well as for interview. In one go you will qualify. No doubt about it. Professionally speaking, I have seen candidate qualifying in one go just because of this approach. So here, very nice of you. Point out please. Change the para. G7. It is group of developed countries. It is group of developed in industrial country. It is group of developed industrial country, including US, UK, France, including US, UK, France, Germany and Japan, Italy, Canada, and all of them have good relation with India. And all of them had good relation with India. Good relation with India. This will open door for India's free trade. This will open door for India's free trade in European Union. India's free trade in European Union, including 27 members. Free trade in European Union, including 27 members. Change the para. So altogether, India's foreign policy and diplomacy. India's foreign policy and diplomacy is being promoted as ideal and real. This is concluding line, take note of. India's foreign policy and diplomacy is being promoted as ideal and real, in terms of global and national interest, and first time India's foreign ministry has clarified in plain words. First time India's foreign ministry has clarified in plain words that India will prefer national interest. If it is conflicting with global interest. India will prefer national interest if it is conflicting with global interest in term of military and technology requirement, energy security, environmental concern, and in attracting foreign investment to strengthen, in strengthening New India movement. foreign investment in strengthening New India movement. In strengthening New India movement. Just 1 minute you give me to conclude nicely. We have taken international affair like how did we take? That is from foreign policy. Just give me 2-3 minutes. Thereafter, it is up to you to have how do you use this approach. I repeat, how do you apply this approach? When you cover international affairs, like national affairs I highlighted. When you cover international affairs, you first go by India's foreign policy, India's diplomacy. What foreign policy of India? Which principle? Principle of disarmament, non-alignment, Panchsheel, etc. Panchsheel I did not highlight right now. Panchsheel is with China. But one line I would like to highlight for you. We are having controversy with Galwan Valley. Any one of you, objective question, whose name is Galwan? No problem. I am activating you. Like Galwan Valley is in news. Basically, Galwan Valley, India is having very strong claim because it was Ghulam Rasool Galwan. Ghulam Rasool Galwan, who was basically a Ladakhi of Kashmiri origin, who was the travel guide, who was the explorer, after whose name Galwan river is named. So he is ours and our river is ours. Because of that, we have a strong claim over Galwan Valley. Second thing, with China, another issue is cropping up, that is Neo-Panchsheel. Neo-Panchsheel. Neo-Panchsheel, you remember very easily, Neo-Panchsheel, triple BTC. How to remember triple BTC? जब इतना आप time दे रहे हो, 2 minutes और दे दो, so that you should finish it very nicely. That one is Galwan Valley I will give you. Thereafter Panchsheel. Panchsheel was drafted in 1954 between India and China. Panchsheel was drafted in 1954 between India and China. Neo-Panchsheel, very few candidates know about Neo-Panchsheel. Neo-Panchsheel, just before India-China conflict, it was in news. Neo-Panchsheel, that includes triple BTC. Triple BTC, very easy to remember. It is because triple BTC, it is because first B stands for all issues bilateral solution. Bilateral solution. Second, it is priority to border dispute. Third, it is promoting business. Fourth, it is trade and technology collaboration. And fifth, it is cultural exchange. This is in news always. Just you conclude, footnote down. You might be not able to find it out detail. Change the para, one line you write in. In India's foreign policy, Panchsheel, Commonwealth grouping, Panchsheel, Commonwealth grouping, and military alliance had been core issue. Military alliance had been core issue. Change the para. Panchsheel was drafted in 1954. Panchsheel was drafted in 1954 and revived in form of Neo-Panchsheel which is referred in term of BBBTC, in which B stands for bilateral solution. Point 2, B stands for border dispute priority. Again, B stands for border dispute priority. Next, again B stands for business promotion. Next, T stands for technology collaboration. And C stands for cultural exchange. However, dispute in Galwan Valley has halted Indo-China relationship. Dispute in Galwan Valley has halted Indo-China relationship. But restarted in April 2022. Restarted April 2022 after visit of, I think whole class you know, after visit of Foreign Minister of China. 2022 April it is, last month. After visit of Foreign Minister of China to resolve Galwan issue. In bracket you write one line, Ghulam Rasool Galwan. You keep in mind always. In bracket, Ghulam Rasool Galwan, who was of Ladakhi origin. Origin of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakhi origin of J&K, was basically a mountaineer and travel guide. And after his name only, Galwan River and Galwan Valley. India is claiming for. After his name only, Galwan River and Galwan Valley, India is claiming for. This was thus after concluding event, I have given footnote that I had in foreign policy I left new Panchil, and one thing more. In foreign policy, I had made last point, if you remember, that was military alliance, opposing military alliance. But you got the point that we oppose military alliance then. That was foreign policy. Now diplomacy, we are joining military alliance. Which military alliance we have joined? Very nice. फिर से बोल रहा हूँ, एक line सुन लो. Ideally, in foreign policy, we oppose military alliance. That I have given you in write-up. But in reality today, to safeguard national interest, we have joined military alliance like SCO and Quad. SCO we joined in 2017. So naturally, SCO is military organization. That does mean foreign policy is ideal and diplomacy is real. Entire international issues revolve around ideal and real. And India has made it clear that that out of ideal and real, India will prefer to be real instead of ideal earlier. This is the approach to cover international. And with this approach, I hope, because of time constraint, I could not give you much, but with this approach, you cover all the international organization. But request all of you, please. एक request है मेरा, आप please इसको करके देखो. The kind of talent you are, only thing you required, you should not study independently, you keep interlinking the issue. Starting UN, going to sister organization, going to that in any way, you don't take up any issue. Like if you are going for NATO, go for SCO, because NATO is a Western power, SCO is emerging as a Eastern power. SCO, further Eastern and Western power emerging as Quad. I hope you are interlinking this way. I repeat, NATO Western power, SCO Eastern power, and Eastern and Western power getting connected by Quad. That is from US to India to Japan to Australia. If you start studying this day, I tell you, within 3 hours, within whole day, 9:30 to evening around 5:30 it is going to be. See how much area have we covered despite of speaking so much. Write up, discussing. If you study on your own by interlinking the topic, professionally speaking, within 5 days or a week, you would be really command over international relation and international organization with all facts and figures. आप करके देखो. But yes, it should be with passion. It should not be just for doing sake. It would be working. Now what else? So this time it is, I operated within boundary, but hope so in next most probably in mains examination this year, I will coming in that form, multidisciplinary approach, no boundary. And in main examination, if you write main examination, not if I would say you write main examination, then for preparing, concluding for main examination, for every paper, whatever current development it is, that current development we would be taking with multidisciplinary approach by connecting society to culture, to politics, to economy, to technology, to environment, to defense, to diplomacy, everything interlinked, totally. God bless, work hard, but one thing, work hard in the sense interlinking working, not individual working. As I pointed you out, India, you always prepare by interlinking instead of compartmentalized preparation. So do it. And request all of you, lastly before leaving you, instead of going through so many magazine, books, study material, don't do it. Just you do it, open your laptop or mobile, Google search. And what you do, if you are not able to understand on your own, what you do, you type lectures on non-alignment, YouTube, and thereafter keep listening to. There are fantastic speakers who are speaking over non-alignment. You will be catching up their conception and easily writing up. And you can hear them as many times as you want. Likewise, Google search main documents, just to take out the documents, underline, print out, keep in your notes. Instead of purchasing so many magazines here, there, that will not work really. And before leaving once again, I'm really happy to share with you, all of you please go through the question paper as many times as you can since 2013 onward. That will give you immense pleasure in preparation. Because my security is that all the questions from 2013 onward of all the papers of general studies, whether I am taking those area or not, they are on my fingertips. So naturally, while delivering lecture, that question keep hitting me, and accordingly they keep giving me direction, that go this direction, go that direction, to cover those questions. See you next session as and when it is required. Thank you so much. God bless.